Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obuni kife la chasha so Obuni kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
Ejemini ekebo, akobiye we ayo, ewe tumeje, itulo ni otun ese. Ìfà lóní kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́. Orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè, wọ́n á fi jòyè ẹrùkù. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, náà bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́. Ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, ó máa gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́jọ́ sọ.
Wọ́n ṣe ní kúrú mọ́lẹ̀ wá. Kúrú mọ́lẹ̀ wá ò lè kó o. Wọ́n fẹ́ balẹ̀ wọn tọ́ra wọn ò lè kó o. Wọ́n fẹ́ balẹ̀ wọn tọ́ra wọn. Orin tí fẹ́ kọ orin àyájọ́ ni. Orin àyájọ́ ni. Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wá yẹn dà. Ká ní kó bá mi wá. Odo don fall. Odo don fire. I don't tell Odo them. Bàbá ilé, bọ́lá bọ́lá, ọmọ Tinubu, ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dún, ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dún, báyìí lábì lúbi, báwa lábì lúbi, ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dún, àtẹ̀lù lúbi, àtẹ̀lù létí, àtẹ̀lù lọ́ba, àtẹ̀lù bẹ́rí, àtẹ̀lù bàwí, àtẹ̀lù jẹ̀dá, àtẹ̀lù gbogbo, àtẹ̀lù gbẹjọ́, àtẹ̀lù gbẹ̀sọ́, àtẹ̀lù bẹ̀rẹ̀, lọ́la wúwúwúwú, ẹlẹ́yìí òkọ́, àbẹ̀bẹ̀gbọ̀gbọ̀, ẹlẹ́yìí òkọ́, àtẹ̀lù sílẹ̀, àbúrò ní, àtẹ̀lù aláàbàrà, dábìlárú, ohun bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe, yóò fún yín lọ́la, ìwà ẹ̀rù, ló ń ka yín lẹ́rù, amúnisìn wí, amúnisìn sọ.
And there it is right there. That's an old-time favorite on this platform. Ìpàdé dọjọ́bọ̀. Igbo. It should be Igbo, not Bo. It's not Ìpàdé dọjọ́bọ̀, but Ìpàdé de ọjọ́ Igbo. Igbo means voting. But of course, MC Oluomo is not a real Yoruba. He's not even a real Nigerian, by the way. I think he comes from across the border. All these Tapa, Igbo people, Badagry, whatever it is. So it's not full blood, and that's reflecting that. But all of that, good to see you. So good to see you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So good to see you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? The sessions are starting a lot later, a lot these days. It's for reasons that are inevitable reasons. But now, nevertheless, we try not to miss a session, only because we delight in your company so much. So we delight in your company, and we spend time in your company again for however long this session lasts. So charge your glasses, relax yourself into the space, and surrender yourself to whatever goes on within this space over the next however long it lasts. So do all that. But before you do any of those, I say it every single time. So some of you should be doing it routinely, but a lot of you don't do it as often as you should. Click on the like button if you haven't done that. Subscribe if you have not done that as well. And if you want to come join us on the screen, that hyperlink that says StreamYard right there, that's your ticket to ride. Somebody just sent me something. I don't know if I should share it with you or not, but it's something, it's bit of be related. Should I share it with you? It's a bit of a silly little thing, but should I share it? Tell me in the comment section if you want me to share it with you, and I will. But until I get, if 5 people ask me to share it, then I will. But it's a bit of be related. All right, so let's get straight to it. And over the course of the last couple of our sessions and conversations, we have been talking about what constitutes an effective and an effectual opposition within the Nigerian space. So we've been talking about just what shape and form opposition should take. So we've been talking about all that. And we've been talking about that, especially off the back. Yes, I see you, Seriki. If 4 more people ask me to share it, I will. And we've been talking about that off the back of the sort of opposition that the obedience space has been providing. And it is only really the obedience space that has been providing any form of opposition. All right, let me just share it and get it out of the way. If one more person says to share it, then I will. All right. So, and it is only really the obedience space that has been all right. Okay. So let me share it. This is a silly little thing, by the way. So don't label it too much. It's Peter Obi related. All right. So there it is. So there it is right there. So a very very cinematic sort of photography in black and white there. Almost a couple of models you suspect, but where is this image coming from? This image is coming from the Gay Times UK. So this is from the Gay Times UK, and and what is the Gay Times UK offering us, and why are we even spending time with the Gay Times UK? The wonderful Isabella Adomako, the wonderful Isabella Adomako Young, and Ose Loka Obi from our 2019 Rep Company short as part of the Best of British Theatre feature in this month's Gay Times magazine, celebrating queer people of color. So celebrating queer people of color are the wonderful Isabella Adomoka Young and Esoloka Obi from our 2019 Rep Company, from our 2019 REP Company short, as part of the Best of British Theatre feature in this month's Gay Times magazine, celebrating queer people of color. So there it is right there. Somebody sent that in. I'm sure it was essentially to mischief make, but I told you it was a silly little thing, and it is a silly little thing. So let's go back to now, let's get back to more serious matters. So now, I was talking about what constitutes an effective and an effectual opposition, and I'm somewhat saddened by the sort of presentation that we're getting from the obedience space, because they seem to have the center ground in terms of opposition at the moment. The pump and verve, the vigor and energy of opposition is coming from that space. So the only people really are trying to go after the sitting government is the obedience space, and we do need a strong, viable opposition to go after the sitting government, just so that they don't get a free run and they can squeeze them hard so we get the best out of them. So it's only the obedience space that offers any sort of opposition at the moment, but the sort of opposition that they are offering is just some sort of dullard, amateurish sort of very, very predictable stuff. Oh, I saw just something from Peter Obi earlier on today. He said he was at the Nnamdi Azikiwe airport in Abuja, and he witnessed something that he found quite saddening. And what did he witness? He witnessed a man in a wheelchair being carried by 4 people up a flight of stairs, because the elevators and the lift, or whatever, they were not working, and they've not been working for 3 months. And then he went on to say, on that same day, Tinubu flew out of the country on a private visit. So he did all of that, which is okay, but that's not really opposition. So they have the space, but they don't know how to use it. Maybe they lack the mental acuity. Maybe this is all they have to offer, but certainly this is certainly what we are getting from that space is certainly not what opposition should look like within the Nigerian space. So an example now of what opposition should look like comes from Atiku Abubakar. An example of what opposition should look like. And if you see this, I want you to listen to this piece from Atiku Abubakar and then use it as a standard to weigh against anything that you hear from the obedience space. And then you see why I say that it's quite saddening that they're just a rank amateurish manner that they present. So this is what opposition should look like. This presentation by Atiku Abubakar. Tinubu should explain NMPCL's $3.3 billion loan deal. So this is Atiku Abubakar holding the feet of the sitting government to the coal. Tinubu should explain NMPCL's $3.3 billion loan deal. This is Atiku Abubakar, but what is he talking about? The 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has asked President Bola Tinubu to account for the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited's $3.3 billion emergency crude repayment loan. So that loan, it just had a bit of a minor mention within the news cycle, and then we didn't hear anything again. So that loan, it was just a flash announcement, and we never had any follow through. But Atiku now holding that space to follow through. The 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has asked President Bola Tinubu to account for the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited's $3.3 billion emergency crude repayment loan. On August the 16th, 2023, the NNPCL secured a $3.3 billion emergency crude repayment loan, a transaction aimed at supporting the Naira and stabilizing the foreign exchange market, arranged by the African Export-Import Bank. So I think this is the bank that is headed by Akinwumi Adesina, or yes, the man in the bow tie. Arranged by the African Export-Import Bank, the $3.3 billion crude for cash loan was also targeted at supporting the federal government's monetary and fiscal reforms. 3 weeks ago, the federal government received $2.25 billion out of the $3.3 billion FX facility from the African Export-Import Bank. Reacting, Atiku in a statement on Thursday, is this the one I want to read, or let's see, hold on. Just hold on 1 second. Okay, let's go with this because the one I read earlier was quite detailed and punchy. So hopefully it's this one. So I beg your pardon. Let me pick it from the top again, but I try and speak through it. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has asked President Bola Tinubu to account for the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited's $3.3 billion emergency crude repayment loan. On August 16, 2023, the NNPCL secured a $3.3 billion emergency crude repayment loan, a transaction aimed at supporting the Naira and stabilizing the foreign exchange market. Arranged by the African Export-Import Bank, the $3.3 billion crude for cash loan was also targeted at supporting the federal government's monetary and fiscal policy. 3 weeks ago, the federal government received $2.25 billion out of the $3.3 billion FX facility from the African Export-Import Bank. Reacting, Atiku in a statement on Thursday wondered why the only information available to the public on the mega deal is coming only through sources from the NNPCL. The former vice president said a special purpose vehicle called Project Gazelle Funding Limited is driving the deal, and it was incorporated in the Bahamas. So this is a targeted, opposition holding shrouded in mystery government policies and actions, trying to unravel it in order to indicate that there is corruption taking place there. So can you see already? So this is what opposition looks like. It's not the way when a national, we cannot continue like this. Any Nigeria, no, forget all. This is what opposition looks like. Reacting, Atiku in a statement on Thursday wondered why the only information available to the public on the mega deal is coming only through sources from the NNPCL. The former vice president said a special purpose vehicle called Project Gazelle Funding Limited is driving the deal, and it was incorporated in the Bahamas. It said SPV is the borrower, while the NNPCL is the sponsor, with an arrangement to pay with crude oil to the SPV in order to liquidate the loan at an interest rate that is a little over 12%. So that's already an alarm, because that is an excessive interest rate, but it's beyond the is within the realms of bearability, but certainly on the threshold of alarm. He said the SPV is the borrower, whilst the NNPCL is the sponsor, with an agreement to pay with crude to the SPV in order to liquidate the loan at an interest rate that is a little over 12%. The statement added, what is more confounding about this deal is why the federal government would register a company in the Bahamas, knowing full well the recent scandal of the Paradise Papers. So that should be Pandora Papers, but they wrote Paradise here. Knowing full well, pardon me, knowing full well, they, hold on, actually. The statement added, what is even more confounding about this deal is why the federal government would register a company in the Bahamas, knowing full well the recent scandal of the Paradise, which should be Pandora Papers, that involved that company. Curiously also, Nigeria's current barrels produced daily, BPD, is 1.38 million, and according to the Project Gazelle deal, Nigeria is to supply 90,000 barrels of its daily production starting from 2024 till it is up to 164.25 million barrels for the repayment of the loan. Now, this is where the details is getting disturbing, because Nigeria's benchmark for the sale of crude per barrel in 2024 is $77.96 dollars. A simple multiplication of that figure by 164.25 will give us a whopping $12 billion. So what Atiku is saying to us essentially, because very often we hear this crude for yes. Somebody say, oh no, I don't know quite what you're saying, Crown. It is very disturbing actually, because very often we hear this crude for loan deal, and because that loan is not tied to some form of financial repayment, and we feel the sense that we're getting the crude for free, then we don't really pay too much attention to it, because of course it's not tied to any financial repayment. It's a loan for goods, sort of a trade deal. And of course, we have an abundance of oil, so we don't pay attention to it. But what this deal is, they are borrowing you $3.3 billion, and you have to repay them $12 billion. Do you see? So this is the sort of deal that we had from Grace Tiaga, from the what was it, PDNI deal or something. This is the sort of it's quite alarming. Curiously also, Nigeria's current barrel produced daily SPD is 1.38 million, and according to the Govt deal, Nigeria is to supply 90,000 barrels of its daily production starting from 2024 till it is up to 164.25 million barrels for the repayment of the loan. Now, this is where the details get disturbing because Nigeria's benchmark for the sale of crude per barrel in 2024 is $77.96. A simple multiplication of that figure by 164.25 will give us a whopping $12 billion. It is on this note that we're calling on the federal government to speak up on this shady deal. So under normal circumstances, if they describe it as a shady deal, you think that is opposition speak, but there is no other adjective that qualifies a deal that lends you $3 billion and you agree to pay them back $12 billion. There is no other adjective that qualifies that other than a shady deal. It is inconceivable that the federal government will lead the country to take a loan of $3.3 billion with an interest rate that is not more than 12%, but with estimated repayment amounting to $12 billion. That is a humongous differential of about $7 billion between what is in the details of the deal on paper and what indeed is the reality. Atiku insisted that there are questions to be answered on the integrity of this deal and charged the federal government to talk directly on details behind the deal. He asked, has the federal government accessed the loan? Well, I think they have accessed it. We just heard now that they got $2.something billion. He asked, has the federal government accessed the loan? Is the loan in the government borrowing plan as approved by the National Assembly? Who are the parties to the loan? And what specific roles are they expected to play? What are the conditions of the loan, including tenor, repayment terms, the collateral, and the interest rate? And lastly, why register an SPV in the Bahamas, knowing the recent scandal of the country's notoriety for warehousing unclean assets? So, if there is anybody that is perfectly suited to being an opposition person, it is Atiku Abubakar. He knows the inner workings of governance in toto. He knows the inner workings of the government of governance in toto at the highest level, because he has been in Aso Rock and he was a big beast when he was in Aso Rock. By the way, it wasn't like sort of Oshibanjo's T-boy style vice president. He was actually challenging Obasanjo for supremacy there. So it's a real shock, and he knows the inner workings of governance at the highest level. In addition to that, is one of the most corrupt human beings to have ever walked the face of this earth. So he knows how a corrupt deal is structured, and he is telling you that this is a corrupt deal. And that is what opposition looks like, by the way. What Atiku Abubakar just did here is what opposition is not. Hey, look, they have gone and bought 160 million naira for school. When people, that money could have built a TV in Uma here. We cannot continue like this. I know Nigeria. No, that's just that must. We need more sophistry. We need more elegance. We need more nuance. We need details like this, and we need a real breakdown that directly points to the fault line of the presidency, not some sentimentality and tribalized dog whistling and hoo-ha and brouhaha. So it's not hoo-ha and brouhaha, it's holding their feet to the coal. Hold their feet to the coal. Sanusi backs relocation of CBN units departments to Lagos. So it looks as though this might well be fait accompli. Former Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN Governor Lamido Sanusi, has supported the relocation of some departments of the Apex Bank from Abuja to Lagos. He said it was the right thing to do, dismissing those against the let's do that all over again. Former Central Bank of Nigeria CBN Governor Sanusi Lamido Sanusi has supported the relocation of some departments of the Apex Bank from Abuja to Lagos. He said it was the right thing to do, dismissing those against the relocation as plain dirty politics. There have been criticisms in some quarters since the CBN announced the relocation of some departments and units to Lagos. Some northern politicians kicked against the move, warning it will have political consequences. But Sanusi, who was the 14th Emir of Kano, in a statement said the relocation is an eminently sensible move. According to him, moving certain functions to the Lagos office, which is bigger than the Abuja head office, is an eminently sensible move. He said he had it in mind to do the same thing whilst in office, but did not have sufficient time to see it through. I think he was the governor of the CBN for 6+ years, so I'm not sure what sufficient time means. In my mind, what I would have done was to move FSS. So I think that's his financial service supervision or whatever, and most of operations to Lagos, such that the two deputy governors would be largely operating out of Lagos, or even if they were more in Abuja, the bulk of their operational staff will be in Lagos. Economic policy, corporate services, and all the departments reporting to the governor directly, such as strategy, audit, risk management, governor's office, etc., would remain in Abuja. So essentially, it's the heart. It is the heartbeat of the bank that needs to be in Nigeria, not in Nigeria, in Lagos. It's the heartbeat of the bank that needs to be in Lagos, because Lagos is the financial heartbeat of the country. And then the shell of the carcass can be in Abuja, essentially what's been said. It makes imminent strategic sense, and I would have done this if I had stayed. He dismissed the opposition against the policy as absolutely unnecessary because the CBN has staff manning its branches and cash offices across the federation. Sanusi added, moving staff to the Lagos office to streamline operations and make them more effective and reduce cost is a normal prerogative of management. The problem we have now is that many employees are, and this goes to the heart of it now, because of course, the totality of all of the blowbacks that you're hearing from the North is nothing to do with ethnicity or tribe. It is exactly to do with this now next sentence by Lamido Sanusi. So this is the heart of all of what is going on. The problem, and I think I have a clip, let me see. Hold on, actually. I think I have a clip that I may want to play. This clip speaks to the. Did I download it? I did download it. Una momento. Yes, I have it. So yes, I'll put that there. And by the way, plenty of room in the, plenty of space in the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on, like a rabbit, hop. So like a rabbit, hop. So now this goes to the heart of everything that's going on. The problem we have now is that many employees are children of politically exposed persons, and their Abuja life and businesses are more important than the CBN. So this is the thing. And it went on to, okay, let me actually read it in full. So yes, the problem we have now is that many employees are children of politically exposed persons, and their Abuja life and businesses are more important than the CBN work. The CBN is just an address for them, and if they have to choose between their spoiled Abuja life and the job, they will gladly leave the CBN. All the more reason for the governor to put his foot down and get rid of these elements. They are dangerous for the bank's future. The question of locating functions is a strategy. The question of locating functions is a strategic and not a tactical one. A proper analysis should be done to identify which roles are best suited to Lagos and which to Abuja. Once the logic is clear, the people then follow. Non-communication of strategic intent opens the door to mischievous misinterpretation and arbitrariness. I don't like the idea of arguing that the office structure cannot handle the staff numbers. I am sure Julius Berger would refute that if they wanted to engage. On how the relocation of staff should be done, he suggested individual situations should be considered. As much as possible, we should be empathetic. For example, young mothers with kids in school who do not need to move can be prioritized to stay in Abuja, or those with medical conditions, etc. He advised the CBN not to bend to political pressure, saying it must push through decisions. It must push through decisions, no matter how tough that should read. According to him, my advice to the governor is to go ahead with his policy. Once the CBN starts bending to political pressure on one thing, it will continue doing so. Northern politicians will shout that this is moving from Abuja to Lagos. Abuja is a federal capital, not a northern issue. So, this actually opens up the underbelly then of what the considerations are for Abuja. So, essentially, what we are getting from this narrative is that the Northerners essentially consider Abuja their territory. And to all intents and purposes, it is. If Nigeria breaks up, we're not going to pack Abuja up and bring it back to Lagos or whatever. You leave everything that you developed there and wish them good luck. So they do have a point. Northern politicians will shout that this is moving from Abuja to Lagos. Abuja is a federal capital and not a northern issue. So long as this is a principled decision, the noise should be ignored. When I was about to license G's Bank, there was a lot of religious noise from Christian Association of Nigeria, etc. Even enlightened people like Emalema were going to sue me to court on religious grounds. I ignored it and licensed the bank. Nothing happened. A Christian governor after me licensed at least 2 more non-interest banks. No one is even noticing again. Ethnic and religious bigots will always shout. The CBN should rise above it and just do what needs to be done. It is a very unpopular and difficult job, and the governor needs to be tough. So the governor needs to be tough, but does whatever his name is, Yemi Cardoso, does he have the fortitude for the required level of toughness? So this one now, is this one in the eye for the obedience is the question. Is this one in the eye for the obedience? Full list. Lagos ranks above Dubai, Miami, emerges 17th best city in 2024. So this is, I know some people will feast off this. A lot of the Jeba Jaba spaces, they will go wild over this. Lagos has been ranked as the 19th best city to visit in the world, according to Time Out, that published guides and magazines. Apart from Lagos, South Africa's Cape Town ranked 2nd, and Ghana's Accra 44th, were the only African cities that featured on the list. Time Out said it drew its conclusion from a survey of more than 20,000 city dwellers around the world, along with its network of editors. The criteria used to rate the cities include food, quality and affordability, culture, nightlife, how the city makes people feel, strong community vibes, access to green spaces, historical sites, and much more. The report encouraged global citizens to visit the city. Whether you are a staunch mainlander or from Lekki, there is something for everyone in Lagos, Africa's most populous city. Both the city and its suburbs are expanding. Just check out live walk concepts like Eco Atlantic City. Just out of town, Epe, on the north side of Lekki Lagoon, is experiencing a boom. When it comes to standard of living, Lagos has a lot going for it. 90% of locals are happy. 98% will call Lagos beautiful, and the city got a 92% friendliness rating too. The report reads. The report also highlighted Victoria Island's Trefita. The report also highlighted Victoria Island's Trefita of swanky resorts, food haunts, and nightlife. Ikeja's Kuti Bistro, owned by the legendary Afrobeat family for serving up reliable, delicious food, and Oniru Beach as a relaxation spot. In 2023, the Economic Intelligence Unit said Lagos was the fourth worst city to live in the world. Lagos was ranked above Algeria, the capital of Algiers, the capital of Algeria, Tripoli, etc., etc. So there it is. They had to diminish it halfway, but there it is. Lagos better than Dubai. This is what's Time Out. Time Out, by the way, is a British magazine. So that's according to Time Out, Lagos better than Dubai. I wonder if the Arabs will be running to come and visit us now. So now, relocate Katsina Air Project and risk 2027. Katsina elders want Tinubu. I'm only really bringing you this because there's now a worrying sort of a pressure line coming from the north. The Katsina Elders Forum has urged President Bola Tinubu to, as a matter of urgency, countermand the plan to relocate and refurbish airport rescue and firefighting vehicles project of the Umaru Musa Yar'Adua International Airport, Katsina, to the south, or risk 2027. So I think that is the whip that they are holding over his head now, 2027. Tinubu approves funding for second Niger Bridge, Abuja Kano, Lagos Ibadan highway projects. This is Dave Umahi, the man with the wallet. So Dave Umahi, the man with the wallet within the Nigerian space so far. All right. So I think that's sufficient enough to be going with. I did say for people to come in the room, but let's go with the people that we have so far. Let me play you the care guys. Bring the people assembled. There's plenty of room in there. Like I always say, if you want the session to carry on, then you. It is a participatory. It's not a spectator sport. It is a participatory sport. So participate. Hop on. As I play you the care guys.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Mobile Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, so somebody just reminded me, and somebody, of course, the elegant Chioma. I did promise you a clip, so let me play that clip before I bring the panelists on. It's only about a minute 40 seconds, so here it is. This speaks to the Federal Aviation Authority space. The same storyline are similar to the CBN. Watch this.
I smile because that has generated quite a bit of emotions in the public space. I think the first is to say that the FANS HQ was moved to Abuja, I believe, in 2020. And at the point where the relocation happened, the understanding was that it was ill-advised at the moment, obviously for certain reasons. The infrastructure required to support my colleagues and my team who work in those spaces were not available. You would also know that the core of our operations, 60% of our operations actually sit out of MMIA. But despite that, majority of the staff in question have actually been back in Lagos. It was more semantics and technicality rather than, a potential of the noise that it elicited about FAN moving back, because a lot of those team members who are affected are actually back in Lagos.
So what are you saying?
So what I'm saying is that the staff and the team members are here. We are working out of here, but it doesn't stop our operations, right, in Abuja. We still have a very sizable operation in the FCT. We will continue to do that. Myself, my colleagues, and our directors will also continue to operate out of all of the locations. The plan, however, is to continue to make sure that we have available infrastructure and working tools in both locations to support us as we move forward.
So there it is, right there. It's essentially that's probably one of the most polite get lost that I've yet heard. So Ikoko Neru Agbeche, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So you, my friends, but my very special friend, the elegant Prince Daddy. He's in the house. So the elegant Prince Daddy, of course, always delighting Prince Daddy here. Majestic King Emekus, who has been away a couple of days, so refreshed and back with the bang. Our father of the bride, Ajan Lekoko. So that's Ajan Lekoko right there. Thomas, to keep things 100, a man of prestige, fresh from Lagos and raring to go. So fresh from Lagos and raring to go. So let's kick it off with let's kick it off with our Prince Daddy. Prince, are you ready to go?
Hello, woman. Yeah, sure.
Salam alaikum.
Yeah, same to you.
Same to you. Look at this. This American.
Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum salam.
All right.
Know about that.
You do know. This is a turn up for the books, isn't it? Yeah. You know that Chinese symbol that is black and white that curves. So the black is yin and the white is yang. So just as early as a few months ago, the report came out to tell us that Lagos is the worst city on the planet. And now they're telling us that Lagos better than Dubai. Lagos ranks above Dubai, Miami, emerges 19th best city in 2024. So what are you making of that? And they give their reasons, by the way. What are you making of that, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, hello, one man. Hello, everyone. like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. Um, Interestingly, yeah, in the past 12 months, actually, I would say I've been to both cities. So um, I would like to know the criteria for for choosing Lagos over Miami, actually, because if I were to answer with that,
It was not. It's not so much infrastructural, but it was more vibe. They were looking at things like it says the criteria used include. You may disagree still. The criteria used to rate the cities include food quality and affordability, culture, nightlife, how the city makes people feel, strong community vibes, access to green spaces, historical sites, and more.
um, well, nightlife, um, sure. I mean, actually, I'll give Lagos an edge over Miami. Not really, because I'm not from Miami, right? So, but because I know more about Lagos nightlife, yes, I give Lagos an edge. But in terms of green space, cleanliness, you know, affordability, yeah, Miami can be expensive actually, but come on, Lagos is quite expensive too. And let's be frank about the quality of food in Lagos. Really, over the years, the quality of food in Nigeria or Lagos has gone down. If you want like really nice food quality, you have to step up the game. Yeah, you can run in some local, places, restaurants, and get some good meals, sure. But the last time, going to a decent, like a really nice restaurant uh, in Lagos was in BI. It's called the Ox Restaurant. Yeah, it was high class. No, everything on the menu is pretty much scrumptious, right? But not in every place. Every place. Some places the food quality, it's not the best for what you pay for it. And relatively to Miami, it's fairly expensive, but at the same time, you can get some good food in Miami actually. Um, the in Miami, you have more access to the beachfront, you know, than you do in Lagos without anybody harassing you. Okay, um, walking in Miami, the weather is pretty, depending the time of the year, but it has good weather year round for the most part. It's beautiful to walk around in Miami. No, no fear of anyone harassing you. I mean, uh, yeah. So from my experience, I nah, I don't know how they came up with that.
It's
No
quite
way.
a curiosity. You defending America over your own home country. Look at this guy.
No, I'm trying. No, I'm just keeping it real. If I were to choose where to, stay longer and I have more affinity to the environment and culture, of course, it's Lagos. That's why I don't go to Abuja. I go straight from where I am
You,
straight to
you, you
Lagos.
know, I think they are actually looking at the top end of Lagos, not of course the slums and because they are talking about Victoria Island, places like Lekki, the sort of life that space or sort of offers.
Okay. Okay. But the accessibility to those amenities also, it cannot be as easier as that of Miami. No way. And if they're going that far, that means they go with the upper echelon, the people high class, people that get a lot of money, not just money, got a lot of money to spend or waste. I think though Miami is expensive, it can be expensive. With a decent amount of cash or money, you can have a good time. You don't have to break the bank to have a good time in Miami. So that actually gives an edge to Miami in that regards. But again, everything that you want in Miami, you can absolutely get it in Lagos or the area in Lagos. You're talking about the DI Ikoyi or Lekki you're talking about. You can get it and even more, no doubt. So to some people, maybe a toss up, but to me, for maybe an average person or someone who just want to have a good time without breaking the bank, I think Miami would do it.
All right, brilliant. But Baba just pointing out that foods offered in Lagos are organic, and that's a factor. So There is that, but I will still go with Lagos over any of this. If you have money, I don't think you can have a better time than you will have in Lagos. What do you want that Lagos will not offer you? You know.
Yeah, if you have money, and to quicker to Baba's point, trust me, I grew up in Lagos. I'm telling you, see, this is how you judge the quality of food. You don't have to go to the most expensive restaurant to go taste the food or eat. Try to eat food from the local places, by the street corner, and taste their food. I'm telling you, the quality of food that you get on the street for the common people is going way down. Nobody can. I'm not going to settle for any argument against that. I'm not. It is organic, sure, but how really organic the food are nowadays? I don't know. I'm not sure if it's organic. The way that they preserve their food, the source of their food, and their processing is gone way down. I'd rather go to the village.
When I was younger, I used to really relish eating on mama put. I don't think I could I don't think I could anymore, just for all of the reasons that the quality is not even because mama put was quality food back in those days.
Oh
Especially
yeah.
when you're at uni and you go and eat some. It's not even dodgy food. It was quite decent. And you're immune to cholera because you live amongst cholera anyway. But
Is that they got it right? If you want to eat in Lagos, you have to go to a classic restaurant, and you have to spend a lot of money to eat that. It's not just like Woma she mentioned now. Back in the days, where's the expensive? What do you have to do with expensive restaurant? You can eat quality food
anywhere.
So these people with their criteria, sometimes I think some of the criteria are I don't get it. I don't want to agree in totality with what they said. And even the accessibility is talking about. I don't know which part of Lagos they went. They go to. Are they?
No. They mentioned now. They mentioned places like Lekki, Banana Island, Victoria Island.
Oh, I mean, they just garbage, man. Who are the people? Is that where you got?
It's a British magazine. Time Out.
Oh, okay. So they went to rich people area and they want to use that to tell us that life in Lagos is use that to rate Lagos as one of no. You go to the other place. Go to Surulere. Go to Shomolu. Those are the places that they use. So are they accessible? Can you easily go there? Can you go there in the night? Is it easy? Is it that safe? I mean, overnight, travel around the city in the night. Is it that safe? Oh, come on, man. What are they talking about?
Yeah. Relatively, if you spend, I'm telling you, Roman, based on what you just said, you have to spend at least $1,000 or two in that area in Lagos you're talking about to get the quality, the same amount of quality you would in Miami spending $500. I'm telling you on that. I'm telling you. That's like, I don't know about the Ox restaurant. I mean, dude, you spend $1,000 there easily, and you spend half of that in Miami and get a good meal and drinks. No. That's for super rich people talking about.
America is expensive. Don't some of us have been to America before. It's a killer, the prices in America.
Well, if you live where Pansat lives in Los Angeles, if you live in New York, but where I live to is not like it's cheap. But I'm saying that you can go to other places. I'm saying for vacation or having a good time without breaking the bank. I take Miami over Lekki and all those places you're talking about. I'm telling you, you spend $500, you just on meal, you'll be fine with two people. Lagos there, you spend $1,000 or two. I mean, there. Oh, come on, one minute. Here you can buy a nice drink of a bottle of alcohol. I don't know, nice one for $50. Over there, you have to probably spend like $200. What are you talking about, man? It's expensive. Where in Lagos you're talking about there? It is expensive.
All right. All right. Let me take you to the space, Prince. Sanusi backs relocation of CBN unit departments to Lagos. So he's breaking it down. And his conclusion is that, look, in fact, he said he wanted to do it when he was CBN governor himself, but he never got around to doing it. And he's just saying it makes infinite sense for certain, because Lagos, of course, the financial hub of not just Nigeria, but the whole of Africa, why then would the regulatory body not be where the thick of the action is? And he's dismissing this as northern rebel rousing, and he's come up then with the thing that a lot of the privileged students from the north, they've been packed into CBN, and they don't want to give up their Abuja lifestyle to go and live in dusty Lagos. So what are you then making then of Sanusi leaping to the defense?
Well, quite interesting. Did he actually say the latter part, that the northern elites, their children, whatever he said? Well, it's good it came from him. But you know, at the end of the day, I think we discussed this like the other day. It's the need to keep to concentrate power. That's what they're concerned about in the north, regardless of efficiency or if it's better off for that unit to be in Lagos. They don't care about that. And I said it before. I don't blame them. You know, power. Who wants to lose power? Nobody does. But if no, if they can justify and explain clearly the reason why they're doing it, but just like in your readout, it appears that they consider Abuja as part of the North, even though it's a capital city, and rightfully actually explained, if Nigeria were to break, you know, Abuja would be part of the North. So
do you
maybe
consider Abuja part of the North? Do you consider Abuja, because I say Abuja as part of the North?
It's close. I mean, what do you call it? North Central? It's part of the North. It is. Abuja is like, it's bordered by Kaduna, right?
It's bordered by, I think, Nasarawa, yes, and Niger, those sort of spaces.
Yeah, it's oh man, it's in the north. I mean, they can claim. I mean, if they can't claim, who's going to claim it? Is it the southeast or the southwest? So we give it to the north. But you know, but again, it's the psyche of the northerners, how they think more so than the physical relocation of any unit or the central bank itself. What is going on? They want to understand the power dynamic. That's what they're concerned about. Okay, if that grip on power is being lessened in one way or another, that's what they're concerned about, and rightfully so. If I were in their shoes, I'd be concerned too. You know, you just don't lose power just like that. It has to be for a reason, and you don't go down not fighting. So the fact that they're voicing that concern, it to me is perfectly okay. Now, if the case where was reversed, you know, and it happened to the South, and the people in the South didn't complain, didn't voice their problem, well, that's their problem. That's a concern. That's a prerogative. But you know, in the North, the fact that they're voicing their concern, number one, is good, and number two, and I think they need to provide them a sufficient justification to the reason why they're doing it. I think it's in a democracy, right? I think it's fair, unless we're saying that such action is strictly.
But Prince, Sanusi makes the argument that it's not really a northern issue, because Abuja is not a northern state or a northern territory, but the federal territory, capital territory of the whole country. So it's somewhat of mischief making for them to make that claim.
I disagree. See, that's why Sanusi is not a president nor a governor. He's not a true politician in that regards. See, the concern of the people, it's all based on their perception and their reality. If they, the Northerners, see Abuja as the North, well, there's a reason for that, and perhaps misguided, but nonetheless, it has to be explained why it's not a Northern state or why they're doing this and that. The government holds the people explanation. I believe that. And many times we spend a lot of time explaining things that we perhaps should not be doing, like perhaps in this case. But what matters here is that some people have put forth a concern, something that bothers them, and And I think again the government holds them the right the, it holds them the explanation to explain to them why they're doing it. Because they've not done so in the past doesn't mean they don't have to do it right now. Why do they have that perception that Buja belongs to the North? It's life is how we see it. Um, our experience is come forth from our expectation. That's the experience of the Northerners. They see that they see the Buja as part of. And again, to me, I think they're looking more so to the power of the central bank, or how the action of what the central bank governor is doing affects them, and that's why they're voicing their concern. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. So this space somewhat excites me because this is Atiku Abubakar now playing an opposition role, and in probably the most effective that we've seen opposition played in Nigeria so far. Tinubu should explain NMPCL's $3.3 billion loan deal. So this is Atiku Abubakar querying some loan deal that the government did with African Export Import Bank. So they've loaned they've borrowed $3.3 billion in crude oil exchange deal. So rather than repay the money, they'll pay it in crude oil. So now they'll be paying in crude oil 90,000 barrels per day. And to satisfy that loan, they have to pay 165 million barrels. So when Atiku did the calculation, the country ultimately then will be paying $12 billion. And the facilitation for this is a shell company registered in the Bahamas. So what are you then making then of this shady deal that has been exposed by Atiku Abubakar?
Well, Waziri is known to not know anything. So let's start with the fact of the you call it allegation, or the narrative. Is it true? Do you know if the case is true? One man.
It is true that money was borrowed, but I don't know the terms of the deal as he has explained it, and it's inviting the government then to come and debunk or expand on what he's just said. But that loan, yes, it is true. They took that loan, and it was crude for loan deal. But the details of the loan of the loan now, as Atiku is fleshing it out. It sounds quite shady.
Okay. So, and I heard in the read I said something about something in the Bahamas. How does that work?
Yes. As part of the deal, so the conduit that facilitated that deal is a company called Gazelle Projects, which is a company registered in the Bahamas, and the Bahamas is notorious as a portal for illegal shady money, sharp deals, etc. So so that came into play as well.
Okay. Well, again, just like that, the Northerners having concern about another the CBN governor, his actions. Well, yeah, the government should explain. It should come out also and explain clearly to the public the concern about this loan, which is fine.
Prince Daddy, carry on the conversation amongst yourself. Give me 5 minutes. Carry on.
Okay, sure. Yeah, the government should come out and explain to the people the details of this loan, but at the same time, the fact that a company like many other Western companies have or if you want to call it a shell company or an extension of some sort in this tax haven territories, then the fact that this company, this deal has an affiliation or connection to the Bahamas is not a sufficient justification to say that something shady or shady um, going on with the loan. It doesn't explain much about it. But again, um, given Atiku's background, that he himself, if from the tape we've heard in the past during the election, talking about it, the way you call it, the special purpose vehicles. If anybody knows how to do such shady deals, that's the person talking right now, Atiku. Yeah. So I wouldn't put it past him in the sense that he's probably been involved in such deals whereby the money just disappears or lands somewhere, and he knows all about it. So it takes a thief to catch a thief. So in this case, maybe we should listen to Atiku actually, and
Prince Daddy, Prince Daddy,
yeah,
I think what Atiku is asking for is, clarification on terms and conditions attached to that loan. You know, for us to know if actually that loan, the terms of the terms and condition attached to it, if it's actually a good one for the country, or maybe, or a totally bad condition, which is not good, and which of course might have mortgage the future of the country. That is what I think is asking for. He wants clarification on the condition and terms of the loan, for us to know if it was a good one for the country or bad loan for the country. So it is not the Atiku personality that we should attack this time. I think it's just playing the role of opposition, which is necessary this time. This administration must not be left alone to, grab loan here and there, just as Buhari did. That compromise the future of that country. So
what about the $16 billion call? What about that? Can you explain that? Atiku explain that also?
$16 billion what?
The $16 billion for the power or the electrification project. I mean, what happened? We didn't hear much about it. Was it not under his purview that money was lost?
I think that's that people that are carrying out that propaganda on 16 billion, they are just mischievous. And we asked them, Obasanjo particularly asked them to probe that 16 billion. Why didn't they probe for their 8 years Buhari rule? Why didn't they probe that? Why didn't they put people to trial? So they are just mischievous. They're just carrying out propaganda just to discredit PDP. That they didn't give us line, but they put 16.
But I thought Obasanjo himself talked about it. Obasanjo himself talked about it.
That's what I'm saying. Obasanjo challenged Buhari. Hey, investigate. If you found anything wanting, put those people to trial. He challenged him, but they didn't do anything. So, look, the issue is not to attack Atiku personally. It's the message. Let's separate the message from the messenger. So what he's saying and what he's calling for, I think it's necessary. The administration owes a responsibility to tell us how they got that loan, conditions attached to it. We want to know. So it's just playing the role of opposition, which is what we really need now. Because these politicians are not showing discipline in the way they are managing the state. They are not showing discipline. They are not showing that they are ready to sacrifice anything, as Nigerian people are sacrificing seriously now. So Atiku is not the problem, but I hope they can respond to it and let us know what is going on.
Well, yeah, I hear you. You're absolutely right. I mean, we shouldn't go after or criticize the messenger. But yeah, which is correct. I agree. But Atiku happens to be the wrong messenger, really, because this man is
Yeah,
not to be trusted for anything.
but would you say Atiku is the wrong messenger? Because in my readout, I was suggesting that Atiku is the perfect person to sort of interrogate that space. He's notoriously globally known corrupt. Even the Americans are after
Yeah,
him. So he knows how corruption works, and he knows how the inner sanctums of the presidency works, and he knows how all of these shady deals are crafted. So who better
yeah,
than Atiku to expose it?
right. You missed that one, man. That was my earlier submission. That
Sorry.
if anybody knew how these things work with these special purpose vehicles, um, it would know, and it happens to be a perfect person to uncover or expose such shenanigans. But in terms of a moral perspective, just put it that way, Atiku is the least person. Is the one that came out and said he made his money when he was the custom officer or in charge of customs, doing a side business, doing transportation business. This guy they took us for a fool. Doing a side transportation business. That's how he made all his money. Come on. This guy's so corrupt from A to Z. And Ajay was just defending him that the $16 billion electrification project back in his days in leadership was just a propaganda by the Buhari administration, whomever. Like it never existed. I think it existed. I think this guy is super corrupt. But again, I believe in using all our assets. I think if Atiku wants to be uh, of value to the country, we can use his talents, his talent of stealing. We can use it to uncover the theft that's going on in the country. Yeah, absolutely. I'm down for it. But let's not be blinded by his dubious character and his shady deals. Um, Selfish person. Atiku is super selfish. Someone that's been running to be the president for the past 5 6 times, shafting everybody along the way, using money to corrupt and usurp power. Come on, this is not a guy for more or anything. It's not the person. So, but anyway, again, I'll welcome him. I will take his advice, and I won't give, because it's actually talking about it. I'm not going to give Tinubu and his people or his cronies the excuse or the opportunity to steal or run down the country. No, we will take his advice gladly, and I think that the administration should come out and let the public know and give us more details. Absolutely.
And then one man, you see,
Yeah.
I think we will have done better than this too. I'm not saying he has not done well for asking for conditions and everything, attached to this loan and or whatnot. But he should have done better, like what Duhati, the what do you call this guy in Lagos, the governorship candidate of ADC did when he came out with fact and figure against what do you call it, Sanwo-Olu. So I think Atiku should have done his investigation well. He should have collected all those facts and figure, everything, all the facts that, in relationship with this loan, and push it out there, for us to know.
No, it can only push out what he has access to now. I think it's giving us only, yeah.
Let me tell you, yes. You see, yes, they have representative in the House. They approved that loan for the administration to go ahead and get it. So what is this opposition party doing? This is the role of the legislators. If legislature does not approve any loan for the administration to go ahead and get, they cannot do it. So what are the conditions? This is where you should have consulted with the senators and, got the fact right and then flash it up there. You understand? For everyone to the. So this politician, I don't get it sometimes. It just shows that these people are lazy. They can talk, but they are lazy at doing their job right in the best interest of Nigerian people and expose corruption.
So, Ajale Koko, let me ask something.
Yeah.
So you expect Akpabio to disapprove anything that Tinubu wants to be done in this Nigeria?
Impossible. It's a
Do
rubber
you
stamp
expect that?
now.
Come on,
No,
Ajale Koko. You know
hold
how
on.
the Nigerian system works.
Hold on. Is
Yeah.
Akpabio an opposition? Akpabio is not opposition.
Where is the opposition? Do we have an opposition within the
Hold on.
parliament? All of
Now,
them, all of them
this
don't go
is,
there, go chop. All of them don't go there, go chop. Tell me any
listen.
opposition. Is
That
it
is
is it is it LP? Is it PDP? None of have you ever
then
seen
you
anyone
didn't
of
want
them
to
speak?
listen to me. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we have opposition party representing the interests of the people where they are in that house, they gave the approval for their
I just feel like the opposition doesn't have any mouthpiece to speak in the parliament. They're just there, you know.
That's what I'm saying. Atiku is not coming out with concrete fact of what he knows to push against these people. That look at how these people have stolen money. Look at the Baldi. To come out specifically, not these.
But Ajale Koko, how can he get the fact that, like one man asked you, does he have the access to obtain
He
those
have
facts you're
he
asking for?
have representative in the Congress. What are you talking now? Does he not have senators there? What are you
Like
talking?
I said, what is those senators?
What are you
All
talking
of
about?
them want to be APC. You know
What
how
do
it
you
works.
What do you say?
I said all those PDP and LP, all of them want to be APC.
What do you mean by all of them? Are they APC already?
They are not, but they want to cower
So
to
what are they
Akpabio.
doing
You
there?
know,
Are they not representing their party? Are they not
I,
representing PDP? Do they not have? Hold on. Do they not have minority leaders? What are we talking about?
no. Ajale Koko, I completely agree with you. I'm
Yeah.
just looking at it from the other side, how the Nigerian parliament operate. Particularly this dispensation.
It shouldn't
Everybody
operate like
want what
that.
they can
It
get.
shouldn't operate like that. That's how they've been operating, and that is what is killing the nation. The
Yeah,
opposition
no, I
doesn't
completely
stand up
agree with
well.
you, Ajale. Okay, I
Yes.
don't disagree with you. I'm just
Yes.
skeptical about the people in the parliament.
Yeah.
They're not there to do. They are not there to do their job. Any kind of opposition. All of them just want to palliate to a Pabio. This. So that's just what's so annoying about it. I completely agree with everything you say. I'm not opposing your commentary.
So I'm just pointing to one man. Don't give these praises to Atiku. Oh, he's doing a good job. He's not doing a good job.
No, but this is what opposition should look. Would you rather this that goes to a specific detail and tries to uncover what is a shady deal, or would you rather the sort of opposition that we have been getting, which is all wrapped around sentimentality and dog whistling?
This is not, to me. This is not what the way opposition should play. This is, to me, I call it grandstanding. Nobody can
Grandstanding
do that. I can do.
To call out a shady deal.
It's just grandstanding. If you want to play a role of opposition as a leader, he is a leader. He
Yes.
should have got his men together. If the party represent the people, you can see the difference between party that represent the people and party that does not represent the people. Those party you have in Nigeria does not represent you. They represent themselves. When they get to that place,
No.
they come
But
together.
talk about him. Talk about how exposing a shady deal is not good opposition.
What has he exposed?
He told you that he said they've used a shell company in the Bahamas, a notorious haven for shady deals globally. Is asking why they did that, given the reputation of that space. They've done this deal on a 12% interest, which is an excessively high amount of interest. And then they've crafted the deal to borrow $3 billion and pay back 12, and they benchmark it against $77 point something, which is the benchmark for crude. So it's gone into the details of that deal in order to expose the shadiness of it.
Okay, I think for what you mentioned now, I think yes, I can give that credit to him. I didn't hear that in the beginning.
No, he dug in. No, he dug in. Do you want
Yeah,
me to give? Let me whiz through it.
yeah.
So apologies, everybody. But the 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has asked President Bola Tinubu to account for the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited's $3.3 billion emergency crude repayment loan. On August the 16th, 2023, the NNPCL secured a $3.3 billion emergency crude repayment loan, a transaction aimed at supporting the Naira and stabilizing the foreign exchange market. Arranged by the African Export-Import Bank, the $3.3 billion crude for cash loan was also targeted at supporting the federal government's monetary and fiscal reforms. 3 weeks ago, the federal government received $2.25 billion out of the $3.3 billion FX facility from the African Export-Import Bank. Reacting, Atiku in a statement on Thursday wondered why the only information available to the public on the mega deal is coming through sources from the NNPCL. The former vice president said a special purpose vehicle called Project Gazelle Funding Limited is driving the deal, and it was incorporated in the Bahamas. He said the SPV is the borrower, whilst the NNPCL is the sponsor, with an arrangement to pay with crude to the SPV in order to liquidate the loan at an interest rate of over 12%. The statement added, what is even more confounding about this deal is why the federal government would register a company in the Bahamas, knowing full well the recent scandal of the Paradise Papers that involved that country. Curiously also, Nigeria's current barrel produced daily, BPB, is 1.38 million, and according to the Project Gazelle deal, Nigeria is to supply 90,000 barrels of its daily production, starting from 2024 till it is up to 164.25 million barrels for the repayment of the loan. Now, this is where the deals get disturbing, because Nigeria's benchmark for the sale of crude per barrel in 2024 is $77.96. A simple multiplication of that figure by 164.25 will give us a whopping $12 billion. It is on this note that we're calling on the federal government to speak on this shady deal. It is inconceivable that the federal government will lead the country to take a loan of $3.3 billion with an interest rate that is not more than 12%, with the estimated repayment amounting to $12 billion. That is a humongous differential of about $7 billion. What is in that deal on paper and what is in the reality of it? So it goes on and on. Atiku insisted that there are questions to be answered on the integrity of the deal and charged the federal government to talk directly on the details behind the deal. He asked, has the federal government accessed the loan? Is the loan in the government's borrowing plan as approved by the National Assembly? Who are the parties to the loan, and what specific roles are they expected to play? What are the conditions of the loan, including the tenor, repayment terms, the collateral, and the interest rate? And lastly, why register an SPV in the Bahamas, knowing the recent scandal of that country's notoriety for warehousing unclean assets? So he really went in. I think this is a marked departure from just the inane gnashing of the teeth that we usually get as an opposition in Nigeria.
Yeah, that's what Shady did. Yeah, he dig into it. He did a good job. I didn't hear all this breakdown before, so I think it's just shameful that it's coming from him. I think the National Assembly, the representative of PDP and Labour should have, opposed this, just like Saraki did. When Saraki was the Senate president, he stood up against this kind of deal. You remember one man
Yes, remember when they wanted to go and arrest him in his house, and suddenly they
Yes,
found
he stood up again. This is the same kind of deal that Buhari, carried out during his own time. So what's the difference between what Buhari is
This
so?
is a mortgaging the future of the country
This is a mortgage
deal.
future of the country. This is, I mean, this is it's unbelievable. So this is what Saraki was standing up against. That you cannot get this loan. These are not good loans for the country. It's going to mortgage difficult. But all the Yoruba people then, Saraki is holding them back. He's holding Buhari back. He doesn't want Buhari to succeed. Now we have seen the way Buhari, when they took him out. Now, what's the name of that guy from the north, the former Senate president? He allowed Buhari to go, and Gbadabi Amila, all of them were, open border to loan, and then Buhari bankrupted the economy that their father is facing now, and they are all crying, they are shedding crocodile tears. So it's very, very, very shameful, one man. Yeah. So Atiku should be commended for this. It went into details of this shady deal, and it should be commended. So let me leave it there. We should not go
Yes,
after him.
yeah, but what I wanted to highlight was that this should be the direction of opposition rather than just just the banal, just screaming.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
this is a pointed,
Oh, yes.
detailed,
Detail.
researched. So they have to respond to this,
They
but they
have
don't
to.
have to respond to people just screaming on the. They don't have to respond, but they have to respond
Right.
to this.
You're talking about the man of prestige and his.
Not man of prestige, but is that obedience space? This is the sort of opposition that we want from the obedience space. Give us
Man of
details, give
prestige
us
and co.
numbers. Let us launch against the government. We are here to launch against the
Oh, yeah.
government
Yeah.
and give them a hard time, but
Yeah.
not just scream.
Yeah. Atiku did well, and I hope they can respond to it, and particularly the the NFPC man and the finance man should speak. They have to. We have to start holding these people accountable for this kind of shady deal and expose them. Look, one man, 3 billion to 12 point something billion. You have to repay. By the time of repayment, you will be paying back 12 point something billion. And it's going to
but
it's going to be more than that, one man. Because if you look at all the variants that are going to come out that can be extracted from that quid all, it's a lot of money.
Even if they are benchmarking it at $77, I hope that varies with the fluctuation in crude. Because if they hold it steady at that price, then those people they will they will make
there's the
hundreds of
risk of the
billions.
price going down also to half
Yes.
of that or even below, right? The future markets of crude oil. So, but also you talk about 12% interest rate. So how does that even come in? Also, the 12% interest rate they have to pay. Oh, is it 8%?
No, 12% was what he said.
12%.
If you take a loan, there's interest applied, obviously.
But yeah, okay. So they pay interest rate separate on the loan. Then they pay the valuation of the crude oil over how many years? That total about the same price point, about $12 billion.
Yes, the deal is for 160 something million barrels of crude, and the agreement was that Nigeria will be handing over 90,000 barrels of crude every single day until that 160 something is met at an interest rate of 12%.
This is a total budget.
This is one of those P&ID sort of deals. This is a criminal. This is a criminal something.
It is borderline criminal, if not outright criminal. Where did so this document did this cite its numbers or where you got the info from? I think what that is. I mean, it's a public document.
It didn't cite it, but it's put it out in the public space confidently. So the government has to either debunk it or explain it or justify it, so certainly cannot ignore it.
And they've gotten 2 point something billion of that 3.3 billion, and
Yes, they've pulled in
and,
2.25, and we don't know what they've done with it.
Look,
yeah.
they can ignore it, okay? These people. One man. Hello to everybody. I'm only gonna be here like 2 minutes, and I'll join when I get home. But the point of the matter is that you're not doing what you're doing right now, telling the truth, trying to hold the government accountable. You're not doing it for the obedience. You're not doing it for anybody.
Who said I was doing it for the obedience?
Well,
I'm
you
not
just
doing
said
it for anybody. I'm doing it for the country. We are doing it for that's what we've always said. Our project is Nigeria. You never listen.
no, but that's what I'm. The way you sounded is like, okay, those people, they always talking yama yama yama, but
Yes,
this is
but
the
this is
right
what we want from the obedience. This sort of real punchy stuff, not
right
sentimentality, real
from
punchy stuff.
from. That's what you want from you, from everybody.
No,
Obedience.
from the opposition, yes, which the obedient space is. They are
No,
meant
but
to be the lead. Atiku is just one man. It's not even the PDP, it's Atiku, but the obedient are a proper organization, and they
right.
need to be more slick and savvy, and not just raging and riling sentimentality all of the time, just screeching and squealing and just making vacuous noise.
All right, let me get on camera. You're missing the point. You're making it look like it's a third party issue. Is you have Tinubu, then you have the obedience. What about you and Ajanle Kuku and everybody on this platform, right? Is what we're going through. I'm telling you, our country is finished. This is not your normal opposition stuff. We're being
You
attacked.
see, but that's what going. What you are doing now, that's the obedience sort of. That's just
Okay,
sentimentality, isn't it? But
okay.
what
So
article is giving us
listen,
is something to chew on,
I
not
know, but what
not
I'm saying is that
emotions and sentiments.
I know, but listen, that's my point. If I'm doing that, then you know how to do it better, right? You have the genuine opposition, then you supply that. Come as you are. If you're waiting for obedience to rescue that country, maybe they won't do it to your
No,
satisfaction.
no, they don't have the capacity to, so nobody is waiting
Okay,
for
so
that.
you
Yeah.
help them. That's my point. Listen to my point because it's a clear point. Our country needs all hands on deck. You're criticizing the way the obedience are handling it or the way I'm handling it, but you happen to know the better way to do it. So why don't you do the right way? Do it the right way, right? So you could then supplement what the obedience are doing. Because it's a false choice.
But
You
I'm
have
not
to
here to oppose the government. I'm here to see the country succeed.
right. But that's the same thing. In order for the country to succeed, you're gonna have to poke holes in what they're doing, right? That's what you're saying before I got in here. So I'm not your enemy on this point. You happen to know that these people are not doing it the right way. John Locke just stood there right now and made the points that we were telling him during the campaign. We're saying to him, this is what you're gonna get when you do get it in advance. He said, oh no, they're all the same. They're all the same. But now the shameful thing is that we in Nigeria don't even have the capacity to say, you know what, we got it wrong. Oh, these people were right. You got it wrong.
No,
You have
no,
to
you
admit
no,
that.
but you say no. That's sentimental. You see, but you carry on that traction, and it's going to lead you nowhere. But let Atiku carry on his traction, and it will lead him somewhere. Because what Atiku has flashed up now is an area of concern. What you are speaking to is just whipping up sentimentality. So that works in those types of spaces, but you know it doesn't work here because we function differently. So whipping up
Well, you can
sentimentality.
sit on a pedestal. No, listen. It's not
No,
you're
I'm not
making it a
sitting on anywhere,
choice.
but don't whip up
Wait, you
sentimentality.
can
Talk to the fact
you can
figures.
you're trying to give us. Hold on now. Hold on, one man. What
Okay.
I'm saying
Oh,
is
yeah,
that you're
carry
giving
on.
us a false choice. You're giving us a false choice. We can criticize everything they're doing. You're saying just pick the top ones according to you and criticize. We can criticize this. We could
No,
criticize.
criticize with purpose, not with sentiment, not whipping up, not these dog whistle things that, not to you especially, but that space,
No,
just
no,
just
I understand that.
sentimentality and incoherent gibberish most of the time, just raging and riling and screeching and squealing and just making vacuous noise.
No, listen, the test it's
one man. Let's move on. I think he has made his point.
No, let him land because I think he's popping into was driving. So yeah, land and then we move on.
The point I'll be joining you again when I get home. But I'm saying to you, one man, that
all hands must be on deck. All of us should do the job. We should not just limit it to the obedient alone as opposition. All of us should be in the position of opposition. That's what he's saying. And I agree with him.
And one man I'm gonna whoop on you when I come back in. One man, I'm gonna take up on you when I get home. All right?
Pamsat, one man is doing the job of opposition. Right now, for him to have brought us this news, and you can see what he's saying about Atiku, and he's supporting what Atiku is doing. So one man is on board as well.
Without actually supporting Atiku, of course. I don't support Atiku, but I support this move.
Yes, he supports the role of opposition that Atiku is playing now. So that is what he is suggesting for Obedient to do as well. Come out with facts. Let us back them up and fight this government rascality at any time that they want to do it. We must not allow them to govern this country like this.
Let me just wrap it up by saying, I hear what you're saying. One man wants to pop in once in a while and say something like that, and he wants a cookie for doing it, and then he doesn't want to take the opposition and the stance of the Obedient as anything, which is bullshit, right? That's a bunch of bullshit. Atiku probably hasn't given 1/10 of what the Obedience have been doing to hold this government responsible. But my first point still stands, which it doesn't matter. This is not a government. It's not a government that you could criticize and then they will do the right thing. That is pure nonsense. It's not a government. So if you think I'm going to be praising you like I just praised you for doing the right thing on the comment section, when you spoke last, you were on point. But you're not going to get a cookie from me for doing that because we told you during the campaign and you wouldn't listen. You wouldn't listen, just like now.
Who would listen? Who is that?
You too. You, both of you. The whole platform.
What are you talking about?
Everyone on this platform, when we tell you something, you want to go, oh, that's Obedient. Oh, that's OB. Oh, these people. So what he wants to do now is to fall back to
You know I'm not for Tinubu. You know I stood with Shore. Shore is my man. So don't attach me with pro Tinubu. But that does not stop me.
It's a Wayo.
That does not stop me.
Your support for Shore is a Wayo support.
Well, that won't stop me. Hold on. Huh? What you want? What you are expecting me to do? I'm not going to do it. You are expecting me to go after Tinubu all the time. I'm not going to do it. If Tinubu took a very good decision or right decision, I will praise him.
You would never get a chance. Let me tell you something. I want you to know something.
So as I'm praising Atiku now, I never stood for Atiku, but I think Atiku is doing a good job to stand up against them. So that's me.
You speak
I will stand up for the right thing.
You speak and you let me speak. The point I'm making is that Tinubu would never do anything that's worthy of praise. Not one thing.
No, come on. And that is
removing the subsidy was worthy of praise. The student loan scheme, that's worthy of praise.
He did not remove the subsidy.
All right. You see, but that's the Obedient type of opposition.
He announced it in a bad way, but he did not remove it.
All right. Okay.
Announced, there was no budget for the subsidy. But the way he announced it, started the markets, he did it with hubris, right? So that's what he's being criticized. Everybody was for removing the subsidy, including the Labour Party, but that's not the way to do it. You have to prepare the country for it and then have a way to ameliorate the effect of that. You understand?
You see, that is where you got it wrong. When your principal was telling us that it's going to remove it, he did not tell us in details how he's going to remove it. what he campaigned on is that I will remove the oil subsidy. So after Tinubu now carry it out, and then the adverse effect on the economy, it now saying, oh, if it were me, I would have done it differently. That's a crooked guy right there. That is why your principal is just a liar, a deceitful guy, and it's not the right person for the job. But our own candidate, who is Omoyele Sowore, said he is not going to remove the oil subsidy, but fight the corruption around the oil subsidy. The subsidy is for the good of Nigerian people. That is what we stood for. But crappy, obese candidacy, and you guys were shouting, "Oh, you're going to remove subsidy," and the same thing Tinubu did, and then you started attacking him. Oh, we wouldn't have done that. That is complete stupidity. From
right.
that.
I will talk to you later, but go and tell your principal to go and become a local government chairman so we could see what he could do. Let him go and run as a councillor or some kind of House of Representative, and then we'll see what he could do with power
Now
and
you
how he manages
now
stuff.
you're going low. When the price is
all
going
right.
low, we go high. So keep going low.
All right. Let's get back to Prince Daddy.
Right.
So Prince Daddy, back to you. Wrap up that space, and then I'm going to play a clip. Invite a micro comment from you, and then move the conversation on to. I was going to say move the conversation on to a maker, but we don't seem to have him anymore. But we move the conversation on to our Man of Press stage. Prince, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, woman. But yeah, I hope the Rise News and all these other newspapers outlet they jump on it if it's true and trying to get detail of this transaction because it looks really bad. It looks really bad. But of course, I don't know the detail of how this um, crude for cash deal works. I mean, now the people, the shell company that's taking over the crude oil, are they going to be selling it back in the market for the same price or less? Um, so I mean, and there's of course they fucking up of putting up the 3.3 billion, and there's time value of money, So there's a risk involved. There's interest rate involved, and they have to recoup their money. But yeah, 12 billion in payments over or $7 billion in excess in interest or whatnot. It's a lot of money. But if you factor in if there's going to be any expense, maybe a little bit less than that. But what is important is that we should know the detail. Yeah, this one I want to employ what do you call him, Husseini, Rufai Husseini to come out and use his big words to get to the bottom of it and see if the government can say something about it and we get to know more about it. And regret.
Yeah, woman, can I say something?
Is that you, Larry?
Yeah, this is me.
Yeah, good to see you, Larry. Yeah, come in.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, everybody.
Good
Yeah,
evening.
so I think the major thing is just that a lot of people don't understand how some of this forward contracts works. So this particular loan was benchmarked at $65 per barrel. And with that $65 per barrel, looking at the risk and everything, because price can actually go up or down. So in a situation where price goes up, right, it's not like those guys are going to make so much money. Price going up, it's in favor of Nigeria. That means loan repayment is going to come in time. But if price goes down, it's in favor of those guys. So I think that's one thing. Probably an NPC just need to come out.
Yeah, but Larry, the loan is not tied to a monetary sum payoff. It's tied to
There is
it's tied.
No.
It's tied to volume.
It's tied to a volume of 165
No,
million
I'm
barrels of
actually
petrol.
telling you the content of that loan. Now, I'm not
Okay.
following Atiku or all those guys. I do most
right.
of my things based on Business Insider. This is the loan. There's a 90,000 barrel per day, right? And there's a benchmark of $65 per barrel. Do you get that?
Right.
there's a benchmark of $65 per barrel, which is agreed on. So in a situation where, take for instance now, you're selling crude oil at 150, that excess makes the repayment faster. But when you are selling below $65 per barrel, then at that point, Nigeria is at loss. So it's not just you are not just putting that forward based on that quantity.
Is there not a commitment to 165 million barrels? Is there a
Yeah,
commitment to that?
so basically there's a 90,000 barrels, 90,000 per day. So there's a 90,000 per day. I can send you
Yes, but is there a commitment to 160 million barrels?
no, so
That's the key. That's the key point here.
the basic
That's the
thing
key
is if
point,
you
isn't it?
calculate, right? If you calculate the length of the
And how long?
length,
How long? What's the duration of that?
yeah, the duration. So probably they just do 90,000 times the duration. That's why they are coming up with that.
Duration now? What's the duration?
Yeah, I think the duration is I think it's like 50 something months. I think it's like 56 or something. I think it's like 56 months.
That's a lot, man.
Yeah, it's like 56 months. But the basic
But
thing
what
is
Larry
just
is
that,
saying, if the price goes up, then the time for repayment reduces. Is that what you're saying?
yes, exactly. So
Yeah, but
let me just
hold on?
read.
Is that standard? Is that standard though? Or is that a standard boilerplate in such contracts? Because if the
Yes.
amount is what we're concerned about, if the amount is fixed, then it wouldn't matter if the price goes up and down. They still have to
No,
pay it
the
all
thing is
back
this.
and more.
So the thing is this. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow, right? And both the lender and the borrower want to put something as a benchmark. And that's where the $65 comes in. So let me just read a caption from Business Insider. Probably that can actually gives a lot of explanation to this. In a simple scenario, consider, okay, let me do something. The actual repayment depends
Yeah,
on the,
it's a good deal. Is that what you are trying to tell us here, Larry?
no, I'm not saying is a good deal, and I'm not saying is a very bad deal.
I think it's a bad deal. It's a very bad
Yeah,
deal.
it's a bad for me, right?
The repayment is
The crazy thing is just that we are desperate.
we are still at loss. We are desperate does not mean
No
that
matter how desperate we are, that's a
Yeah,
shady
that's what
deal.
I'm saying. For the
That's a
guys that
shady deal
actually
right there.
went into this particular deal, that desperation was so crazy because I remember that time,
I
right?
think corruption is injected into it, not only desperation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
corruption and some other things.
You know
Because-
that $7 billion differential. That will be that you know how it works in Nigeria now. That's not going to the pocket of the borrower. It's going to be shared amongst them. That's usually how it works.
For me, right? I'm not even pro these guys because I think they didn't do a good job. You understand what I'm saying? I think they didn't do a good job. But the
No,
reason
but did they
why
do a criminal job? Is more the question.
they didn't do a good job. And these are things that we'll still continue seeing. And that's where the problem I have with National Assembly.
Because they are meant to be the smart people. They were tended. That's how Tinubu came in. That they were the smart people, city
No.
boy, and all that.
I told you at a point, right? That when they say people are smart, that's why all of them, all together, the economic team and all of them, I don't respect any of them. Because I respect people based on what they've done. Even Cardoso and the likes of them, what exactly have they done? Than you come in and, kind of like being the CEO of a bank that actually went aground. But this particular deal, I can tell you it's not a good deal. And they will still go into some of all these deals because they are trying to do, they are trying to do what they cannot do. And they believe that the only way they could stabilize Forex is to bring, go into some of these deals. And that is what they need to really focus on. So as far as I'm concerned, we'll still see more of deals like this until probably somebody had to hold them responsible. It's not just you making some of these deals open to National Assembly guys, because we don't even trust those guys anymore. Because I expect them to scrutinize some of this before, scrutinize some of this loan. But unfortunately, what do we have in National Assembly? All they are interested in is how to buy the latest Jeep and all sorts of things. Nobody even cares. There is a lot of shady deals that are happening in NNPC, and nobody's even, ready to tell us the truth. Imagine NNPC that have not even audited their accounts since when? So for me, right, people, I think it's good. I really respect what Atiku has done, and I need more of this. And this is exactly where the press needs to really come in. There's freedom of information law, so they should explore that thing to the fullest. Let us know exactly what happened. So now coming to the SPV, right? That is what I want people to probe. Because I remember when that particular loan was actually out, they were looking for people, people here and there. And I think Afri-Exim, or what do they call them? They were looking for people, investors, and nobody really want to invest, right? Until probably they gave them something, that really, make a lot of sense. But for me, this is exactly where we need some of those guys, right? Rather than you sitting there and talking about this and that, they should do the right thing. Approach NNPC, request for it. If they don't give it to you, go to court. Compel them to give you everything. Compel them to give you everything blue, black, all the contract details. Every Nigerian needs to know what they are really going into. Because Tinubu as a president just has only 4 years. And we can't even afford these guys to be putting us into things that would take generations to pay back.
This is the same thing that Buhari did that brought us to in a very serious debt.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And this is exactly what, every day they keep saying loan and loan and loan and loan and loan. And nobody is even looking into the details of some of these loans. And we'll keep going into the same thing. And these people, all they keep telling you is everything is going to be all right. You're telling me, oh, yeah, inflation is going to go down. How is inflation going to go down? Interest rate is going to stabilize. At what cost? So as far as I'm concerned, I think I appreciate what Atiku has actually done. And now I think he has blown the whistle. Now it's now left for the media to now go in to probe further, to give us the details, because Nigeria need to know the details of every contract that these guys are really going into. NNPC, for me, I've never seen any secret society like NNPC.
Okay.
There are secrets. This is
Ilioja.
a secret society.
It's like Illuminati. You have to be an Illuminati to be a member of
Yes.
NMDC.
I've not seen that kind of organization anywhere in the world. They do all sorts of shady deals. Nobody even knows what they sell. Nobody even knows what they bring in. I think for me, right, I think this is the time. If people are really going to court, let opposition, if they don't get the right thing, let opposition support the media and go to court. Compel them to do the right thing. Even if National Assembly doesn't want to do the right thing, we as citizens have the right to compel them to do the right thing. So we need to put them on their feet, because at this point, I don't know what these guys are doing as far as I'm concerned. And I've said it, and I will keep saying it. The whole economic team, I don't know what they are doing, because as far as I'm concerned, they are old. They are not modern economists, because nobody does most of all those things they are doing. So, Atiku, good job. I really want to see more of that from him.
Yeah, but is this the style of opposition that is useful to the country, though? Whether the facts are as a factual or not, but is this not a style of opposition that is useful rather than just that inane banality that we get?
Yeah, I think this, for me, as far as I'm concerned, right, this is what I call opposition. Because at the end of the day, even if you are APC, you are PDP, you are Labour Party, you are NMP, you are CCP or anything, we are all going to pay for it. So if somebody is really helping us, is really helping us to open our eyes, to tell these guys that we are not fools. We need to tell, it's just good that somebody is helping us tell them. And these are things I like Showore for. So I expect Showore to kind of like...
But Showore is played out, isn't it? It's a damn squib, isn't it? It's just he has no verb, does he? It's forget Showore, man. It's just
No. One man. Let's give it to Showore. As of today,
if Showore came out with this, people would just laugh and move on.
See, one man. Let's just give it. Let's give Showore his flowers. Today in Nigeria, if I want to see anything about government, any secrets, Sahara Reporter is my number one. Even people will say all sorts of things, but if you confirm 90% of what Sahara Reporter brings out is truth. So he's doing his own bit, but don't forget that this guy is just a single person, right? He's faced a lot in that country. So he's doing his own bit. Look at a situation where there is Sahara Reporters, right? And there are like 5 of them doing the same thing. Even if you look at the whole Nigerian space, the journalism in Nigeria, how many people are really going into details, trying to look for facts for us? None of them. The only person I've seen, right, in terms of investigative journalism, there's this other guy that I've read 2, 3, 4, 5 of his works, Fisai Oshoyombo. That's another great guy that goes to that length to really get details. So for me, I'm not really a fan of all these Arise TV channels and all those. I see them as political journalists. So I'm not really a fan of those guys. So if people can actually help Nigeria, if people that are really interested want to really help Nigeria, then they should get into details of this. And even if this one is gone, right, so as to really stop these guys from going further to collect more loans that will put us into problems. So that's what I just believe in. They need to stop these guys. If you're giving us a loan, let's look at it. Is it a good deal? If it's not a good deal, we won't die.
All right, brilliant. Excellent input from Larry there. So thank you, Larry. So Larry, let me play this clip. Get a micro reaction from Prince Daddy. Move the conversation on to King Emeka, who I think is having connection problems and probably wants to go to bed. But let's watch this. But this now, I think there's no mistake in the face on the screen. Of course, you all know who this chappie is right here. Once infamous Abuja kidnapper, but apparently not. So here it is now, his interaction with the press. This clip here is one of the #1 trending clips within the Nigerian space. But why? Listen to him.
I want to greet the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You said? Mr. Bola Tinubu. And ordinary president. Like the family. But anything I say today, let it be recorded. I know some people will say I'm lying because this is how we always do. I'm going to say, everything I'm going to say is the truth and nothing but the truth. Between God and man, between God that created the heaven and the earth, I'm not a kidnapper. I repeat, I'm not a kidnapper. I'm not in this business for any long at all. Let me explain how. How many have you kidnapped? I've not kidnapped any, sir. Why you respect? So what happened on that? I will explain. Why are you here? What happened on that? I will explain. and my friend Chilibere. We went on patrol. Okay, the aim was to collect car.
To collect car, to rob,
Collect car, yes.
to steal.
Car, yes. So I'm getting to Little Lorry. Like 3 years. So my friend was the one riding the car. The owner of the car. His name is, I don't know his voice. Normally call him Yellow because I don't know him, but my friend know him very well. Because my friend can speak Hausa, but me I can't. So after passing that very position, the Yellow now saw that Helios and said he should turn back. And after turning back, that's how my friend drove into the compound. And they asked the man for the key. The man gave them the key. To be sincere, their aim and plan was not to take the man with them. But I don't know why the Yellow, which is the one that is sponsoring the whole has the car and that has the weapons, say the man should enter the back seat. So me sitting there, I can't say anything because Chidibere is in the Benz, and the Yellow is driving the man's car. I collected the key, and the man is inside the back seat. Me too, I'm at the back seat. So we drove. So not knowing that why Yellow took the man along was he needed to collect some money from him. So Yellow asked him, how much does he have in his account? The man first said it was 5 million. Then later on, he said it was 2 million. And Yellow now said, look, no problem. I was going to give him the money, but nobody's going to touch him, that we don't keep you, we are not kidnappers. So and so. So me, I didn't say anything. Even when they interviewed me for the first time, the suspect was there. The complainant, which is the man, he knows everything. He knows that me that's inside there, I don't have power to say anything. I don't have power to talk to Yellow. I don't have power to talk to the other person. It was Howard that is sitting with close to the man. I was pointing the man gun, and Yellow that is driving. That's it. So their main aim, they want to snatch the car and take it to move it to Kano.
So how many guns were you people carrying that day?
Yellow normally come from Kano. The first day he came was on 16th. Understand me? He came on 16th. So that 16th, we didn't see anything. So he went back to sleep in the garage. That was the first day I saw Yellow. But the Chidibere I was telling you about is my friend. I know him very well. I know that one very well. But the Yellow, I only know Yellow through that Chidibere, and I know the other Awal through three. It was Yellow that brought the guns.
So how long have you been in this armed robbery business, and how many are you in your gang?
How many cars? How many cars una don't carry? How many cars una don't carry?
Sir, with due respect, let the word here. I've not snatched any car on gunpoint to anybody or carry anybody's car. The last time I was in problem, which I was interviewed very well. Tingo a man. I just came out from somewhere, from challenge that I have with Morgan, Mr. Aruna, because I'm an electrical engineer. So after having some issue with him, that 1 year I took his money. Mr. Morgan, I normally do work for him. So after them, the whole thing. I have a car that I normally ride as taxi, used in town service. And this Chidibere, Ahmed Chidibere was one of my driver before. I was one of my driver in my driving. So that time, I collected that one that he was riding. After I've submitted one to Morgan to easy to compensate him for the money that he got issued with him. So then I was not having anything after coming out from that case. No car, nothing to do, now no work in sight. So then we met someone called Johnson. He knows us very well as the taxi drivers. So he now asked Chidebere that what happened to his car. Chidebere said he had that accident with the police. The motor that is riding is a police officer that has.
When did you start robbing?
I'm not. I just made this.
All right. So that's the narrative of the once upon a time kidnapper, now self-confessed armed robber, who in the process of his confession actually described a kidnapping incident. So what are you tracking this guy, and what are you making of his storyline, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, a few seconds, woman. No, not tracking the story, and the guy did engage in kidnapping based on his own narrative. So maybe he's confused about what he did.
He's certainly confused. Maybe he doesn't know what kidnapping is. When you go to somebody's house, you steal his car, and then you force him in the car to drive him away and sweat him for money with his ransom. That is kidnapping.
Right. He was trying to insinuate that, they had a plan to go rob. He said carry the car. I mean, carjack. That's what he meant, to steal a car. Okay. And along the way, somebody, or they changed their plan and told somebody that they're trying to, forget about it. It was in kidnapping business. Okay, woman, that's it for me.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Let's bring Emeka on board. Mikus,
All right,
you
thanks.
there?
Yeah, one man.
Look at that. You sound rough, man.
No, not really. Yeah. How's it going?
Not too bad. You've been missing in action.
It's been a busy week. It's been a busy week. But we thank God. We thank God. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, one man, co-panelists, and those in the comment section and viewers at home. I hope you're enjoying the shows with your friends, loved ones, as well as your enemies. Keep enjoying your enemies because they're the reason, their existence really matter. You don't have enemies is a bad one. No?
It's
That's
good
why
to have
everyone.
enemies, Emeka. If you are not living a full enough life if you don't have people that dislike you.
Honestly speaking, you have to have them, the haters, right?
Yeah,
The
they are an
haters,
important component of life. The haters.
important stakeholders.
Yes.
Important one. Let's go ahead.
Yeah. Where do you want to come into it? Do you
Yeah,
want
I
to come
like.
into it from the? Go on.
I like this one. This newbie kidnapper and there. But let me start with the article loan analysis. That's a fantastic one. I've been listening off and on with on what some of the panelists have chimed in on. It's I think Atiku did a brilliant job, and that job comes from experience. That's not a job where you just look at it. We've been talking about this loan, and they say they've made a part payment of 2.2 billion already. Now, the details of this loan, right? Looking at it, you can see the shadiness. The loan is being called Project Gazelle. Okay, and what Atiku has brilliantly done was to put the mirror light on this loan. Exactly, and to let us see how those who structured the loan are going to benefit from it largely, and how shady this loan is. Like you have rightly said, there is no way the government will not respond to this because it has opened up their nyash. Now, this loan, it is actually the forward sale of crude oil. Who are the stakeholders in this loan or the promoters of this loan? The Africanism Bank, who is the lead arranger, Sahara Energy Group, Orlando, UBA, and Vito and Governor. Okay, so we have how many? we have 6 to 7 promoters. Now it appears like NNPCL is the collateral. That
Are
is the
you
company.
are you
Huh?
whisking egg? Are you whisking egg?
No, it's my baby boy that is excited.
No, no,
Let
it's
me.
good. No, carry on, carry on.
Okay.
Yeah, we like that. Carry on.
Okay. So NNPCL is the collateral company. So the collateral here, the security here is crude oil. Now, if you do a simple interest calculation of this, we are paying 53% per annum. Just simple interest calculation per annum. Then on the 90,000 barrel every day, we are going to be supplying these people the special purpose vehicle who has registered in the, where did they register it again?
Bahamas.
Bahamas for 5 years. For 5 years, we'll be supplying them 90,000 barrel for 5 years. So simple interest, that is 53%. On it alone, it is outrageous. This is a shady deal beyond
Is it a
proportion.
desperate deal or a shady deal? It can't be a
It's
desperate deal.
a shady deal.
With all the experienced people, it's a
Yes.
shady deal.
So what Atiku has done, that's why I say it comes from experience. You understand? From experience. He has looked at it and laughed and said, what are these people up to? First, why are you registering a special purpose vehicle in the Bahamas? That's number one loophole. That's number one comma. Why the Bahamas? You want to borrow funds, right? Why the Bahamas? The people who are arranging the funds are all Nigerian companies, with the exception of the Afri-Exim Bank. They are all Nigerian companies operating in Nigeria. All the stakeholders involved are all Nigerians, except Nigerian entities, except the Afri-Exim Bank. So why the Bahamas? Why you putting it in a tax haven area
It gets
where you
even
can
shade.
escape?
It gets even shadier. Oando oil, of course, Tinubu.
Now, again, what is also there is that they said they are going to be paying. It's a front load loan in the sense that, in short, it is legally stealing of our crude. They are stealing it legally now because NNPC has said they have kept 90,000 barrel per day. So they are stealing our oil legally. They have the papers to back it up, and they are sending it to an offshore company where they can now split the loot. This is a bad deal. If you ask me, this is a shady deal. If you ask me, this is a deal that is promoting the interests of the stakeholder rather than the interests of the country. The view there is they are saying they want to support the government with the FX issues. But we have 6 billion forward contract concerns. If we are now borrowing 3.3 billion, what the shortfall, what happened? And we are borrowing at an enormous rate. As a matter of fact, we are just giving them the crude oil. This is forward contract of crude oil. And these companies will now take this oil and sell in the regular market and make good money for themselves for 5 years. For 5 years. This is a sweet deal for the participants. This is a sweet deal for the participants, but a bad deal for Nigeria. Well don't you Atiku for putting this up? You understand, for analyzing about it and bringing it to the forefront to the public. And so we expect the government to now respond. But again, like we all do, Nigerians are very docile people. They respond, we move on. But the deal still takes place. This is a kind of deal that should get a lot of people to the streets and say it cannot happen. If the World Bank is even going to borrow this money, the World Bank will be borrowing 3.3 billion at a less interest rate, even 0.5%. Why are we doing this deal? Why are we doing this deal? If IMF is even going to borrow this fund, we will borrow at a less interest rate. If China is going to borrow this money, we will borrow at a less interest rate. Why are we doing this deal? That is why I say Nigeria, we are very docile people. We don't take actions. We just look at things, we carry on with our life, and we proceed as if nothing is happening. But good job to Atiku, but that's where it ends for him. He's just only putting the touch at the shadiness of the deal.
But really, it's just whether this actually it has, this is the sort of holding the government to account that we want, isn't it? Really, going into the details of the goings on within the government and asking them to account for it. Yeah.
He didn't go in depth. He's still asking questions. Who are the promoters? The tenor. What's the collateral? We now know, we have an idea of what the collateral is. The collateral is our crude oil for 5 years. Actually, that's how they will make the payment. So the tenor, I've calculated it, is 5 years. The interest rate, outrageous. If you are paying 8.7 for interest rates, if you are paying 12 billion over the lifetime of this loan period, and you are taking 3.3, that's 8.7 billion that you are paying as interest. That's excessive. $1 billion, that's excessive. So this group of people just sat down and say, okay, the country is having a problem. Let's see how we can make money out of it and partially solve their problem. That's what just happened. That's just what happened. So if Nigerians are very serious people, we should be hitting the street and say, this loan cannot be, we don't want this loan. This loan cannot happen. We can't take this loan. But, we won't do anything. We will take the loan. Those who are involved will enjoy from the loot, enjoy the sweet deal, and probably structure another one again and say, yes, we still have more FX issues. Let's see if we can go back to the same market and restructure this loan for them and let everybody benefit. That's my take in all this. It's a shady deal. It's a bad deal. It's a very bad deal. It's a deal done without considering the country at heart. Let's be very realistic about this. And that is what has been happening in our country for a very long time. People structure things for their own personal interests at the mess or putting the country's interests and not prioritizing the country's interests.
All right, Brendan. Let me take you to this space, Emeka. So we're still with the CBN space, and Sanusi now comes to back up the CBN, saying that he was actually saying that he would have moved it if he had more time. But there was something that is said that especially struck me. It said the pushback was actually about people not wanting their children to move to Lagos, people that have slotted their children into CBN. So what are you then making of Sanusi and his
obviously, that's just it, obviously. Everybody with a sense know that this deal is the right thing to do. It's a strategic one. It's about promoting more efficiencies in operations of the CBN. It's a deal that should have been done a very long time ago. It's a deal that if the CBN is serious about its function, its regulatory function, must happen. It has to happen. It just has to happen. If you look at most of the regulatory bodies in the world, they are centered around where the economic activities happens. Check, go around, do your survey. So why do we have to have the CBN? For me, I don't think the CBN even needs to be in Abuja. Everybody down to Lagos. Every single goddamn person, from the governor to the cleaners, down to Lagos, even to the tea girls, down to Lagos. That is the financial hub of the country. That is where the action takes place. That is where the financial crimes are being structured. That is where the Nigerian Stock Exchange is being built. That is the economic house power of the country. If you are now saying you are a regulator, that is where you need to be. If you want to catch the thief, do you stay? If the thief is in New York, do you stay in Washington to be catching the thief? You come to New York and come and catch the thief. So all the noise that they are saying is just, people who are, trying to just protect the interests of people they've slotted in, or probably the married women. Maybe they don't want their girlfriends to go to Lagos, or maybe they don't want their wives to relocate, or their children to go because they don't want. Maybe fear can cause a lot of people to react differently. But the solution there is, I like Sanusi has said, the CBN governor should not board. The CBN governor should not. He should insist on going. And when you do that, the noise will fizzle out. Those who would want to retain their job will relocate. Those who don't want to retain their job would leave. And those who will leave, you will find out that those are people who do not do anything in the CBN. They are just there. They've been slotted in illegally. They've been pushed through the back door, and they are there just to make a paycheck. Those who are critical to the functions of the CBN will move, and the operation activities will continue like nothing happened. The CBN governor should not budge. Implement what you want to implement. Ignore the naysayers and the naughty doers, and go ahead with your activities. After a couple of months, it's going to die down. They know what they are doing. They know the games they are playing. Like I don't know what is wrong with that man. What's his name? Sheriff Abi. What's the senator's name? He's playing a game. You know, they are trying to look for a way to coin it. That we want to the president intends to move important parastatals ministries to Lagos. So sure, they want to move Abuja to Lagos and sideline the north. Those are ignorant statements.
You know that storyline is gaining a bit of traction. Let me give you 2 paragraphs and then give you about 2 minutes of a clip. This is from Sanusi. It says the problem we have now is that many employees are children of politically exposed persons, and their Abuja life and businesses are more important than the CBN work. The CBN is just an address for them, and if they have to choose between their spoiled Abuja life and the job, they will gladly leave the CBN. So that is what he's saying to that space. But that story of Tinubu moving infrastructures from the north is gaining traction, and this is how it's playing out in the everyday man or man on the street in the north.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is Comrade Mohammed Ali Ringim. Today, Friday, 19th of January 2024, I want to seize this very opportunity to criticize the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his attempt to sabotage the effort made by late General Murtala Ramat Mohammed and former President Olusegun Obasanjo and all presidents that had took place before this tenure of Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu. More especially like General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida and General Abdul Salam Abubakar. By transferring the Central Bank of Nigeria, also part of the Central Bank of Nigeria, to Lagos, is an attitude of sabotage toward the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, was initiated by late General Murtala Ramat Mohammed and Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, and concluded by General Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida.
Somewhat how that narrative is playing out with the everyday man in the north.
Yeah, these are dangerous narratives, right? Unfortunately,
can you just give me a minute? Can you give me just a minute? One man.
Okay.
One man.
Yeah.
This video you just played, I don't know, maybe you help refresh my memory. This individual that you just showed that clip, speaking in that video, is it not the same guy that did the video during the Mali.
It's the same one.
It's the same guy, right?
It's the same
Okay,
guy. Yeah.
okay. Because I was like, if my memory serves me right, I've seen that face. Even the way he speaks, it kind of like depict that same person. So that's why I wanted to clarify that. Great. All right, go ahead, Emeka. Go ahead.
Yes,
I'm enjoying it.
it's the voice of the everyday man.
There are dangerous narratives, right, being pushed by those who do not consider the larger interests of the country at heart. We've seen the obedient push similar narratives. We've seen IPOP push similar narratives. We've seen Afenifeni likewise. The guys from the north, Arewas, also push some. What's these people? The guys from the east, what's their name again? The social cultural group. They push their dangerous narratives. So these are dangerous narratives that we keep experiencing in the country. But we all know that these are narratives that exude fear, but are not the true picture of things. These are people who, out of their selfish interests, are trying to gain something for themselves, but ignore the larger part of the collective good of the country. It is a sad one. It is not the true picture of things. I think what those who are working with the president are trying to do is to align the functions of their commissions or their ministries or their parastatals to be more effective. And some parastatals should not be in Abuja. Like the Niger Delta, the Ministry of Niger Delta should not be in Abuja. Most ministries do not belong in Abuja. So it is even ridiculous that they are there in the first place. They should be where the operational activities are. So if they want to keep pushing the narrative, it is dangerous. But again, now it is now something I think the communication team for the president should look at head on and control the narrative of these lies. So what this depicts is a weakness which we keep highlighting. We have said it multiple times. We have discussed this. We have highlighted this. We have analyzed this. We have even called for the head of Ajure because he is not communicating effectively. Communication should be effective. Communication should be understood. Communication should be well prepared. And it should be landed in the format that which people can consume more. So if Ajuri, who is the chief spokesman for the president, cannot sit down with his team and begin to see and handle this narrative, strategize on how to dispel this falsehood, then get rid of him.
But Emeka, can I interject briefly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, you can't really put the blame at the doorstep of the spokesperson. The reason being is that this issue shouldn't have generated an uproar in the first place. It was politicized by the politician because when the idea came, when it was put in the media to the public, it was just an idea, and the central bank is trying to do that, right? But because now it's been politicized, a jury now will now start to address the public. But in the first place, it shouldn't have made the news, or it shouldn't have been, attract the popular backlash like this, or the public backlash like this. So I wouldn't blame a jury for not sitting down in front of camera addressing the mundane issues like this. Because let's take, for example, NNPC as subsidiary, even when it was firmly under the control of the federal government, has subsidiaries that have offices across the country. I'll give you an example. A family member of mine works with a subsidiary of NNPC called NIPEM. I believe that's NIPEM. And their office there was in Lagos. He worked there for years until he was now sent back to the NNPC, the headquarters. And he had to relocate temporarily back to Abuja while his family were in Lagos, right? And it's been like that in other government agencies and parastatals, having to serve or department being relocated temporarily one way or the other for one reason or the other. But you see, he didn't make news at the beginning because it was not politicized. But now that there's politicized, a jury will now have maybe to address it or not to address it. But it's unfortunate that jury has to sit in front of camera to address situation like this that shouldn't have even generate any uproar at the beginning. So I wouldn't blame a jury for not even paying attention to it in the first place.
Yeah, my brother Bishop, I believe this is Bishop that spoke. You see, I'm not saying you are not wrong, but again, we have analyzed and we have, it continues to depict the weakness of Ajure. Ajure cannot pick what hits the news. Ajure cannot pick what the narrative should be. Ajure cannot ascertain how the news will be perceived by individuals. But what Ajure can do is a fight back, right? I have seen some of the SSAs to the president, even those who are also not involved in governance, like the Reno Mokri. We've even seen our friend, what is his name again, Bawa, also providing their own insight into it. What I will be expecting for Ajure, it shows. That's why I said Ajure is weak. The news is being. Let me land this point. The news is being constructed to paint a narrative for the Northerners, right? The Northerners will begin to perceive the president in a different light. I'll be expecting an Ajure to deliver a news in Hausa, take it to BBC Hausa, NTA, and other local media platforms where that news, where that information will be disseminated heavily to dispel the narrative and paint it that it is the fraudulent politicians, the ones that are killing the people, the ones that don't want the people to progress, that are pushing this narrative. It is the northern politicians who want to continue to steal money or to promote their own personal gains, the gains of the northern elite that are pushing this narrative, that the president actually means well. And that is why these things are like this. In Hausa language, I can tell you that the delivery will be effective. You see, and I keep saying it, I'm not saying I'm talking out of the out of my house. No, Ajuri is not strategizing properly. You cannot determine what hits the news. You cannot determine how the people will perceive the news. But you must fight specific narratives that are being created by evil people. You must fight that perception, and you must fight it head on. You must analyze, you must strategize, you must be ahead of the game. Anticipate what your enemies want to do and fight them with it. That is where Ajuri is not doing. That's what he's not doing. That's where he's wrong. That's where he's wrong. That's what I'm saying. I just, sitting down now and putting this out, this would land the death blow on these evildoers. You paint the narrative. These are the selective, wicked politicians, the northern elites, trying to promote the interests of their children, who they have smuggled into CBN, and don't want their children. I don't want their children to lose their job when their children also have another job that they are doing or businesses. You say it in Hausa, and those people will look at it and say, "Oh, this thing makes sense." So that is true. To hell with them.
Emeka, see, you are underrating the power of all these manipulative politicians.
No, sir. Sorry to cut you short. Sorry. Let me speak on that. Wait, before you go dive for that. Wait now. It's my point now. Before you dive for that, you fight propaganda with propaganda.
Yeah.
Now, if you wait, somebody has put a face to this narrative. He knows himself. And hold on, sir. Ndume has put a face to this narrative. You mischaracterize him.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Ajuri will not be the best to fight him.
Hold on, sir, now. But Ajuri should be the strategist. He's the chief spokesman. I'm not saying Ajuri should be the one to go and sit in front of TV. Ajuri should have the strategic plan. You are coming in, and this is not his first gig. Ajure must know that there will be enemies of the government. Ajure must know that there will be promoters of false narratives. Ajure must know that there are people who will come with deceptive tactics. Ajure must understand that people will want to exploit weakness, and Ajure must have a plan for all these devious behaviors. And when he comes, and that is how you look and you say, it makes others think twice before they want to make an attempt. It makes them to think twice. That when you go, since Udomi has taken the face to push this bad narrative, all you need to do is to go and destroy him. Go and destroy him. That Udomi will come and explain himself properly. That is the view. That is the fight.
Emeka, this goes beyond the like of Ajuri or whatever. Let me tell you something.
No, it doesn't.
There was a time.
Sir, it doesn't. That is his job.
Now,
you
Emeka,
know, it doesn't. I will hold on. Go ahead.
See, the thing is this: there was a time that Obasanjo tried to tackle Buhari, and Femi Adesina wanted to respond. It was then Femi Adesina said, Buhari said, "Don't respond. You are too small to dabble into that matter. When you are very too small, you'll be crushed along the line." You see, one thing is this: when the like of Udume speak, don't look at Udume as like a peer to the like of Ajuri. When you want to counter heavyweights, you know, whether we like it or not, we may just look at that guy Udume as so lightweight. No, it's not a lightweight politician. It's an heavyweight, and it's destructive as well. So when you want to tackle people like that, you won't use Ajuri. Even if Ajuri let Ajuri publish the entire book, a whole book, and distribute around. No, they won't listen. But if you look at someone, a potent, a heavyweight northerner,
can I
and you used to push the narrative back, then it's another thing entirely. I will agree with your strategy.
Sir, hold on, sir. So hold on, sir. Let me just respond quickly. I did not. I think maybe if you listen, right? I did not say Ajure should be the face. It is his job. Ajure is a lightweight to an Ndome politically. Ajure is a small boy politically. But you bring an equal standing. That is the strategy. His role
is not a lightweight to. His role is big. It's a big role.
It is a very big role. It is a very big role. Hold on, sir. You will come now. Let me don't lose my train of thought, sir. Sorry. It is a very big role, right? But when you see who you are fighting, you will look for an equal standing. That is the strategy. If you don't have a plan or a strategy in place, you keep being weak. And I will say this now, which I will draw our attention to again, to the weakness of Ajure. You will see, we are going to see it replaying itself multiple times over the course of the Tinubu administration. We will see this, and I will still bring it to our attention that Ajure is weak for that position. Ajure is not doing this job effectively. We will see this. I will remind us again and again. This is not the first time we have discussed about Ajure. This is not and it will never be the last. We will discuss about it multiple times when we see the failures in the communication strategy in place for the president. Thank you. Yeah, sir, you can go ahead.
Yeah, Emeka, can I say something? I disagree with you blaming Ajure for this. And I think what they did is actually the right thing. Ndume said that thing he said. The following day, the presidency released a statement. The following day, immediately after Ndume said that, the following day, Bayon Onuga released a statement from the presidency outlining what they intend to do. I don't know if you actually saw that.
I saw all the statements, all of them.
So after
I saw all of them.
That, I agree with the other person that said, for you to tackle that, do you think Sanusi is just talking? Sanusi is talking because Sanusi is the person that can talk to the north. And that is why, you know, I was expecting Sanusi to talk the following day, and he did the same thing. Because the North, the way you say it, right, in terms of people they respect, Sanusi is one of those people in the North that has a voice. And
I agree.
he's coming out to talk against them. Look at tomorrow. From tomorrow, next tomorrow, you start seeing more Northern people coming out. And even the Middle Belt came out again and told them categorically, there's this senator from Kogi, told them categorically that Ndume is not speaking for the North. So I think that if you really want to tackle some of these guys, you see, this Ajure you're saying, you just want to put Ajure into problem. And even Tinubu will not even allow Ajure to face it. So it's better, let the president, what they did, the presidency make an official statement, and they recruited some northern guys that has their voice. And this is exactly what Sanusi just did, right? Told them straight that he supports this. The government is doing the right thing. And every person that is even close to the CBN, I have friends in CBN. One of my friends in CBN, he lives in Abuja. If they have supervision to do in Lagos, all they do is you resume in the Abuja office in the morning. By 10, you take a flight to Lagos. By 4 p.m., you take another flight back to Abuja. So this is basically what most of them do, and they make a lot of money. So what they are actually doing now, I think it's better they are really recruiting the likes of Sanusi, the likes of northern elites that can speak to those guys. If you see the followership that Sanusi has in the north, that's why if you look at when we're having this Niger issue, right? Even when the likes of the likes of Sultan of Sokoto went to Niger, they weren't really, really giving that audience until Sanusi went there. So I think they are really doing the right thing, recruiting the likes of Sanusi, recruiting the likes of all those key elites in the north that can really speak to them and tell them that this is the right thing. So for me, it's not an Ajure thing. It's not like Ajure doesn't know what he does. He can. I don't expect any statement.
I have. Sorry, sir. I have one question for you, sir.
Yeah.
What platform did Indomie speak from? What platform did they use to push that narrative?
Yeah, it was on channels.
What platform did Sanusi use to say his own response?
Yeah, I think Sanusi used this, and I think he had something on BBC also.
No, newspaper.
No, he did this. There is something on BBC Hausa.
Okay, I will check. Maybe I didn't check that. But no, if it's BBC Hausa, fantastic. So, which means the strategy, they developed a good strategy. So, the narrative, they are painting a narrative.
Are you suggesting that Sanusi's response was orchestrated by the government?
Exactly.
That's the question I wanted to ask them.
Yes.
Exactly. That's the thing.
Yes. That
would be very clever if it was. That would be a clever.
That's the strategy. But that's why I asked the question: what platform did Sanusi use?
But
if it was BBC, sorry, sir. Let me not lose. Let me not lose my train of thought, sir. Don't worry. I will give it the space.
I wanted to speak to what you are saying.
Okay, if it was BBC Hausa, then that is a slam dunk, right? To kill that narrative immediately, because that news is not for us, the Southerners. No, the news has no impact on us. If you are writing on the cover pages of newspaper, it's not effective. Use the platform, use the medium that is the most effective, that the news will filter properly and it will be consumed in the right way and for the right target audience. That is what I'm saying. If it was BBC Hausa, then I retract my statement, which I will go and check. But why did I speak this way? Is because I felt the strategy was weak. The people it was meant for, the audience, the targeted audience, I felt it was not delivered to them in the right format. So you must counter that narrative and kill it instantly. And not just only doing that, also mischaracterize the individual.
No.
Not Ajure doing it. Ajure didn't come out to do it. Mischaracterize it so that others will think twice when they want to come out to push a narrative.
Emeka, can I just chip in with what you're saying? We are looking at the one aspect of this narrative. We should look at it broadly. If the likes of Ndume and the Hariba Constitutive Forum's people could come out to give credence or backing to something that shouldn't have even made news like this. And we have the likes of Ndume, who has been in government since almost the inception of this democracy. And here is a man coming to the public space to say the moves by the Lagos boys, that means he's not in a good relationship with the likes of Bajabi Amina and the rest. For him to have come to the public platform to say that shows the dangerous mindset of people that we entrust with our public governance. Because these are the people that can do and undo something that shouldn't have even been noticed in a way is now making a big news. To me, it's the most dangerous thing that I think the big fish that the government has in their hand. People like Ndume shouldn't, as I want to believe is an intelligentsia person, right? I want to believe that for him to have even represented his people shows that he has the capacity as a leader to inform his people that he represents. But for him to be the one to be the mouthpiece of characterize them as opposition shows a dangerous mindset. I think the person that came to the Arise News or so also from a lawyer, very intelligent person, but they're now giving credit to something that should have made news. I think that is what government should be dealing with, not just what's being said or what the media are not doing, but countering that narrative is one thing. Because the people that could orchestrate this and make it a big deal could as well go and turn the country upside down for Tinubu. So if such dangerous mindset is still in operation in Abuja, and I think the government, has a bigger fish to fry, that is the one that they should be dealing with. How to weed them out of that system so that at least they'll be able to operate in a way that they will not be poisoning the mind of people. Because ordinarily, what we are now throwing around as if it is, I mean, taking CBN to Lagos. It was never a plan to take CBN, but a department. But see the way they're changing the narratives. That is the most dangerous thing, and I think government should pay attention to that rather than just countering that on the media or something like that. That's the way I see it. Thank you.
You still want
This was a bishop again. Ola, this was a
you still
bishop.
want
Ola.
not that Ndume, not that he's saying something. He actually threatened. He actually politically threatened the president that it is going to have political consequence. You understand? He said that thing categorically. Why will I even blame people like that? Because over time we've had some kind of weak leaders from other parts of the country that actually believe that the country belongs to only a segment of Nigerians. Because look at Abuja. Why should, to be honest with ourselves, why should someone even from the corner be fighting over Abuja? What happens in Abuja? But when you have people like Emefiele that started recruiting political elite children and put them, what do we expect in a situation like this? The CBN itself has been politicized, and that place, not only they should relocate that particular segment of that bank to where it's supposed to be. There are some people that do not merit that career, that do not merit career in CBN, that they should find a way over time to be relieved of such unnecessary, because
This is the best way to relieve them of the job.
Exactly.
Relocation is the best way.
So
it's the best way to do that.
It's dangerous. What kind of mentality? What kind of dangerous mentality?
Can I come so that we don't drag this further, right? So that I can give you guys the space to speak. If you ask me, in my own personal conviction and opinion, I think Udume did a fantastic job. What Udume has done is to let the government pay attention to the threats. Udume has shot himself not just only to a particular point of influence. Let's not ignore the fact that he's also an APC member. He's a high-ranking senior officer. He's the majority leader in the Senate. He's a former governor and has been in the Senate for a very long time. He's a very powerful voice. So he has brought that to the point that if any ministry is trying to even want to relocate out of Abuja, they'll be thinking twice now. They have to think twice. What he has done, he knows this thing. Yes, the CBN will move. He has curtailed any further decision. He has brought it to the forefront, and to the present burner. So that is what I am putting out. It is that positioning, that narrative they are building, that the president with his team must look at and say, this is, like we have all agreed, it is dangerous. But he has shot himself to prominence, to the point the president will have to invite him and say, oh God, what is wrong with you? Why are you acting like this? So he delivered exceptionally as a politician, as a northern politician, 5-star deliverance. That's a great performance to do, to go with. And if I were in his position, I would do the same.
Honestly, he has not done anything. What he did is rubbish.
Let me move Emeka away from that place when he lands here.
This is politics, and he has played it, played it very well, effectively, that they are responding and they're trying to kill the narrative. They are trying to do, but now what is the next move? Because now, if any ministry intends to relocate, whether it's Lagos or whether it's somewhere else, they will think about what will the northern elite say. They must also consider it. And they must begin to think, okay, what do we do? How do we, is it effective? Is it necessary? Is this move necessary? Is it really necessary? It has to be very necessary for them to move. So that's just my 2 cents into this. Yeah.
All right, Emeka, let me move you to this space. Very, very brief thoughts on this, and then we go on to Man of Prestige, hopefully still there. This one now is a bit of yin and yang. Lagos ranks above Dubai, Miami, emerges 19th best city in 2024. I said yin and yang because not that long ago, in 2023, they told us that Lagos was the 4th worst city in the world. So now it's the 19th best city in the world. So what are you then making of this turnaround for this?
I listened to Prince Daddy, and I think Prince Daddy did a good job describing this, because I don't know the opinions of the individuals who collected the result and how did they poll the results, right? So I think I am not equipped enough to speak on this because I don't understand the indicators that were used to poll this. We all know how Lagos is. Comparing it to major cities in the world, it doesn't stand a chance. But since they might have used some different indices to calibrate their results, I'm hoping. I didn't read this, but I'm hoping if they know what they are doing anyway, that they are trying to speak to those indices and not holistically that Lagos is actually a world-class city. No, it's
more of they were talking more about vibes and the pump and energy, more like a party scene sort of a thing.
Yeah. If those are, like I said, the indices that they use, if those are those indicators, yeah, I think Lagos, in terms of social life, Lagos stands a chance with other major cities in the world. If in terms of social life, there's always a party everywhere and almost every corner in Lagos State. The socialness and the social appeal in Lagos is there for all to see. You are looking for a good time. I think Lagos guarantees you that. You are looking to have a swell time. Like what they say, there's never a party like a Lagos party. If you're a party guy or you're a party girl, you really will enjoy that social scenery in Lagos. I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
Emeka, if I had to live my life again, I think I would have lived a life of more debauchery. I lived too much of a sheltered life. So sometimes a lot of these things they passed me by.
Yeah, that's why, this life, like they keep saying, it's all about your experiencing. Your experiences really matter, right? If you have lived a social like exclusive life, like you're all by yourself, you're being an introvert, what is there? Why you're not living? That's not living, right? You are just passing through. You have to experience what the life has to offer. And one place that is guaranteed, yeah, Miami is okay. Lagos is a place, if you're looking at the African continent, guarantees you that experience. You have to take life at what life gives to you. Like you have to live and experience it. So you only enjoy the memories you create. And if the memories you create are boring, then you're not living life. Unfortunately, you're not living life. So let me quickly speak about this kidnapper and then round up with you.
Oh yes. Is
Yeah.
the is the I think I'm not sure if it's the number one trending clip, but it's one of the top most trending clip within the Nigerian
No,
space.
exactly. When this news came out, which we analyzed, I think we analyzed this passionately, deeply. We were very expressive with our language, and I did mention that the police were trying to push a narrative. I think someone was trying to say, "Oh, is it?" No, I said, "No, it's not that because it's from the east." I looked at this. You are labeling this individual as a kingpin, kidnapping, and apparently it appears not to be the case, which we all know. Some were looking at it from an ethnic sentiment view. I wasn't looking at it from an ethnic sentiment view. I was looking at it like, I think the police did a very stupid and shoddy job. Yes, I'm not talking about what he did. The magnitude, the grievous that he has perpetrated, or the nature of the crime itself, right? Can you hear me?
We,
Can you guys
we,
hear me?
we yeah, we can now. You were dipping quite a bit
Okay,
for
yes, so I was getting a call. So he probably might not understand the gravity of the crime, right? Or even the complexity of the actual typology of the crime. But he's definitely not a kingpin. He's not even close to the operators in the kidnapping world in Nigeria. So that is the shoddiness. It shows the
you know one thing
ineptitude.
you know one thing that always strikes me, Emeka. Whenever I've not yet heard anybody caught making this confessional clip, admitting that they are hardcore anything. It's always this is my first time of doing it. This is my second time of doing it. It was my friend that came to. He said, let's go out somewhere. I didn't even know what he was going to do until we ended up in the middle of an armed robbery. They're always a victim of somebody else's
Yeah,
misleading.
no, I agree. I agree with you, one man. But this guy is he's speaking out because the police are making him to be the most wanted individual in the country. You understand? It's like no, 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 no. This cross is too much for me.
Do you think the
I am
police
not
were just
equal to the
desperate
task.
for a? Do you think they were just
Yes, they
desperate
were
for
desperate to say
a
they wanted to
success
save
story?
face.
Yes.
Yes, they wanted to save face. They wanted to show that they were working. They wanted to and it's silly. It's very silly. Silly of the police, silly of their top leadership, silly of the way they operate. It's a poor job. It continues to depict their silliness, ineptitude, their lack of organization, and their lack of decisive strategy. It is just poor overall from top to bottom because the country was shouting about the rate and the spate of kidnapping in the country in Abuja more directly, they decided to let's just put this guy to push him to the front that we are doing our job. It's bad in all ramifications. This guy is not close to solving the kidnapping problem. This guy is not even close to making the police look like they are doing a job. The police has failed everywhere, and I'm ashamed of what they are up to. When I saw the news, I'm like, what is the police up to? What is this nonsense? Do your job, and people will know you are doing your job.
The story just did not hang together.
It didn't add up.
Just in terms of the personality, you don't
It didn't
expect
add
a
up,
guy
and it's
called
which
Chinasa to be the kingpin of
exactly
Abuja
which
KPF.
is when they called them out on that, they're now quickly going to go and look for a last name to add to it, which is this testimony. It may not be exactly the true nature of things, but you could tell that, come on, this thing doesn't align properly with what the police painted in the first place. Now the police should look at themselves in the mirror and said, this is bad. This is clearly bad. And then they should try to redeem their image. You know, sometimes I just get repulsed with the way we organize ourselves in that country, especially specific organizations. And it clearly shows our lack of interest to work, from the civil service to law enforcement to politicians and even the citizens and residents of Nigeria itself. Clearly shows our lack of interest to do our job. And we're only just trying to paint a picture. This is wrong from every viewpoint. Unfortunately, the young man is trying to pay a price for which the weight of it does not match properly. But I don't know. It's sad. It's really sad that we have this situation going on in the country. They're trying to push us to somewhere that we should look when the crime is going on in another place. And then let me say this: I might be wrong, but my heart is telling me I'm right. I think the police is involved in the kidnapping of the country, the kidnapping situation in the country. I think they're involved.
You are right.
When I say the police, I'm saying the leadership now. I don't mean the constables, the young ranking guys. I'm not saying I'm saying it to the leadership. I think the leadership they are involved. They are highly involved in the kidnapping of the country, of people in the country. Because this smells like a rat. It looks like a rat, smells like a rat, stinks like a rat. And if they are not involved,
then it is a rat.
Yes, they should go and solve the problem. They're all useless bunch of people. Good night, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Emeka. So that's the excellence that was Emeka. So from Emeka, we go on to a man of prestige. Prestige. Good to have you.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I greet everybody. All right. I would like to start. I know we have been talking something serious. Let me start with something more humorous.
Free flow, by the way, and to everyone as well. You don't have to talk to the talking points. Anything you want to talk about, just talk about it. Yeah.
I'm going to talk to more fun part of it, comparing Miami that Lagos is ranked, ahead of Miami.
Okay.
I mean, what are the metrics they use to come up with this, and who is the paper? I guess somebody from London, right?
Yes, Time Out magazine. They are called.
Man, that magazine. I'm familiar with that magazine. That's a crap. But I'm not going to come here and condemn the best city in my own opinion in Africa. But ranking them as ahead of Miami or whatever they rank them is far, far, far too fast. And I'm gonna tell you what. In terms of in terms of restaurant or whatever, eating or whatever, I don't know.
Do you know the criteria? Do you know the indices they used?
What are they?
Okay. Yeah, let me just give you. It says the criteria used to rate the cities include food, quality and affordability, culture, nightlife, how the city makes people feel, strong community vibes, access to green spaces, historical sites, and much more. So that's how they came about Lagos being better than
that's
Miami.
the criteria. I think that that paper is just trying to make Nigeria feel good. There's nothing bad. Lagos is good. I mean, of course, it's the best city, best food and everything. But in terms of comparison, like food affordability, there's a little bit of caveat in this, because if you go to Nigeria, the most expensive place in Nigeria is called House Cafe. Do you know how much that is? The food there, I guess.
How do you spell that? How do you spell that? Let's see if we can show it.
No, House Cafe. House
Cafe. House. HOUSE.
Right, cafe is the number one, the most expensive restaurant. But what happened was the whole menu from breakfast to everything, to dinner is included. And guess what the price is? The price is about 2,500 to up to 15,000. Yes, it is very expensive. So when he's comparing, I mean, some other places are good. I mean, I never eat there, but I'm familiar with there because I went there, but I have to work hard. I mean, even at all, I have the money. I'm not going to waste my money to that. I mean, the bungalow is good. The bungalow is good. It's like about maybe about $30 to $100. That's reasonable. Reasonable. That one, most of them are in Victoria Island. You have the Ocean
Is
Passage.
this where you were eating when you were in Nigeria? Is this
No,
is
I
the
never
place,
eat at
isn't
the
it?
house
House.
cafe. And,
This is
and I
it, by
didn't
the
tell
way,
you that
House
I eat at the
Cafe.
house cafe, but I've been there. It's expensive. I didn't lodge there. A lot of people lodge there. So you eat that amount. No, I've been there, but I didn't eat there. I've never stayed there, but I'm just telling you the amount. I mean, I'm not. How can I spend 2,500, to eat food? That's too much. I mean, I've eaten at Bangolo. That's reasonable. That's like about $30 to $100. Of course they take dollar. Which may transfer to about 6,500. But tell me, a common Nigerian person that will go there, spend that kind of money. But in Miami, the comparison you're giving, I mean, Miami is probably most expensive because the most expensive place they have is like I think it's called North or whatever, and it's about 1,000. I mean, they have other places like House of Food. You can spend about $463. Some other place like Sexy Fish, it's about 280 on comparable. But the point I'm trying to make is that people in Miami can afford this, they make a lot of money. Even ordinary people that work, maybe it's a laborer's job, or I mean, like in a factory or whatever, they make good money. I think the minimum wage in Miami, it's about 20 something dollar. And I don't mean the minimum wage. A lot of people make about 20 something dollar or $30 that work in a regular factory. So they can afford, to spend that. But the comparison of Lagos, yeah, but I wouldn't say Lagos is better than Miami because there's a different side of Miami. If you really want to enjoy Miami, you go to South Beach. That's where all this restaurant is, and that's where the nightlife is uncomparable because the music there, Kanye West, everybody there come to play. The only time Nigeria is much fun, the most time Nigeria is much fun is during December. You know, that is the most time. I'm not saying there's no club that open or whatever, because there's a lot of clubs. There's a club that called Gravity Night. That's
Yeah, compare the club scene. Who has the better club scene?
uh,
Lagos or Miami?
it depends on what kind of music because they play a lot of Afrobeat in Miami. No, Miami, no doubt. Miami, no, but but if I can't just use that 1 month or a month and something to compare to Miami. Miami is all year round.
Where would you like? Where would you rather spend Christmas, Lagos or Miami?
No, Lagos. Yeah, I mean, because if I have to go once a year, I'd rather stay in Lagos. I can go to Miami anytime. So if I rather stay in Lagos because I want to eat the food that I miss when I'm here, And they was talking about organic. I don't know, a lot of Nigerian food are kind of processed right now. I don't know how. Maybe I go to the by the side and get mama and papa food. Maybe that's a little bit more organic. So I don't know about the organic, but most of Nigerian food, you can say they are more fresh and in overall, organic wise. Yeah, it's better. Of course, you can get organic food here. I don't know how much organic it is because my wife tried to buy most of organic, which I don't really believe. I believe it's a waste of money. That's my own opinion. There's nothing organic about that. I mean, you can buy a kind of something that is about $1, but organic is say $5. In my own opinion, it's waste of money. I don't know what's so organic about it. You just have to know how to eat moderate or whatever. Organic is not going to make you live longer. It's not going to. I don't believe in that organic something, but organic in Nigerian space, yeah, I believe it because everything is natural. Most of the things are natural. So that's the difference. But I don't really believe in that. I don't really believe in that narrative that what's it say, that Lagos rank above Miami. So it depends on how you're looking at it or what metric you are using to judge them. In terms of world rank city. I mean, there's no city in Africa that's even ranked in the 100. No, I think Morocco and Egypt, that's who they put in the, top 100, I mean, so, but like you said, it depends on the metric that was used. The metric you just showed me is a little bit different, but encompasses with some of the metric, they use, the Forbes magazine used to judge the best city. Of course, the best city, everybody knows is Paris, Dubai is right there, number 2, New York and some other places, so That's my opinion on that, but I just thought it
would
was
you
fun,
rate Paris? Would you rate Paris above New York?
No, go look at the Forbes magazine, which is the benchmark for the ranking of for anything you want to do, in terms of money wise. Yeah, Paris is always number one. I don't know if New York has overtaken it, which I don't really know. But from recently that I view the ranking. Paris has always been number one. Dubai used to be number 5 before, but right now they have gone to number 2, and I think Madrid, Spain is right up there to number 3. Turkey is right up there. Amsterdam, Berlin, Rome. New York is like about number 7 or 8 right now. New York is in the top 10, and Barcelona is there. London, of course, London is right up there. So I think the only city ranked in the top 10 in US is New York, and I think London rank. I didn't even think that London was going to rank that high, but hey, that's that for you, one man. You people will live for big part of London. So.
London has been a great city for centuries.
London is in the top 10. Yeah, of course. I think Miami, they rank Miami. Of course,
okay. If you were to rank Nigerian cities, give me your top 5.
In Nigerian cities.
Nigerian cities.
Okay, of course. It's undisputable. Lagos is number 1. Dubai. No, what am I talking about? Lagos number 1. The capital, is number 2. I'm only going to talk about the place I've visited. Let me see. I don't want to be.
I'm surprised
Calabar.
You've not mentioned Kaduna. I thought you were from Kaduna growing up.
No. I'm putting Kaduna there. It's a top 5. Okay, I say Calabar, right? Then that's 3 that I mentioned. Then I'm going to put Kaduna, because I've been to Kaduna several times. Of course, I'm going to put my hometown, Owerri. People will dispute that. Owerri is my number 5 in terms of nightlife, everything. That's my ranking. I may be biased, but that's my ranking.
They have electricity in Owerri.
We actually have more electricity in Owerri than Lagos. They don't take they don't take as much light as they do. Yeah. Of course, there's generator or whatever, if you want, Yeah. There's electricity in Owerri. Owerri is very fun. All this kidnapping and something like that, I don't like Hope who's talking about, but Owerri has already been good before he came in. He messed it up during all this mess, but he's getting better. So that's my ranking.
Do you have a presence there? Do you have a house there?
Tell me any Igbo man when no get house. Any Igbo man when no get house is, it gotta be a fool or some, gotta be a, gotta be a, what am I trying to do? And I don't want to make it.
I would love to visit the East one of these days. But,
any Igbo man when no get house for gotta be a brain bed, when no get house for in place. Yeah, of course. But it depends on where I know. But I no get house for village, so. Although we are not from the village, but my grandma, my mom, from a village near there. But me, I don't get house for village, go. So, but if I'm from the village, any part of the village, where my mom is from, I for build house, yeah.
So your parents live in Owerri as well, are they?
We are from Owerri, but my mom is from one of the villages.
Have you been to village before?
Huh? What you say, Coca?
Oh, you don't know village, Seth. Have you been to village?
What do you mean I don't know village? I don't go village now. What I'm saying, my mom is from a particular village.
California man, no village. Waiting the talk.
What are you talking about, Jali Coca?
You know Sabi village now. We all know you don't know village now.
No, I do know village. I've been to village because let me tell you, during this Christmas.
Are you referring to Surulere, where you grew up as your village, or what are you talking about?
Since they go home, they go village. What are you talking about? My mom is from one of the I can't call it. It used to be a village, but it's not more a village again. It's one of the area close to Naze. Like if they go for airport, I think it's called Obibieze. That's my mind, but it's not a village anymore. Because everything has developed. So, but it used to be a village, but right now it has developed. Because it's close to Owerri town. But I'm just saying, I am from the Owerri itself. So, but at the Go village, Yeah, I go village this time that I came, and I went to one place called Abreba. I don't know if you know Abreba, the little London. Have you heard about it?
Oh, is it that place?
Oh yeah,
Yes,
in Abribana.
Ekene is always talking about it.
Yeah,
So.
it's
In
oh
Abribana.
man, yeah. I went to that place, because I'm a cousin of mine,
Is that your Lekki in Southeast?
Yes, it is my brother. I'm not from there now, and it's not from my state. It's an Abia state. It's called Abreba. I
Yeah,
mean, I don't know how they're making money. Okay, I don't know whether it's rich or
I've
whatever.
been
I'm
there
sorry, I
before
didn't
in
mean
the
to say that.
80s.
Huh?
I've been there before in the 80s
Ah,
when I used to
go
travel.
see him right now.
Yeah.
Go see him right now, Jolly Cooker. It's exactly what they call it, Little London. But I don't know how they make money. But yeah, I'm gonna keep that to my. I'm gonna just shut up to that.
No, they're not geared towards
No,
making
a lot
money.
of them are business. A lot of them are business people, something like that. But it's eye to beholding. But one of the things that they need to do, most of the road are not tied, but they are working on the road. From what I heard, they are working to tie the whole road. But I mean, you go see all these mansions that if you bring here, it's like about 5 to 6 million. In Nigeria. I mean, in that places. I mean, most of the houses it's bigger than what is in Lake or something like that. Some of them like once is in Banana Island. I mean, every place. I was just wondering. Maybe I didn't go to more poorer place. I was just saying they don't have any poor people living here. I guess maybe I didn't go there that far, but it's very beautiful. But they need to.
That's it. That's it on your screen, Abriba.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at it right now. Okay, but you need to
Yeah,
go there live and see it.
carry on.
I mean, they have a lot of. Yeah, I mean, it's in Abia State. It's not even in my state. So, but I visited there. Because there was some cultural atulogo that was the kind of music what used to play here before. There was masquerade dance. Yeah, they had a masquerade dance. I think that was on Monday. It was a big thing over there. So we just went over there. They had it's a yearly masquerade dance. That normal. Yeah. That's the entrance. But it's beautiful anyway. But I've been to village. Okay, regardless of I'm talking about recently. I've been to village. I normally go to village to see how people are. But anyway, that's my subject on that. So can I pivot and talk about the NNPC stuff?
Yeah, of course. Carry on.
Yeah. I've read a little bit, I guess, since you was talking about it, but it's just kind of baffling, the way. I mean, from what I got, I mean, 3.3, you know, billion naira, that was loan, which is a leverage to the oil. I mean, it's so baffled the way they construct this loan, which is a leverage, because they want naira because of this parallel market they try to promote, not to leverage for the naira, to stabilize the naira market. I mean, that's the main thing. But what is so ironic? I think Emeka speak pretty good on that. I mean, I cherish everything that Emeka said because it sounds very dubious. There has to be something. I mean, who constructed this loan and everything? And look at where they went, Bahama, a place that have issue with the Paradise paper. Such a very corrupt area. I mean, that's who they conspire this loan with, and is done by NNPC. So there's a lot of, and the first week from what I gathered. This first week after this loan, 3.3 billion was constructed. Nigeria got about 2 point something billion already upfront. So they probably have gotten everything in it right now. So I mean, they just kind of leveraging the whole country for this. So if everything come out, the way they're talking it to be, So if we are not going to pay this money, which is 12% interest rate, which I've never seen anything like that. Like, I think it's a little bit over 12%, which is very, very high. So they leverage it with our oil. Okay, we produce about 1.38 million barrel of oil a day. And the way they constructed it, I know if we don't pay that money, which we are not paying, we don't have the money, we don't have the forest to pay them. So we're gonna be supplying them about 90,000 barrel a day, daily production. That's how we're gonna be paying it. We started in 2024 already. This year, that's when it starts. So by the time we finish paying it for 4 years with the oil, then we must have sell our oil about 164.25 billion barrel of oil to them. And you know what that will amount? That will amount to 12 billion repayment loan. So everything is just, I don't know, one man. Everybody has spoken well, so I don't really need to go in detail, but I've just said this is a scandal written all over the place. So it's people, what I'm thinking is people with the NNPC, right? that constructed this loan, they are the one that's going to benefit it. Tinubu needs to start checking on them because NNPC, I've never seen such a company that don't answer to nobody. I mean, need to find a way to. I mean, we don't even know how much NNPC. I thought it's a private company. Is it?
Yes, it
Yes,
is now.
it's a private, yeah. Mm.
Yeah.
So how come we don't even know how much how much they're making? I mean, they don't publish their financial record for people to see. I mean, I've never seen such a secret company. So, um, it's just baffling about when it comes to Nigerian space. How we're going to survive all this. So I don't know. I think they say Tinubu is not in Nigeria. He went to France or something like that. So I hope he's fine.
It's gone for his booster shots.
Well, I mean, everybody know. I mean, it's 70 something years or 78 or whatever. I mean, it's not going to be 100%. Everybody, and I mean, even me. That I'm not that age. I have my. Everybody has their own issue. Once you reach up to 50, 40, you start having, head problem. You're not a young man. I think a young man is like about 30 something. So, I don't put too much stock into that. If he has to go for head check, but it's unfortunate that he can't treat himself in Nigeria. I mean, what's wrong with all those hospitals that was built in Abuja? But we already flogged that one. So it's not going to start today, and there's no effort making to establish any kind of hospital. At least a world class hospital should have been built in Abuja. Where the president and everybody. Because it's kind of a security issue going
No, no,
above,
not just
going
in
up.
Abuja.
No. I'm just saying that
Prestige.
that should have been that should have at least the least they can do. Yeah,
I think they should have one in all the 6 geopolitical zones. At least
exactly,
one
exactly. No, I just said
first
at
class.
least.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the least they can do. Yeah, like you properly said, at least one in each geographic political zone. That makes sense. But I don't know. But hopefully he's fine. Come back to Nigeria. I mean, he's our president right now, so we just have to pray for him. Whether we supported him, which I did not. So, but yeah, that's what we got right now. Yeah, I just want to make my comment on that.
And a brief thought on the CBN space. Sanusi backing Cardoso.
You see, we talk about we talk about all those outside people, try to portray their own agenda. I think, what I'm thinking is happening. I don't know. I don't know up to what far, but this is what the government did. We need people in the north, that are big like Sanusi, speak out about what's going on in Nigeria, because exactly what Sanusi makes sense, like I properly stated earlier, I think it was 2 days ago when we speak that if what Tinubu is doing is policy based, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, to be honestly, Lagos is the financial hub of Nigeria. I mean, and I give New York as an example. There's nothing in Washington D.C. but the airspace control. That's it. Every financial, New York Stock Exchange, everything, Federal Reserve, everything is in New York. I mean, I mean, this is supposed to be the capital is supposed to be a policy city, not a financial city. This is the reason why it was moved to Abuja, just to concentrate on policy. It wasn't there for any financial thing or something like that. That's not the way it's supposed to be. If you look at most of the countries, their financial city is different. South Africa, is the same. Of course, South Africa has like about, I think about three cities for government. Parliament, government, executive. So that's a little. Their own government is kind of different. But anyway, so I don't really see anything wrong that Tinubu is doing, I mean, and if you look at some people, they explain some of the saying that Abuja is so congested, they need to decongest it, in order to be more productive. I mean, that makes sense in my opinion, but that's not even the problem of Nigeria. Why are we? I mean, even at all, it's not doing it for that. I don't really care about all those things, okay? Because that is not even the problem. If you think it's going to help Nigeria, fine, but that's not even the problem, Nigeria. We have a lot of problems than all this nonsense about moving something where yeah. No, that's the least of Nigerian problem. Okay, we need to concentrate. They need to come out. The Northerners need to come out and march if they want a revolution. March and say the government to do well. Then the South will support them. I mean, I'm talking about peaceful protests, but they're not going to do that. But they always come and do something to cover for their own side. I mean, do we have Northern Nigeria agenda and the Southern Nigeria agenda? I mean, that's what it's saying. So everything they do, Sanusi is doing a good job, but I don't know. I don't know what kind of weight does he, does he have in the north. So I don't know. I mean, it's good for him to speak out, for some people to speak out, but to me, if you ask me, they know this is not going to amount to anything. I mean, they can cry till tomorrow, but I'm thinking this is an agenda. If there's something, if there's people backing them, but for that guy to come out and speak, it gotta be some, some cabal in the north backing him up and everything. So they're speaking for the future in case, because they're gonna be president in the next, I don't know, 8 years, 4 years, or whatever. They're gonna have their own presidency. Then they're gonna try to move everything, not just in Abuja. They're gonna want to move it in Kanu. So that's what I'm thinking. They are laying the foundation right now. So when that happens, say don't cry, which is nonsense to me. So, but that's Nigeria, sectional, motivation, which doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, one man.
All right, brilliant. Is there anything else you saw in the news cycle before we
Yeah,
move
yeah,
on?
yeah. Remember we talk about that, about is I forgotten when the subject first came out, about that Chinaza or whatever. I think what's his name, Chinaza Philip or something like that. Like I
Yes.
was saying, that name Chinaza Philip, it came out like 2019. I think it was a lady that said defrauded the bank in Lagos, and that was the name the police came up with. That's why I said when we was talking about this, I said this is not this guy name. I don't know why they put that name first. I'm not saying he's not a kidnapper, because like what he just said, I watched what he just said, carjacking and everything. Yeah, that's part of kidnapping. But for them to call him a kingpin or something like that, like they have solved most of the problem. That's where I have an issue. I think they're just trying to make people see like they are doing the job. That's the area I'm coming from. I mean, I mean, what he did or whatever, what he planning to do or whatever. Yeah, that's essentially, kidnapping. It may not be to the top level we're talking about, but that's exactly, if you ask me, I mean, I kind of vindicate whether what he said is true or not. But I would tend to believe him, because the way the police handle everything, they just want us to believe like they have solved the problem. Yeah, that's what I think in that. It's kind of Nigerian police is, I don't know. I think it's not, I think Emeka said that it's not necessarily the police itself, like the corporals and other thing. It's the people at the top of police, because they are benefiting from it. They are the people perpetuating all this. The Nigerian military, the top police people, they are the one benefiting from all this. So they just say, go, go and get that guy. Let's say, because they have not been able to arrest the real people. So that's what is really going on. But I mean, if he's a thief, he's a thief. But to make him people believe that the problem has been solved, we have caught a kingpin. That is where I have an issue. Yeah, that's all. That's all. One man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Prestige. So that's man
All
of
right.
Prestige. How do are you settling back in from your trip?
What?
How does it feel being back?
Well, actually, I was, yeah. My vacation was
Because you
actually
were
a
away
month.
for 6 weeks, weren't you?
Yeah, it was 60. My vacation was actually for about a month. Then I was working from there.
You're
Working.
self-employed, aren't you?
No, I'm not retired from my job. No, but I
Yeah,
have
but
businesses. Because my
or
job, I
are you
work from home.
self-employed?
Huh?
Oh, yeah, no, okay, okay. I was
Yeah,
wondering if you were
my job is pretty easy.
self-employed.
I work from home. I work whenever I want to work. I didn't mean to say that now, so but my job is like, man, I love my job. That's all I'm gonna say.
No,
But
no, that's brilliant. You know this new culture now of working from home.
yeah.
It's here to stay, and it's the way of the future.
Oh yeah, definitely,
And they get more
definitely.
productivity out of you, by the way, when you are working from home.
Yeah, yeah,
Because when you go
it's
to the
more
office,
productive. It's just like
yeah,
when
you
you do.
you gossip, you drink tea, and you just wait to go home. That's
Exactly.
just
Just
what
like
they
when
do
you
at the
survey
office.
people, right? Even I thought they've been making, 6 figure and other, they're gonna say they don't love their job or whatever. But I be honestly, I love my job. I mean, regardless of the money, but I love my job. Yeah, yeah.
Well, everybody loves it when it's well paid, isn't it? And you don't look like you're starved
Yeah,
of
but even some people where they said it's well paid, they will say they don't love it. Maybe I don't know what they do or something like that. But when you combine those two and the easy of doing it and whatever, you have the freedom to do your own job, to wake up anytime you want and work till anytime you want. Up to right now, I mean, I'm working. I mean, I wake up in the morning. Sometimes I go to the gym or something. I may start working like about 11, 10 or whatever. So that's the. I don't have a limit time where I have to start working. You know, and I don't have, you know, I don't have a minimum time. I mean, I can't work till midnight anyway because it's still early over here where I'm right now. It's like about 7:14 p.m. You know, so it's still early right now in
Do
California.
you go to the gym every day? How often do you go
No,
to
no,
the gym
no.
in a week?
I
In
go
a
to
week?
gym on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, 4 times a day.
And
Four
how
times a
long do you
week.
spend? How long do you spend in there?
And it depends on what I'm doing. If I am, sometimes I do there just to lift small weight. You know, too old right now to lift all those big pounds. You know, sometimes I lift weight, sometimes I do stretching. You know, I got on the treadmill, ride bike, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I spend an average. I think that's your question. I spend an average at about 2 hours. I mean, sometimes it's less than that, but on average, 2 hours. Yeah.
And do you feel better for it when you do it?
Oh no, one man. If I no good, right? Like when I was in Nigeria, I mean, I went to the gym, but it wasn't as I feel. So I feel very lethargic when I came. So when I came back here, I was on a vintage. I was, I was jogging outside because the other day I think it was a VA something, a VA on a politics. I was jogging when I was when I was on a VA platform. I think that was like about 9 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, because I was jogging outside, then I go to the gym later, But I'm back in shape right now, because I feel very lethargic. It make me. It's not necessarily work apart from head or whatever. In my own issue, maybe something mental. It make me feel good when I after my gym. I just feel good, mentally. Apart from other physical aspects, what it does. It's okay, but the mental part of it make me feel good. I can definitely confess on that.
All
Yeah.
right, brilliant. All
And
right, brilliant. Thank you, Prestige. So that's
thank you, one man.
Prestige. Fit as a fiddle. So let's go on from you, Prestige, to Ajanle Koko if he's still there. Ajanle Koko, you're up next. All right, let's go to Larry whilst we're waiting for Ajanle Koko. Larry, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, brilliant. So Larry, come into the conversation wherever interests you the most.
Okay, yeah, I think let me come from NNPC.
Oh, all right, carry on.
So for me, just like I said, it's a bad deal, but when you have a bad deal, so the best thing you need to look at is what's the minimum, the minimum thing that you can do. I think what Nigeria needs to do now is to kind of like pray that the crude oil price actually goes up, because if it goes up, it's good for us. Kind of like particularly go above $65 per barrel. That's when it's actually good for us. So basically, just to do a little bit analysis about this particular loan, let's say you have like 100 million loan, and kind of like when you have the per barrel going for like $150 per barrel. So in that kind of situation, the advantage is just that at the end of the day, when you repay the loan of 100 million, so the extra 50 million will definitely go back to NNPC. So that's why I said it's better. We just need to pray that the price, kind of like something happened and the price increase, and probably we can quickly get out of this. But for me, I think, like I said earlier, Atiku has done a very good job, because if he had not done this, it will still be normal thing, right? And that secret court called NNPC, I don't know how Tinubu is going to do it, right? He needs to break those guys. I've
Are
never
you
seen.
surprised? Are you surprised that he still retained Milik and they renewed his contract as well, Milik Yari? Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I think it's better, right? It's better he retains him, but he was able to do something. You retain the main guy, but the other people behind the guy, you take them out. And that was what he did.
Yes, he put his former boss from Mobile Oil as the chairman of
Yeah.
the. Yeah.
Even the other ones too, the directors and everything, he changed all of them. So I expect him to now start asking them. Number one, we need to start seeing audited accounts, which I am not sure we've seen for years. I think it's almost 20 years now that we've not really seen a detailed audit account coming from NNPC. So now I think we need to start looking at audited accounts from NNPC for everybody to know what is really happening in that NNPC. Because I don't know that secret society. I've never seen a secret company like NNPC. So, but we need to really start looking in depth to know exactly what is happening in NNPC. But for us, just like I said, we just need to keep praying that the oil price keep going up for us to really get out of this in time.
So just sort of what Atiku has done now, is this what we're looking for the future? This sort of a targeted criticism of the government, inviting them to come and give account. Is this because this is for the greater national good, is it not?
Yeah, exactly. I hope he continues doing this, right? And he continues doing this and opening them up. And it's not just Atiku alone, right? I hope other people, right, particularly all those brown envelope journalists that are basically political journalists, start doing, normal journalism that's going to benefit the country rather than this their brand envelope journalism that all of them do and talk about politics and everything. So yeah, I give it to him. Kudos to him. And hopefully he's able to really deep in depth, right? I know he still has some things, particularly about that loan, that are still not open. So, I know what his strategy is more like, let them come out and say something. Now he brings more thing and we really.
Yes, I was thinking that as well.
Yeah. So that's what I'm expecting. Let them talk, and he brings more thing. It turns to a scandal, just like Edu scandal, and everybody start running it as Keta. So that's what I'm expecting.
All right. And from this, are we to if to extrapolate and project that article is still in play in terms of politics? Is this signaling that is still, and if it's still in play, then that means it's in play for 2027. So
No,
is
no, no,
this signaling
no, no,
you're not reaching that far?
no. No, Atiku is out of. I for 2027. No, no. I don't see Atiku beating Tinubu in 2027.
Yeah, but do you see him throwing his hat in the ring though?
No, normally, right? He still has, Atiku is this kind of guy. He has a lot of money to push around, right? So he's still going to do the same thing, but he's going to see this tough opposition coming within the PDP itself, because his normal strategy has always been, look for somewhere where you can use your money, go into that place, infiltrate that place with money, and hijack the ticket, and that's all he has always been doing, right? If you look at everything he's been doing, the only place he was not able to hijack the tickets was basically against Buhari, and he was not able to do that because they moved that primary to Lagos and Tinubu played the normal politics for him. So aside that, so that's always been his way, right? And I expect him to still come back in 2027, bring some Dubai money, bring some Dubai money and kind of like, but he's going to face that tough opposition, because if not for the likes of Tambua, Atiku wouldn't have gotten that ticket. But Tambua was just the guy that played the whole game. So, and I don't see anybody playing that game for him. So I don't see Atiku going anywhere. But he will still bring the money normal way.
All right. Take us to the CBN space. Lamido Sanusi coming to say that it says it's eminently sensible was the term that he used. That and there is no really fault in the logic. That certain operations of banking should be in Lagos, which is the heartland of it. But what are you then making of the northern pushback and Sanusi riding to the rescue?
You see, a lot of people don't know where the north is really coming from. It's not all about this. You see, there's something before this, and it's all about the 2024 budget. And that's they are just using this to, kind of like part of why they're angry. It's all about 2024 budgets. And their problem is this. In Senate, prior to this time, the Northerners they've always been the chairman Senate Committee on Appropriation. And this is kind of like for several years, right? When we're having a Southerner as the chairman Senate Committee on Appropriation. And obviously, things would definitely, things are now beginning to, it's not all about not. They played the same game during Jonathan. Jonathan was like, oh, all in the name of trying to please the North. I want to kind of like please them. You don't please them. just do the normal thing. Let everything flow around the country. It's not all about the north. During Buhari, it was so easy, right? Chairman Senate Committee on appropriation was a northerner. So they were doing all sorts of things. But this particular one, do you know when they were like, okay, fine, the 2024 budget, right? It's kind of like, it's more towards the south than the north. It's a lie. And that is exactly the genesis of all those things. Even this Ndume talking, right? Ndume is just an hypocrite. And this Ndume is the deputy chairman Senate Committee on Appropriation. So everything you see in Ndume, Ndume has always been like that, right? So that it's part of Ndume is one of those politicians I don't even trust. Do you remember this same Ndume played the same game? He was playing one game during Saraki's period when they had to like remove him from this being a Senate leader. This same Ndume, if you see the game he presently plays with Akpabio, if not Akpabio is a little bit kind of like putting some maturity. This Ndume is the same person that will go out there, say some sort of things where he's more experienced than the Senate president and all those things. I don't even know. For me, I don't respect. Ndume is not part of those people I respect from the north. And everything is doing,
Well, was he not in contention for Senate president once upon a time?
Yeah. He has always been, even during Saraki's period, he wanted to be, couldn't get it. The same thing during Lawan, and the same thing during this period. So, and I like what the presidency is actually doing, recruiting likes of Sanusi. Sanusi is a key voice, particularly in the north. One of the sects, right, in terms of Islamic sects that is most popular, in the north is the Tijaniya, and this guy is their matron. So
you know that Tijaniya is the Khalifa of the Tijaniyas.
Exactly.
And that Tijaniya, it cuts right through into the Sahels.
Exactly.
He actually has is more or less a king still, because that Khalifa is a religious sort of kingship.
Yeah.
The guy is very powerful, though.
No, it's very powerful, not just in Nigeria, in Niger, in Mali, it's well respected. And that's why, during the Niger issue, right, the presidency had to like, use him to please go to Niger and talk to them. And you can see the reception they actually gave him, the same reception that they didn't give to the southern of Sokoto and the likes of them. So I think it's good. It's good that people like this are now coming out. And that's part of the issues they had with him then, because he was always telling them the truth. It's not all about you. There are a lot of things that the northerners need to really look into. They need to look into security and some other things. But I don't know why they are fixated on CBN and all those things and passing and taking all this propaganda and all those things. They need to. I know personally. I know what is really the problem. It's all about that budget. And they've not seen anything. They are going to see more. Because at this point, right, it's not all about the north. It's all about Nigeria. And if anything is coming out, it has to go around the whole country, not something concentrated to the north, all in the name of, doing the same thing. Every other president has always been, let's do things to please the north. At this point, I'm more interested in things to please Nigeria. They will come out and say, oh, we had the vote and all those things. Fuck their vote. I don't even care about their votes. The basic thing is, if Tinubu really likes Nigeria, this is the point where he leaves politics and face governance and do things that would definitely be good for Nigeria, not in all about 2027 or some northerners coming and saying they have the vote. Which votes do they have? They don't have the vote.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have to appease the north in Nigeria's politics, because if you go by the experience of people like Goodluck Jonathan,
yeah,
they can launch all manner. They can plot a coup against you. They can launch insurgency against you. They can.
One man. Tinubu is good at that game. Do you know what has actually happened in the army the last 2 months? See, if you want to play with these guys and they know who they are playing with, everywhere they can use to destabilize your government, dismantle it, and that's what Tinubu has been doing.
What about insurgency? That was why how they
Yeah,
did that.
insurgency. You see, they will bring that, right? They will bring that, and they will always see fire for fire. The more of those, that's their normal tactics. Bring insurgency, bring propaganda, blackmail the government, and at the end of the day, right? The same thing they did for Jonathan. Jonathan, Jonathan did everything to please them. Jonathan was all he was building Almanjiri mosque, Almanjiri school everywhere, and all that. Did they even go to that Almanjiri school? So at this point, anybody that really likes Nigeria should focus on governance and leave all this issue of we want to make the North happy. We want to make the North happy at the detriment of any other person. Look at during Buhari, Amechi was busy doing everything all in the name of making the North happy, taking everything to the North, even bringing this issue of doing rail to Niger. For what? So at this point, if Tinubu is ready for governance, he should just focus on that governance and leave all this, all these northern Arewa and all the likes of them. So that's for me. I like what Chanusi is doing, and I'm expecting more figures to come out from the north and tell them the truth. That it's not all about you guys. Even the Abuja that they are shouting, is Abuja northern Nigeria? So why are they are shouting Abuja? They are angry that Wike is there. It has always been something that has been reserved for them. That's one thing for them. They are angry that every other thing. They are angry that some things has always been reserved for them. And they are not really interested in every other person. They are angry that the chief of army staff is not a northerner. They are angry that the security architecture is not being manned by northerners. So for me, I think Tinubu is, if he really wants to really focus on governance, he should just, I trust him, and I'm sure he's not really ready to, CBN is going to do what they are supposed to do, right? And, mine is just all about results, because I have my, for me, I just hope, I pray that they actually are able to really achieve something, and hopefully we get out of all this problem, because there's a lot of problem that the country is into. So we're able to get out of it. If this is going to make them work better, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I think I'm good. So you should forget about those northerners. They will always shout. This is just the beginning. They will still shout more, bring more propaganda, say a lot of lies and everything, and you see some learned people still doing the same thing.
All right, brilliant. And Lagos being the 19th best city for 2024, how are you digesting that?
Well, you see, like if everybody has actually said, I never knew the indicators they actually use, right? In kind of like, you see, but if it's all about, the normal social life and everything, yeah, Lagos is Lagos is the only place that people go to club from Monday to Sunday. You know, they go to club. It's all about party, 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 party. So, you know, like Miami, like somebody said, yeah, Miami. But for me, I think Miami it's always great during summer. But Lagos has no summer, no winter, nothing. Everything is party. You party from Monday to Sunday. Clubs. People. I was watching somebody that was like that went to Lagos recently. I was like, people go to club in Lagos, from night till like 9 a.m. in the morning. So yeah, it's normal. That's it's normal for Lagos. But I don't know about overthrowing Dubai and Miami. But yeah, Lagos, yeah, it's good for them.
All right, brilliant. And finally, to our misdesignated armed robber who insists that it's not a kidnapper.
Yeah, just like every other person has actually said, Nigerian police, they have they use the same mode of operation, right? And you can quickly predict them. And that's the problem. You know, before they brought this guy, when I saw the old Abuja, this thing is, and I was telling my wife, I said, and we said the same thing. In 2 days, Nigerian police will catch those people. They will catch somebody and say, oh, this is the main this thing. It's a normal thing. So if people have been, if you can actually predict Nigerian police, You understand what I'm saying? This guy is just normal guy, car hijacker that they just arrested, and they painted it in such a way that you think, yeah, that's the major guy, right? In charge of the whole kidnapping in Abuja. And at the end of the day, because a lot of people are talking, the first time they brought this guy, he was lying down, right? He wasn't really talking, and they were like, police and this their PRO, they paint all sort of things, and
Yeah, they had this huge press conference and
yeah, yeah,
everything,
yeah. And
patting themselves on
have
the
you seen
back.
that most of those press conference, most people kind of like counter most of what they say. They paint this press conference, we've done a very
You
great
know,
job.
they've declared that press conference illegal in Lagos. They can't do it in Lagos anymore.
Yeah, yeah, it's illegal. Do you know another shady rubbish that police did? And I like what the army did, right? There was this operation the army actually did, and I think they gave those people to the police. This Naima, or what's those people's name, family name? Police actually came out and said, "Oh, in joint operation and all that." And army came out and said, "No, that's not joint operation. We handed over to you, so that's not joint operation."
Yeah,
Police.
but some people I say they didn't even rescue them at all, that they were ransomed.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the funny thing, right? That's the funny thing. And they come in and tell you, "Oh, we've been able to do this, we've been able to do that." But in actual sense, if you ask, what exactly have they really done? So, but I like the fact that they are bringing a special unit, and I'm beginning to like, even though SARS was really crazy, right? But sometimes you kind of like look at, I think we're beginning to miss SARS. So, but if they can rebrand another unit, at least let them, that we have that can take care of some of these issues. Because we keep shouting police, right? Regular police, if you look at some of those regular police, can they even handle some of all these issues, except you have those special forces? So I think police need to do more, bring in more special forces that can handle critical issues, not an everyday policeman that is kind of like, that's not able to handle anything. So for me, this is just a normal thing. And I like the guy. The guy quickly came out and said, "Yeah, not only I'm robber bill, na car hijack, no be me."
It's the way that he said only armed robber, as though that was
No, no, because the guy knew what, police was painting it as if, oh, the main guy that is in charge of the whole everything in Abuja, we've done a very good job. If we've not caught this guy, this and that. And like people said, police is in Nigeria is kind of like so funny. They're kind of like so funny. And this is exactly where we need to ask them, right? I think at this point, we need accountability. There's a lot of money going into security in Nigeria. And if you ask me, what have they achieved? So at this point, I think the police, the army, the navy, and all of them, so they need to be given tough orders like, let us see what you've achieved. And so this is the point where they need to now, give us value for money. Because as far as I'm concerned, there's no value for money with all the money we've spent.
someone was saying, I think it was some ex-army person or the other. He was saying that the system is like instructions without consequences. So you instruct them to go and do something, but then if they are no if they can't do it, if they have not done it, then you don't consequence that. So if it's not consequenced, then what motivates them to do it?
Yeah, the problem is we've not really, outside Obasanjo, we've not really had presidents that can tell them, give them straight orders, right? And that's where things are really, that's where we are really missing it. You know, most people from Jonathan, even Buhari himself, even we were thinking that Buhari as a military guy is able to really, you know, really give some of those guys tough order for them to really, if you can't achieve so thing in like 6 months, then I can replace you and get someone else. So I think if we get to that point, you see all these guys working, if you can take for instance now, if you say, okay, there's a security issue, Now I'm giving you 8 months to clear this. But if you are not able to clear it, then we'll look for someone else to replace you. They will work. But everybody just believe, yeah, I'm there, and they will go to the president. The president will say, "Oh yeah, you guys are doing a good job." Which good job are they doing? Nobody. The whole everything. If you look at Nigerian budget, almost half of the budget goes into all the security and all those things. And are they really giving us value for everything? They're not giving us value. And even with the whole money they are giving them, most of the guys are even underpaid. And one thing I picked from Indume's interview, okay, an average, recruit in the army, he said he collects less than 50,000 naira, a month. So who is going to, do you expect that kind of person to risk his life for anything? So those are things that they need to really look. If you need to pay the guys, forget about those big men. They're your guys, right? They have a lot of money, right? You are giving them big budgets, but you're not really looking into an average army that is really doing the job, right? You said, okay, fine. How much they daily? How much do they really collect daily? Even those in Maduguri and the likes of those places. So if we really want to do it well, the governments need to look into their welfare, give their bosses, give them tough instructions, give them tough order, give them time. Set KPIs for them. If you can't achieve this in 1 year, yeah, we'll look for someone else. If someone else can actually do it, they will do the right thing.
All right, Larry, let me play you this clip. Still speaking to that policing matter. When I actually saw this, I was taken aback somewhat. It's just and anyway, let me play it, and then you give me a reaction to it, and then we'll carry on with the conversation. But the sort of policing we have I'm just waiting for it to load up. The sort of policing we have in Nigeria, this speaks to it. What's this?
I come out, I go change out for you.
As you dey run,
I go change out for you.
As you dey run,
you know what this money I offer you.
As you dey run,
if I come back from station, I go change out for you.
If you come back, no say I no be your.
Na Nigeria we dey. Na Nigeria we dey. I go serve 1 year, I go come back. I know what I go do you. You and your family, you know what I go do you.
I go check you every morning. If you come back, no say I no be your officer.
Okay, now no worry. No worry, my man will come for me. He go say, they go release me. They go release me. I'll come back for you.
They wait there.
One man can go prison. Don't worry.
So, have you seen that clip?
Oh my God, I'm just seeing this. Is this
you know it's not a skit. Oh, that's a criminal that was arrested, and then he offered the officer however much to let him go, but that one was insistent on taking him to prison, and he's telling the officer that, look, you better take this money, because you take me to this prison, I'll be out in a minute, and then when I come out of the prison, I'll come and deal with you. And that is where we are now in Nigeria.
Yeah, so that is not just, you see, this is the whole security value chain. If you look at the whole thing, right, there's problem with the policing, there's problem with the legal system, there's problem with there's problem with even the prison itself. What goes on within the prison? So everything, at the end of the day, it falls back to the society. So basically, this really shows you that there's a lot of problem that really needs to be looked into. So it's not just, a police arrest him. He knows that, okay, fine, he goes to court one way or the other, they, rather than giving him, a long time to serve, the guy the lawyers come in and put some lies and everything. They tell him go for 1 year. And after that particular 1 year, he comes back, he goes into the same crime, right? And probably he start working for one politician, and if you start working for one politician, before you see, these are guys that you see them behind the politicians, right? They call them political talks and all those things. So it's not just a single problem. It's within the whole value chain of the legal system, value chain of policing, value chain of the prison system. So it's a lot. He knows what he's saying. It's a normal thing, right? He knows maximum. Even in Lagos in those days, you remember those guys who just tell you, oh, why? Probably, I remember those bad guys. They'll tell you probably if outside is hot, they just want to go inside for like 6 months and come back, and they will intentionally, commit a crime and obviously go for like 6 months, go and relax in the prison, come back to the society. So it's a lot. It's a lot. And it's so bad that this kind of thing is even happening. And it's a shame, right? To not just, and I pity this officer, right? Because the country, even when you want to do the right thing, these are things that you as an officer, and you've done it. Imagine this guy comes out after 1 year. This officer is not even safe. This officer's family are not even safe, right? Because I'm sure the family will be like, why do you have to, like, collect? You will have even collected the money, because you can do your own to arrest this guy, but the system will release him after 1 year, which is very sure of. And even if they don't release him within 1 year, if he wants to come out, he said his guys will even come to the system. There will be jailbreak, which has always been happening severally, and some of those jailbreak don't just happen. So ask the prison guys. They know about all those things. So it's a lot of things going on all along within the whole value chain. So, but I hope the government is able to ensure the security of this guy's family, because for this to be out, this criminal, I'm sure he has one or two, gang members. And you can see that he's even threatening the guy's family, right? I hope the government is able to give his family the right security, if any, so that they can actually, protect the policeman. But that's the system that we actually find ourselves in. It's so unfortunate, but I hope one day, we'll have, system that will be able to flush all the crazy thing out.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Larry. Larry, let's go on from you to, let's try Ajanle Koko again, see if it's ready for us.
Okay.
Ajanle Koko.
Thank you.
Unless there's anything else you want to speak on, I think we have Ajanle Koko. So, yes, Ajanle Koko, there you are. I came to you earlier.
Yeah, I was away from the phone.
In the middle.
Yeah.
Look at that. Larry, I think you have a fan. They say, who is this guy speaking? So knowledgeable. Look at that. They are describing you as knowledgeable, Larry. So there it is. Yes, it's just the conversation. You were speaking to that article space, but do you want to speak to the Sanusi space, or do you want to kick it off with Lagos being a top city according to Time Out?
Thank you, Woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me start with Sanusi. What did Sanusi say?
No, Sanusi was essentially backing the move to move a certain department to Lagos, and he was arguing then that it just makes infinite sense for that to be the case. Pardon me, but what really struck me in what he says the problem we have now is that many employees are children of politically exposed persons, and their Abuja life and businesses are more important than the CBN work. The CBN is just an address to them, and if they have to choose between their spoiled Abuja life and the job, they will gladly leave CBN. So what Sanusi is painting essentially is not even a regional interest, but a selfish self-interest. So he leaps to the defense of the move to Lagos. What says you, Sanusi's contribution?
Well, I'm not surprised that he's speaking in support of that move by the central bank. He was once a central bank governor, and I believe he knows better than any other person out there. He knows how the central bank works, and he knows that those departments that are moving to Lagos are definitely supposed to be in Lagos. So I'm not surprised, but the information that he hinted us that the children of the rich and the wealthy are the one that dominated the staff the staff of Central Bank is alarming. Alarming in the sense that every good position in that country are reserved by the politician and their cronies for their children. So, what is there for the children of the common man? Nothing. No opportunity.
Civil defense, Ajali Koko, civil defense.
Civil defense and Agbero. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I like him. I like this guy that, when it comes to critical
Do
issues.
you think people can still meritoriously work their way to the top in Nigeria?
It's not possible, one man. It got to be, to the top.
Man, oh man.
you have to, it's either you are related to them, strongly related, it's either you have served them, you must be a confidant, sort of. It's either you are their confidant, it's either you are their children, it's either, it's not supposed to. What kind of country does that when opportunity are not there for everybody, but only for the children of the best out there, only for the children of the rich? It's not supposed to be though. That's not the way to build a nation. But Sanusi, I think we have to commend him, even though it's sometimes it can be very controversial. But he has demonstrated to us all the time on some critical issue that, look, I will speak, I will say my own, I won't be left behind. That is the way that people of that country should speak. Everybody must not be a layback. We mustn't be a layback person. And, and that's why I have respect for Obasanjo as well. Obasanjo, when it's time to speak, he will speak. The same with this Sanusi. He speak. And most of the time, they speak against their own people. The shenanigans of their own people. They speak against them. These two guys, Obasanjo and Sanusi, when they speak in a Nigerian manner, standing for Nigerian interests, that does not stand with the tribal interest of their people, you will see them flaring up and talking all sort of nonsense. For what he has spoken now, I believe some of the Northerners will not be happy with him. They say, hey, where we go, this stupid guy. And
it was this same sort of loose speak that got him kicked out of his throne, wasn't it?
Of his marriage. That guy. When you have people, it's just their nature. You can't take it away. Look, there's no way you can shut them. You can shut them up. No, they will speak. They may, sometimes take some time. Sometimes reluctant and just.
It's almost turning into an event when Sanusi speaks when now. Yes.
So it's. I think I like what he did by hinting us that, look, the rich, children of the rich are the one dominated that most of the key positions in Central Bank, and and their lifestyle in Abuja, they don't want to leave it, and that is why they are fighting. That they don't want to go to Lagos because they have so much, investment and that other thing that they do around the corridor of power in Abuja. So I really commend him for that. So, but it is good that we have somebody who is very notable in the North speaking in this direction, telling the country that the central bank have the right to do what they know that is good in line with their policy in order to stimulate economic growth for that country. And I think this is the same way. This is the same direction I was speaking to a day before yesterday. If you remember, one man, I was saying that the central bank should be left alone by the president. The president must not interfere, because when you interfere politically, then it's going to derail the central bank effort to perform efficiently, and pursue their policy to the best interest of the country. This is what I was saying a day before yesterday, and I'm happy that he said the same thing too in that article that you read to us. So he is central bank must not, by the law, they are independent institution that must not be dictated to by the political class. Not at all. Even the president, they must not interfere in their job. Their job or their policy must not carry any political agenda and must not connote anything politically. It must be strictly a policy to stimulate economic growth. That's it, purely. And they can do it. I mean, where in any way they know that it's the best way to do that job, and where to do that job should not be determined to them by any political office holder. You see? So I'm happy that a former CBN governor, yes, approved the present CBN governor in the approving of the job he's doing, and he commended him that yes, he should go ahead and not listen to nonsensical political class or politician that all they are out there to do is just to how do you describe it, grandstand and make a political statement, tribalize every issue so that they are...
Sorry, Ajale Koko. Prestige, are you still there? Prestige?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, I left you a message in the private chat. Sorry, carry on, Ajale Koko. I just wanted to catch him before he drifts off. Carry on, Ajale Koko.
Yeah. Thank you.
Tribalize every issue so that they are zombies that follow them and vote for them. Whether they are killing them, they will still vote for them, so that they continue to manipulate them and continue to use them for their own political benefit. So we should commend what's the name? The former governor of Central Bank for speaking out. So I really commend him.
No, this guy has lived a very prestige life off the back of the Nigerian state. He's been the CBN governor, and then he went from there to become the Emir of Kano, and then he went from there to become the Khalifa of the Tijaniya movement. Goodness me.
And look at what he's even doing. The organization is set up, to promote a foundation for girls or for young ladies, to give them education. You understand? Everything, every step that this guy I've taken, or whatever he speaks to, does not chime well with those Islamic and religious leader. It's always on the contrary, against the way they run. They uses their people up there in the north, and that was why Ganduje kicked him out of that place, because he was always speaking against misgovernance, misrule of Ganduje. That how can we have too many children on the street not going to school? And you people are living so big with fast salary, and children are all over the place. During Almajiri, he said, and was quoting the Quran, that there's no scripture in Quran that specifically mention about this Almajiri, that people should be leaving children, should be left alone on the street to go and beg for money. No. That why can't they give them education? Why can't they invest on education for these children to go to school?
You know, for the amount of wealth that is concentrated in that Kano, the situation shouldn't be. Sanusi alone, he must be what, $3.5 billion. Gagote richer than Kwashogi. Rabiu, I mean,
what is that?
yeah, I mean, and they just hoard all this money to themselves. I mean,
and they have the largest population of out-of-school children.
And they all speak all this highfalutin language, and the place smells. Kano, it's just a awful cesspit of iniquity.
You want to eat in an open place, before you know it, you see all those Amajiri children will round you up, waiting for you to leave their food. I mean, the little you leave, they rush it and take it. Or they're looking at your face to give them money. Well, I mean, how can people that call themselves leaders be comfortable to see their, children, little kids, wandering in the street, carrying plastic, begging for alms? How do they feel?
It's unforgivable, actually.
Oh, God.
Because what future awaits those children? I mean, you can already see, just from the age of 10, you can see the trajectory of life for them, and very few of them escape it, if any.
How do they feel in their own car, looking at those children driving, and they have their own children at home, sleeping in a very well-furnished room, eat good food, and they see the children. How do they feel? I don't get it.
And this Sanusi, he has this, I think he sees himself like a sort of like an English aristocrat, because he likes to roll around the streets of Kano in a vintage Rolls Royce and speaking affected English upper class, in the midst of abject poverty.
In the midst of abject poverty. So it doesn't. So it was always speaking against the bad rule of Ganduje, and Ganduje was not comfortable with that. Took him out. His emirate, he broke it up into 4, just to. You see what politician does in that country. An emirate that have been existing for centuries, he broken it up into pieces, into 4, just for political.
Higa Haga, as Honorable Ogbaivon would say, political kukum krakum. We have to go and find a clip. I need to have a clip of that man that's part of the library, with political kukum krakum.
Just for that, just for political reason, he has to. He destroyed that emirate, and to achieve what? Now, Gandhi, I mean, the council that is back now, those one are reviewing it. They want to sack all those people that it put in the position of those new. Look at the new Maya that he installed. Do you know that criminals always, there is no way you can have a criminal as a leader that you will, any appointment, it is criminal like himself that will put in that position. The one that replaced this Sanusi is the one that gave that thief, that accountant general that stole our 120 billion. He is the one, he banned him. One man. Can you believe that? Somebody that's been criminalized. Somebody that out of the money he stole, out of 109 billion that he stole, he returned 45 billion. That's an indictment. Somebody already been indicted. This man banned him. He banned criminal. A person that is so open that is a criminal, that he stole the money of this country and is going through trial. He banned him. It's just shameful. So this guy, I think he will always stand up for the right thing. I think sometimes I don't agree with him on some of his economic policy. Sometimes yes, I don't agree with him, but most of the time I think I agree with what he stands for. So on this one, I think I agree with him, and it's good that he spoke in the direction that look, central bank governor, don't listen to Jack. Just go ahead and do what you know is right. You have been given responsibility. It's all about the nationhood. It's not political. Go ahead and do what you got to do. So I think I give him credit for that. So what else?
All right. Let me take you to Lagos State then. Imagine as the 19th best city for 2024. Better than Dubai, according to Time Out magazine.
Oh, man. Well, there are some of these countries.
How can we argue? The white people that say so.
What if I go here? What if well, look, it's unfortunate that our country is what it is today, that we have bad people in the position of authority that doesn't know how to turn around the economy of their state, doesn't know how to transform their country, doesn't know how to put in place better infrastructure, and doesn't know how to carry out economic policy that we, create job and attract investors and do things. We will have been one of the greatest country in the world, and obviously maybe the greatest place to visit in the world if we have not had insecurity problem, if we have not had lack of electricity, or how did I describe it? If we have not had bad infrastructure, basic necessity of life that are not available, pipe-borne water not available, electricity not available, good road are not that there. If all of these things had not been the problem that we are facing in that country, if politicians have run that country where all those basic things, if they have been available, and electricity and pipe-borne water and road and good hospital, I mean, a lot of us here would have even gone back home, and we will have we will have brought people all over the world into that country. A lot of people, Americans that I've met, they like to go back to Africa to go and resettle in Africa. But where in Africa would they go? Nigeria will have been the place because Nigeria is the biggest.
You know, Kenya seems to be the place of choice now. Black Americans they've moved from Ghana and now they've adopted Kenya.
If Nigeria had done the right thing, put basic infrastructure in place, Nigeria will have overshadowed every other country in the world. Black all over the world, even black within Africa, will want to go to Nigeria because of who we are as people. Brilliant, intelligent people. You don't have to, before you tell them one thing, Nigeria already, just tell them one thing. Nigeria can transform that one thing into 10 things. And that's why we are always on top here on education in the United States. The most educated immigrant in the United States, Nigeria.
Hey, Ajali Coca, can I
Yeah.
buttress just a minute?
Yeah,
Can I
yeah.
buttress what you're just saying? I mean, you are perfectly right. You know, I mean, people are talking about Kenya. One man just said something about Kenya, like Nairobi. I mean, the weather is good because they have sometimes cool weather. One man, did you know that Czech is still in Nairobi up to today? He has been
You know,
he has been in
the,
Nairobi more than he has been in any country. Almost about 2 months right now.
there are about 3, 4, 5 of them. You know, I'm actually I'm
What do you say
bringing.
they have?
No, I said
No,
their
there's
weather. They have a
Oh,
good
the
weather.
weather.
Their weather is better than ours in terms
no,
of
no.
temperature.
It's
I
not
mean,
just the weather.
cool.
They have infrastructure.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen a lot of them because I've been watching Czech in Nairobi. He's been there for almost about 2 months right now. Czech is
He
very
was
good.
here. He was here
No,
a
I
few weeks
listened to him when he was
ago.
on your platform. Yeah, I
There,
listened to
there's
play.
there,
I listened to the playback.
there's another guy, Austin Herleman. He also is a Kenyan. Is one of these Americans that's moving to Kenya. And then there's another travel city. They're all the Black Americans.
But I was
They
just
can't
going
get
to
enough of
buttress
it.
what Ajali Koko was saying. I mean, all this they are striving right now. But like Ajali Koko was saying, if Nigeria has security and everything, I mean, the whole of Africa, even our standard right now, there's still envy of Nigeria. Go and listen to their platform, to their podcast. They had Nigeria at a higher level, regardless of what kind of predicament we are right now with Ajali Koko. Nigeria is still Nigeria. I mean, I'm not. That's just a fact. If for
You think
Nigeria, like you were saying,
we're still their daddy, Abby?
yes, they held Nigeria to a higher level. Their women, their men, everybody, they do. I listen to a lot of their podcast from Kengada, and other ones. You know, they still like Nigeria. Forget about South Africa. South Africa is just jealous because if you go to Nigeria, they play their piano. But if you go to South Africa, Johannesburg, they don't play Nigerian music. They are just jealous. But Nigeria, we are free people. We don't care. If you go to Nigeria, they play Amapiano, play Afrobeat. We don't care. They play Ghana music. Of course, Ghana, they jealous, say 80-20. Nigeria, we're free-willing people. We don't really care because, it doesn't matter to us. We're going to excel if we want to excel. So I just want to buttress what Ajali Coca was saying about Nigeria, where we would have been right now. Thank you, Ajali Coca.
Thank you, man of prestige. You see, and so if they have done the right thing, we will have been the greatest country on earth. Greatest, particularly with the level of our performance in Afrobeat music, movie, entertainment world, and the kind of people we are. We are very open-minded, easily accessible, free anywhere that Nigeria can get along very easily with any at anywhere with any people, anybody. So we we will have brought a lot of people into that country. We will have made that country better. But they make it so scary for us here to even go home. Anytime you are in Nigeria, you are free. So, but some of the criteria mentioned as, reason for Lagos, yes, Lagos is it's a very unique place, woman. Lagos is a very unique place, and it has been like that with Lagos for years. For years, in the late 60s, early 70s, I mean, Nigeria hosted in 1977. We hosted all blacks around the world. First Tax 77. And we housed everybody. Nigeria fed them. That is the power that we have the potential, but we didn't develop it. That is the problem we have. But Lagos, being what it is, being a place where you see concentration of people, international Nigerians, Lagos being the place they concentrated, Igbo man, Hausa, Yoruba, everybody, even Ghanaians, everybody concentrated in Lagos there. So you can, there's no way you go and visit Lagos and you go around and where you can have that fun that you will not really enjoy yourself. You will really, really enjoy yourself. You see, food, we are blessed with food. Is it plenty sort of Yoruba food? Is it Igbo food or Calabar food? What is that? So the food itself and the fun, the drinks, everything. If you go to the island,
Whoever created Edika Ikong is the winner in Nigerian food. Edika Ikong.
Look, so the only problem is it's expensive to enjoy life there. That is just for ordinary Nigerians, people that are really enjoying, people that can go out in the weekend, go to a club and have fun, go to the riverside and lagoon and take some boats up and down from island to Ekpe or somewhere like that. You see, you rent a yacht. It's just you must have that bread. It costs a lot of money. It's not available for poor man, or even if you are a middle class get category in Nigeria. If you are low middle class, you can't really enjoy yourself. So it's just that majority of the people cannot really enjoy life in that state, and that is the problem. But foreigner with dollars, yes, there's no way you will come to Lagos that you will not have fun. You will enjoy your life. And I'm not surprised that they are giving us, and they concentrated their movement within Lagos Island and Lekki. Come on, man, that is where you see the best of the best houses, the best of the best hotel, the best of the best restaurant, the best of the best fun. So I'm not surprised. So we have to look at it from that angle, because their movement is within that Lekki and Lagos Island. So that is the best place. You can have the best of the best fun. And you look at the buildings, particularly Lagos Island, I mean Victoria Land rather, Victoria Land. You look at those buildings there in Ikoyi, and it's just like you're in London now. I mean, you don't think that anybody that visited Nigeria and it just within Lekki Victoria Land. When he go back, he will say, man, Nigeria is a very good place. Go and take him to Mushi now, or take him to Shomolu, or
You know, I think that was how that magazine came to their conclusions. They
that's
just
why.
wanted to
Because they are within the area of the rich and the richest people. So they 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 they, they were like, wow, this is Nigeria. This is the best place, man. We don't care about Dubai or London. Forget about those places. Black man place.
and
Like this.
Nigerians know how to do rich very well. They know how to do
Oh
rich very
God.
well. Yeah.
Oh God, one man. Nigerians are very good when it's to entertain people, to give you that comfort and let you feel the best. They give you the best of the best treatment. What do you music? One man, if you go,
Look, if you want to listen to music when you go to Nigeria, go around Victoria Island, go to a place called Gravity Night. It's not like a club. It's outside music. They play music on Friday night. Then Obi House is on Monday night. It's party outside. You can relax with your wife or your girlfriend. Everybody has their own chair. So they have it. The Gravity Night. They play every kind of Afro music, Amapiano, everything you like. But you can relax on one place. All the big top people. Then they come there. Gravity Night on Friday. Then you have Obi House on Monday night. Yeah.
those are the places that those guys went now, and they just say we don't need any other investigate. Look, this Nigeria, this Lagos is the best in the world.
That's Hard
But
Rock Cafe now.
it's
Man of Prestige, where you're talking, Obi night on Monday. That's Hard Rock
Yeah.
Cafe.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. That it is.
so. But I mean, it's a good news. It's a good report, a positive one for Nigeria. So Lagos got it for us. We have to celebrate it, no matter what. Uh, you know, and these are the thing. This is why our leaders have to try this time around. I mean, to begin to work for the people. It doesn't cost anything. It just need to do the right thing, make the country work. Nigerian people are very resilient. They are not lazy. They are very hardworking. They are very industrious. What is it that Nigeria cannot do? I mean, if you go to that Lagos and you see what people manufacture, what they make. I went to one place, just one small shop like this. The guy was making shoe. I look at the shoe. I said, "Why they selling shoe here?" The guy said, "No, I'm making it." Money, what do you mean? You're the one that make this shoe. Fantastic. Real leather, the sole, the everything was fantastic. I was saying, like how in just a small place like this? If this guy is empowered, if they give this kind of loan to improve, to get equipment, this guy will turn that country to a productive country. And we have millions of them like that. If you go to some places, I went to some places and I see what people manufactured with their own little effort. I said, man, this country is losing, man. This country is losing billions. They have assets, but they refuse to make use of that asset and use that asset to, elevate this country to be one of the to be the greatest country on earth. It can be very painful sometimes when you see the way some people are putting effort in that country, but the government policy government economic policy draw them back or draw them down, flatten them on the floor. It can be very painful. So, but I'm not surprised. It's a good news. We have to celebrate it. I'm happy about it. At least we have something that we can celebrate. This is not Boko Haram carry person or this thing. This is a good news. But I'm very sure that because they concentrated their effort on
You know, Ajale Koko, in many ways, the world is waiting for Nigeria, They hear all of these things about Nigeria, especially all the contacts that all the Nigerians in their community, the way they live, their confidence. Everybody wants to see what Nigeria can make of itself, Even Nigerians are waiting for Nigeria. It's just really the thing. We are where we are, and we are advanced, but the country is backwards.
The people are advanced people. One of the best citizens of this world. If you want to look at, people that are in this world that are ranked among the top most intelligent, in terms of professionalism.
Yeah, but people want to see where we come from. Is what I'm saying. They want to see it. They want Nigeria to be part of the scene. And they want Lagos to. It should be London, Lagos, Paris. New York. That should be the language.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes.
But when we have people like somebody like Buhari as the president of you and I, can you imagine that? You have somebody like myself, somebody like yourself, being led by somebody like Buhari. Can you imagine that?
It's just shameful of us as people that we allow this politician to continue. We have to stand up against them. We have to carry out. Look, dirty politics. We have to throw it apart. If these people continue like this, I've said it several times here. Tinubu must not fail. If Tinubu fails, that's the end of Nigeria.
Yeah, it's almost like the last window. I think Tinubu may well be our last window.
It's their last window. It is the person that can be the savior of that country. If it should fail, that's the end. Forget about it. We are gone.
Because from Tinubu, it goes to another Aboki, and then if he doesn't get it right, not only should he get it right, he should also get the Aboki that he hands over to right. If he hands over to a character like Buhari or somebody,
don't even mention the name of it. We cannot have that kind of man again as a leader in that country again. Person like Buhari. Like, we can't go back to such a person to lead us again.
Tribalistic, clueless, religious jingoist, extreme in all manners, crude, uneducated, slow of wit, infirm in body, obstinate to the wrong, just the worst of the worst.
It doesn't check on his minister. It doesn't.
Imagine that.
Oh,
the ministers themselves said it now.
Yes, Fashola said it.
There was one minister that said he only saw him twice in the course of his. Imagine that. Imagine that.
Oh my God. That is why we had so much looting during his administration. Everybody was just looting. You remember one man? I don't know if you can still remember. What's the name of that former governor of Rivers State? Amechi. You remember that Amechi made a statement like 3
He's surprised that we should be stoning them on the street. So he was.
Yeah, he said because what he saw in Abuja, he said, man,
everybody are looting crazy. That guy said it. He said Nigeria should be stoning them. You know, for him to make such statement, he saw what he never believed he can see ever in this world.
And he himself
Looting.
is not a choir boy himself.
He's not a choir boy, but he
So
saw
for even somebody like Amechi to be saying that, hey, you guys, you don't know nothing. You don't enter one chance.
his own is what we call afẹ́wọ́ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, ẹni tó ń fẹ́wọ́. Ṣùgbọ́n ó wá rí, ó dé Àbújá, ó wá rí àwọn agbéwiri pẹ̀lú ojúkorojú. Somebody will take your own thing like this. What does not belong to him, he will take it. What belongs to you, will take it, snatch it from you, and he will tell you, what can you do? You get away. I will kill you now if you do. That was what he was referring to. That, the looting going on in Abuja, you people should be stoning us if you see us on the street. For somebody to say that, a government at that top level, it shows that, forget it. How out can it be easy for one man, the accountant general, Atiku, 109 billion. Atiku, what of several ones that he has done that was not, that nobody knows? 109 billion. How can it be possible in a country? 109. So, well, a good news for us. Thanks to God that we have Lagos in Nigeria that can still bring good news to us. So, I think we should celebrate that. That's my take on that one, man.
Sorry, Angelico, I was muted. So, all right, brilliant. Do you still want to speak on this article thing? I think we've discussed it extensively.
I think we discussed that.
All right. Let's for time management go on to Pansat. Yes. Let's go on to Pans. Let's go on to Pans.
Our world-renowned anthropologist is here.
No, I've got somebody that can describe him better. So let him be described as a. Let's bring his cousin on.
We will continue to institutionalize them in such a way and manner that anybody that has the privilege of God and the people of Edo State to become the next governor of Edo State cannot just like a political Simkin the Swagger, cannot just like a political Mais Gloriosos, cannot just like a political Burakio, capriciously set aside the reforms and engage in a suo moto political peregrination.
All right, so I think we found Pansat's intro now. So a lot more of that. Let's get to the creaking crackle. So what's the
I gotta laugh, one man. Where is this man getting all his idiom from?
I don't know.
Patrick is too much. I tell you, one man. Why were you avoiding me the whole time? Oh, because you know it's me, right? That's why you did that. But,
of course, I know it's you. I know your what's it called now. Let's hear from you. Come into the conversation whenever you like.
Okay, I will make a small statement, and then I want you to spoon feed me like you did with Angelico.
Hold on. Dewale, sorry, Pansat. Dewale is actually ahead of you. Let Dewale go first.
Okay, no problem.
He's gonna interject anyway and take over the entire platform. But
no.
Don't tell Pansat to take the discussion to any direction. You know he's gonna go down the hill. So don't give him that.
Dewale, I thought you had bailed out or no, so that's what I thought.
I wake them up. Once I'm here, they all wake up to make trouble.
Dewale, do you want to go first, or do you want us to suffer Pansat and then you calm us down later?
Let me inform additional John. The exchange rate is 1430 now. I just sent some money, so 1430 now. So it's more than what you mentioned now. It's further, it's going down further than what we expect.
Is pounds not about 1,700 or 800? That's
That
what
one
pound
should be
is.
around 800 plus now, almost 9. We
Yeah.
are talking about yesterday. I'm talking about now. It's
Oh, okay.
30.
Oh, okay.
So it's getting better. Is what you say?
And by the way, before you carry on, Pansat, let's all congratulate Adewale, whose wife just gave birth to a bouncing baby girl. Was it 2 days ago? So
Oh wow.
there is it.
Oh
Another round of
lolo. Oh oh.
nappy changing.
Adewale, ìyàwó ẹ̀ kàn ń
Thank
lẹ̀
God.
mọ́lẹ̀ ṣá. Every time.
Adewale,
so
congratulations, my Democrat, comrade. You're not
Thank you,
Democrat.
my
Thank
brother.
you.
We are winning again next year.
Oh yeah, we are winning. Forget about all those megas like Pansat.
Oh,
They're
yes.
gonna be crying. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
Adéwálé.
I know you're not
Thank you, Baba Nyaligoko.
Wọ́n tún là ẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀.
Anyway, let me say hello to everybody on the platform.
Thank you, woman.
I had to endure.
Ọlọ́run á dọ́mọ sí o.
I had to
Amen.
endure.
Thank you, sir.
Ọlọ́run fún ìyá ẹ̀ náà lókun àtagbára o.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Láti tọ́jú
Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Our kids are going to
Thank
do
you,
far
appreciate
far much better than we're doing. So let me say that I had to endure one nice guy that was speaking for a long time.
Pansat, can I borrow it from you? Pansat, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
One man, what's going on? Zita, I've not seen her for a while. What's going on?
Yes, I've not. I've tried to call her, but she's not picking up her phone. But I think she did send me a text some time ago. So recently, actually. So I think she's well, maybe overwhelmed with work.
Okay,
I'm actually going to call her later in the day again. Yeah.
Okay, maybe work or vacation, something like that. Okay. What of War Peace? We have not heard from War Peace. That Pansat Master, we have not heard from him for about 3 days now.
Don't worry, War Peace.
When
they come, if we announce another baby again, I'm sure.
Pansat boss.
His boss in
debate. That's Pansat boss.
They ran away.
Where's Pansat boss? Where's
should I call him now? I can bring him on now,
I defeated him. He can't show up here. He's scared to death. But look, check it out. Emiloka, let me talk now. Ajan Lekuku, you could say hello.
Go ahead, my man.
I had to endure one other guy. I forgot his name now. He was here talking for a long time. Nice guys like Ajan Lekuku talking. You want Nigeria to be nice, or, you don't make any enemies. You don't, speak truth to power, to Nigerians themselves. Tell them the truth. Now, the truth tonight that we have, unfortunately, somebody have to tell you, we have a failed state. Now, a failed state is a technical term. It's known. It's not me making it up. If a state has lost its ability to fulfill fundamental security and development functions, lacking effective control over its territory and borders, it's a failed state. And there are so many other things that include incapability of law enforcement, territorial control, political, civil, staff and infrastructure maintenance, all kinds of things that's present in Nigeria today. That's what we're dealing with. Now, what we see now, when you feed me questions, spoon feed me, then I'll be able to tack it onto my general statement that I'm making now. What we're dealing with now are people you call bottom feeders. The country is gone. A bottom feeder in the biological sense is, like some of these aquatic animals, especially.
It sounds like a sexual picadillo, the way you just said it now.
There's a feeder.
There's a place called Soho. There's a place called Soho in the United Kingdom where people go and they have this dominatrix. They'll dress you up in nappy and spank your bottom, and then you pay them £1,000.
And that's not far away.
What you just said, that's what it sounded like.
It sounded like that for a dirty man like you, that's for sure. But it's not far away from.
You were inferring it actually, but carry on.
Bentos, okay, in biology. So bentos, you could Google that up. especially invertebrates like shellfish, crabs, crayfish. They feed at they're bottom feeders. But I'm using it in the sense of finance. A person who earns money by taking advantage of bad things that happen to other people, right? Those are, throwaways. They're bottom feeders. I'm sure a lot of people who are into finance come on this platform. And one man yourself, you dabble in stocks and crypto and stuff like that. So our country has failed. That's why you have people like Tinubu in office, for example. Now, the deal you're talking about, that deal they made with that oil, see, a regular guy would just see that and be talking like you guys been doing here all day. But someone like myself will be looking at it. They actually got a good deal because it's features that they're dealing with, features derivative contract, right? To sell specific commodity in the future, right? In a future date. I've been saying it that oil is passe. Oil is gone. It's just a bunch of idiots who don't know that. Very soon they're gonna switch over to electric stuff, and they know that's why they're liquidating all our stuff. The government, nobody cares. The United States doesn't even give a damn who's our president. About a decade ago, they predicted that we're gonna be a failed state around 2016, 2019, something like that, and most people think about a failed state as a country that just doesn't have a government, right? It's true that the term failed state originates from the Somalia situation. That's when that became popular, I guess, in the 1990s. But when you look there, you have somebody in Asarok, you have people going to the House and the Senate, and you have army chief and things like that. You think you get a contract? We're done. The country's over. That oil doesn't mean anything. So the price they're paying, they got those millions of barrels for nothing, is because that's in the future. That's how much that thing is going to be worth. These people are not stupid. I mean, Tinubu and his gang are not really stupid, but the international people who are loaning them the money, they're not stupid, and they're not there to take advantage of Nigeria. Let me just tell you that. A lot of them try, but they're not there to take advantage of Nigeria per se. They do have a conscience a little bit, but they're not going to go there giving you more money than you're worth either. So what a smart guy like me would do is to, when I see something like that, you have to analyze it. You have to analyze, what are they saying to us? Somebody like Dangote goes and he borrows, he has the Nigerian government investing 20% into that company. He knows it's because oil is nothing. Else he wouldn't let it happen, and he would have been online supplying oil. He's a bottom feeder, right? That's when you have deals like that. He's never gonna come online producing petroleum. When somebody give you $20 billion, you know how much that is? That's a lot of money. He's never gonna recoup that money from selling oil. So he's taking that money, all the things that Nigeria invested there, 20%. They paid since 2021. And then he lights up a flare and says, I'm open. Even when he starts producing, he'll be producing something else, maybe jet fuel oil. He's not a dummy. So now what we have are bottom feeders, including our politicians. I've made a case about the futures. Now, if you're smart enough, you should know just from that alone. That will tell you how much oil is going to be in the future. They're not stupid to make such a deal. Now, especially our Bonnet crude, right? That's another thing. Every oil is not oil. Our Bonnet crude is a low density crude, low sulfur contamination, little residual fuel content. It's high value in making things like gasoline, kerosene, diesel, and so many other things, hydraulics, unlike the other ones. If you look at the price today, the crude price, like some are selling for $81, which are high quality, but ours is probably about $83. It's one of the best, the Bonnet Light, and then You have the Brent oil one. I guess that one is still at $81, and it's a good quality one. But you have a lot of other bullshit oil that they have out there, especially the ones from Saudi Arabia and all that. Even though there's a desert one that's also good. Actually, it's a top premium. But our money is up there. They did nothing with it. It's a failed state. Now, when you talk about bottom feeders, people like Sanusi Lamido Sanusi is one of the biggest hypocrites in the world. I'm talking about the whole world. Right? And I don't have to make a hard case on that. Everybody knows that. He's polygamous. He has probably about 4 wives, but he's against polygamy. He's a monarch, but he's a capitalist, a banker, a Democrat. How you can't jive, you can't put the two together. He's from Kano, but he lives in Lagos. Some people call him people like Yari, former governor Yari, say that he's against Islam. Imagine that. The former governor of what is the state Yari was in charge of? Zamfara State. And in quoting somebody else, another prophet that said that this guy Sanusi Lamido is the world's biggest hypocrite. To us, Sanusi Lamido it's the one of the it's a jihadist. It's a hardcore fundamental Islamist. But to them, he's an anti-Islam. Go figure, because he's a hypocrite. So don't listen to what he's saying now about relocating something to Lagos. It's like he loves Lagos. He was a spy in Lagos for a very long time in the banks before he ascended his throne there, and was talking about Jonathan and was trying to bring Jonathan down, accuse him of all kinds of stuff, including corruption. But though, it's important to note here that going all the way back to 2013, Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, FRC, recommended that Sanusi be dismissed and investigated according to his operations of the central bank at that time. It was a cesspool of corruption, unbridled waste, incompetence, accounting sloppiness, tardiness, and especially in submitting financial reports. He was no good, including evading tax at the time, giving billions of naira to spurious items, especially when it comes to Islamic causes and stuff like that were unregistered, including trying to do an unregistered airline. And I bet you that's what he's trying to do now, do an airline in Lagos with the governor of Lagos, because he knows how to play the Yorubas. But according with his hypocrisy, I want you to know there's an article that he penned. I've mentioned this article a few times here. One man doesn't want to showcase it. Put it up on the screen. Let's see what he said about the Yorubas. Put it up on the screen.
Put what up on the screen?
The article says Yorubas are the problem with Nigeria by Sanusi Lamido. Just Google it. It's there.
No. You flashed that up severally. You've done that. Yeah. You flashed it up often enough. Just give us the whatever it is that. Okay. Are you saying he's anti-Yoruba? Is that what you're?
Of course he is. Not only is he anti-Yoruba, right? He now, even though I'm knocking him as a hypocrite, you have to know he's a scholar. I mean, he studied the Yorubas, and he's prophetic about the Yorubas. Now, when he penned this article, it was in the 1990s. Now, you have to understand that he was there. And Obasanjo, to him at that time, looked like Obasanjo was never going to give up power again. So he was afraid of the Yoruba supremacy, so to speak, right? So to him, he was bearing his soul, and he was telling us about Northern intelligentsia, what the Northerners think about the Yorubas. Because at that point, his problem was the Yorubas. But so he placed, and he historically, methodically made the case. I mean, it's scholarly. It's historically sound. Now, it goes in saying that the Yoruba political leadership, at that time, it referred to Mr. Balarabe Musa, have shown himself over the years to be incapable of rising above narrow tribal interests, right? So to him, the Yoruba elite were the first in 1962 to attempt a violent overthrow of an elected government in the country. So in 1966, the violence in the West, which provided an avenue for the push of 15th January. So after Chief Awolowo lost to Shagari in 83 election, it was the discontent and the bad publicity in the Southwest that led Buhari to intervene. That's according to him. So now to him, when Buhari jailed UPN governors like Ige, Onabanjo, Southwestern press castigated that good government. To him, Buhari was a good government. They understand that? Remember, he's writing this in the 1990s, so he didn't know we're going to give Buhari another chance to completely make a fool out of him. So he was calling it a good government at that time and the right mood for IBB to take over power. So to him, according to him, as soon as IBB cleared the UPN governors of charges against them in politically motivated retrial, he became the darling of the Southwest. In essence, he's making his case. I'm not saying he's wrong. So when it seemed like Abacha was sympathetic to Abiola, the Southwest supported his takeover. He was in fact invited by a prominent Nadeko member to take over and publish later shortly before the event. So he goes all the way down, making his case. Now, I want you to do a show on that because right now you may be cheering him and say, "Oh, Sanusi it's almost like he's harmless," but he's a very, very bad guy. If you go to Abia right now, he's in the Abia State Governor's cabinet somehow as an advisor with Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. How? Why? Makes no sense unless he's planning to run for office as a president. He's actually in what's the Abia Governor's name? He's in his council as an economic advisor. I just don't know what the nexus is to that. So the case now, that the article he wrote concludes beautifully by saying that the Igbo people of Nigeria have made a mark in the history of this nation. They led the first successful military coup, which eliminated the military and political leaders of other regions, according to him. I disagree with that because he goes on to say that they led on,
including I think his did they not kill his grandfather or something?
He's done all kinds of things. There's an allegation that that's a terrorist activity where he beheaded somebody because of the
yes,
abuse
that was under Abacha. They said actually Abacha wanted to kill him.
Yeah, but now don't hate him so much now because I'm reminding you of this article. You never said
no. I just let you go on. What you just said, he adds or removes nothing. Do you know what curated logic is?
No, I don't. Could you tell me?
No. That's a curated logic, right? That's a curated
Awawi.
logic.
We call it Awawi in Yoruba.
That's just a curated logic right there. You know there's so much of everything that you can logically sequence a narrative that will make infinite sense. And that was his thinking at that time. You are saying
no. I'm telling you, these are historical. He's a scholar. That's not. He's a hypocrite.
He's now a scholar. When did he become a scholar?
No, he's a scholar, maybe Islamic bent. That's true, but he's not a dummy. He's making his case because now let me conclude this.
As I'm aware, he only has a first degree in politics or something else. He didn't. It's not. If
he's even legitimate, right? But let's give it to him, right? But I've heard him do a TED talk. I've also said on your platform last year sometime, I said that he writes better than he speaks. Now, when I see that, normally it bothers me because it shows that somebody's writing those articles for him, right? Because I rushed to listen to him speak, and it was nothing as eloquent as his writings, right? His writings are in order, right? Like the article I'm referring to. But let me conclude that because I don't want you to spoon feed me the rest of the program. I have something to say on those, which I'm going to bring back to people like this, Sanusi, and also that we failed state. Don't forget the larger theme.
Give me a microsecond. Let me give you 2 paragraphs. Sanusi received early religious education at home, where he learnt the Quran, Hadith, and the traditions of the Prophet. He then attended St. Anne's Primary School, a Catholic boarding school in Kaduna, before proceeding to King's College, Lagos. He received a bachelor's honors in economics from Ahmadu Bello University. After graduating, he spent a year undergoing his national service as a teacher. He then returned to the university where he received a master's in economics, and then
You see?
he went on to cartoon. So
Right.
it's not
So
as
he's
though
a Catholic and an Islamic
it's
jihadist.
let's not get let's
He's
not. I don't know
I'm,
what makes him a scholar.
no, I'm saying though, okay, he is um a walking hypocrite. That's just, I mean, the worst in the world, right? But he may have attained other unorthodox religion because he's a banker, isn't it? The chief banker of the country, and he was in banking before that appointment, and then he wrote a lot of articles where he tried to educate the country, his philosophy, and his input into the country. So we cannot take everything away from him. And of course, he emerged as the emir of Kano. That's nothing to sneeze at. But all that, he's an enemy to Ganduje. At the same time, he's an enemy to enemies of Ganduje, right? So he's just all over the map. But the worst one is to have 4 wives or more and come out and say that you condemn polygamy. That reaches to the level of craziness, right? Doesn't it? It's more than hypocrisy there, even though they say hypocrisy.
I'm not sure that he's ever said that. I'm not sure that he has
said what.
That he condemns polygamy.
Oh
What
yeah,
he,
just
no,
Google it.
I don't have to Google it because I know what he said. He said you should only have marry to your affordability. That's what he said. He did not condemn it. He said marry to your affordability.
Okay, but money is fungible, right?
And
you may have money. You may have money today.
And that is what is enshrined in the Holy Quran. The Holy Quran can marry.
Okay, let me make the point then, which would
must be.
Let Ajali Koko come in, please. Yeah, Ajali Koko. Yeah.
You want to marry more than one wife, you must have the capability to take care of that woman and the children that woman gonna have.
And you treat them equally. That's what the Quran said.
And you treat them equally.
Okay, hold your peace, because I'm saying
it's not
if money is fungible. Let's say you are a banker today, manager of a bank, and you're making some good money, and then you can afford 3 wives or 2 wives, and you take in those wives. But then you get fired from your job. What then? How are you going to support those people? Because you got married when you thought you were making a certain amount of money. So that's what I'm saying is that I'm not going to wait for it's a rhetorical thing. Money is fungible. And if you are going to be against polygamy, you have to do it for the right reasons. For the right reasons. You cannot be a polygamist and you're talking nonsense about polygamy. You just stay out of it. For one thing, you have that right. Don't talk. Nobody's going to say anything like me. I wouldn't say anything right now. If it is the hypocrisy that I'm talking about. Once you get married, for whatever reason, then you are a polygamist, and then you should stay a polygamist and then shut your mouth about polygamy. So now going back, I'm not going to wait until I start getting those questions from one man to make my final point on the Pyrrhic victory of the Yorubas, right? But now, when we say the Yorubas, we're actually talking about a vocal minority, right? So a bunch of people talking nonsense about Yoruba supremacy, like Hitler's Germany and their supremacy over there. It's just a minority that's vocal. Do you follow me? So the Yorubas have finally got themselves into a Pyrrhic victory. Now, what is Pyrrhic? For people like Thomas, I'll tell you what it is. It's when you win at a great cost for it to be worthwhile. You won, but it costs you a whole lot more. It's an empty victory.
Pastor, respect yourself now. Why do you have to mention my name? No.
I heard your voice.
No, hold on, please. You don't have to mention my name. You are not my teacher.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Okay. Hold on, please.
Can I ask you a question then?
Can you please hold on? You've been talking. Please, next time don't mention my name. You don't know. Hold on, please. You don't know the level of my education, so don't talk. Don't do that.
All right.
Respect yourself, please.
All right. Please mute yourself. Please. I hear you. Mute
I can mute you. I can kick you out. So no, respect yourself.
You cannot. You cannot.
I said
you cannot kick me out.
Respect yourself.
All right. Pansah, take on board what Thomas said and then carry on.
Okay. Could you mute him or actually kick him out? What he's been doing here is not fair. Look, one man.
No, carry on as well.
I will. But what I'm saying is, this is not for my own benefit. Okay, we like the joke, play the military thing when Thomas is coming in, and we play. And I was just being facetious. I was playing around with him, right? I know how feisty he gets about that, but he does. You know what I've been? A couple of days ago, I told you I want to see 17,000, 20,000 people on this platform. And the other platforms, we're going to have to do it like that. That's 230 million of us. We have to do it properly, or it's not what's coming here. We have to do it properly, and it has to start with administration. I want Thomas reined in. His job here is to assist you. One person cannot be here for 9-10 hours. That's his only role here. It's not here to dumb down this platform and not be take jokes. Sometimes we joke around, including his mannerism of being strict, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with being strict, but you don't carry it overboard. Like I'm here talking, and he's putting his mouth when I'm talking. I could be his dad.
No.
Okay, so I want you to admonish him.
Then you'll spiral.
I want you to admonish him offline. Yeah.
Have you taken your medication today?
See, all right, he's insulting me. But
no. I don't think you have taken your medication. So go and take it, please.
You're gonna pay for that. I'm gonna make sure. But anyway, so let me go back. I want to talk about the Yorubas now and their Pyrrhic victory. I'm sorry that I deviated. They're trying to play around. A lot of us we've witnessed irredentism from a vocal minority. Now, I'm not going to be saying that a lot. I want you to apply it now. When I say the Yorubas, that's what I mean. I don't mean the vast Yoruba variation, culture, rich culture, expansive and robust intrinsic value of a people, beautiful artifacts, hospitable ethos that's built a huge coloration, variety of people all over the world, not just in Nigeria. Now that's there, the ancient Yoruba that we know, we're proud of. I'm personally proud of it. Before Igbo come, they had their monarchical system of powerful separation of powers long before democracy was formed by the Greeks. So the power of the Alaafin was checked by that of the Oyo Mesi and other such organs that made the Oyo Empire conquer many lands as far as Dahomey. So now today, we're witnessing a resurgence fraught with this President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that obviously got to be president by fraudulent means. And then his attempt to Yorubanize our system since its emergence. And the tempo and the noise has risen so high to the chagrin of not just the Southeasterners now, as evidenced by your earlier conversation, the Northerners and other tribes in the country, components that make up our federation. So if you're not careful, this vocal minority He's going to push and sing this Yoruba superiority. And like I said earlier, it's going to be like the disgraced Hitler theory of superiority, with in their case, the Aryan superiority. So in the last 8 months, it's buffeted with cries of Yoruba superiority in almost every aspect of our lives. Yoruba religion practiced globally. We've heard cries of the Duduwa nation, amongst others, and the fight for a full liberation of Lagos from the Omo Igbos during the last election. A lot of wrong being done to other tribes. Don't mind about the picking of the...
Chioma is asking if you will marry her. Or what's she asking in there?
she's like a daughter to me. I cannot marry
don't worry, she's of age. She's All right. I'm going to take you through about 2 topics, and then I'll hand over to Thomas to take you through the rest. So take us first. Have you already spoken on the borrowing, or do you want to expand on that? $3.3 billion to pay back $12 billion. So a shady deal was what Atiku was describing.
Yeah, I spoke about it in the form of futures. I believe it's not a shady deal. They got a good deal. It's futures. It's a derivative contract that it's in the future with the electric emergence of electric automobiles. Those things are not going to be worth that much money by then. So they got a good deal. So as far as they use the money wisely, we have to face the reality. Neither side is stupid. There's nobody, let's say, that surround Tinubu. They're not just going to give away billions of dollars, for example. Yeah, maybe they give up a few $100 million and stuff like that. But then, it's not like it's worth $6 billion and they got $3 billion. It's nothing like that. Nobody is that stupid. So when you're talking about futures and commodities, you're talking about pennies for measure. Do you understand what I'm saying? But what you do then as a smart analyst like me, right? You use the indirect method to learn a lot from the future price. What are they seeing? What did they see? You could pretty much predict the price of a barrel of oil from that deal in the future. That's how a smart guy like me make a killing in the market, right? Have to be smart.
All right. I think you covered that already.
I did.
Let me take you to the space then. Lagos ranks above Dubai, Miami, emerged 19th best city in 2024. So I think you've heard enough of the conversation to know that this is wrapped around specific indices and indexes. So your take on that space?
Yeah, if nobody was listening to me from outside, if we're just at home talking, it's not social media, I was gonna say, good. It's a good thing you suck it to them. Why can't we be better than they are? They lie all the time and they say they're better than we are. Many things that we beat them to a pulp, right? But unfortunately, I cannot say that because we have our people listening to me as well. See, that's the absurdity. It's stunning when you see something like that. Things that you could detect by just observation. By observation. Now, if they're clever and say, we're taking credit for all our people taking our money and going to develop Dubai, buying our properties over there, and we're just going to count it as our own, especially Lagos. That's where a lot of that money come from. Yeah, fine, they could be clever like that, but to just say something that ridiculous, right? It doesn't even warrant a serious conversation. We hope for it to be better now. It's not ranking in that sense, but they're talking about our rhythm, our music. See, those people, they don't have any rhythm. They don't. If they don't dance to Godwin, for example, that's how you actually judge a human being. If Godwin is playing, Godwin, I don't know if you know that song, right?
Now God win, oh, now God
Yeah.
win.
If you don't tap your shoes when that's playing, right, you are to rank at the bottom of anything that is being ranked. So they won't dance to that. They don't know what the hell that is.
Well,
You
actually,
understand
sorry, Pansa. They won't dance
Yeah.
to what? I was gonna. One I forgot to tell you. Yes, in Miami a few months ago, they were banging Afrobeat. You know, from Whiskey to David Doe, all of it. They were playing in Miami.
Yeah,
Yep.
so we rank higher than they do in things like that. So, but no, as far as infrastructure, like we don't even have a light in Lagos. I mean, 24-hour light. Again, it comes here to lament. These people use their own oil to build cities, recover seashores, build fresh cities in those places, shopping centers, and whatnot. But no, Lagos has the potential. Okay, it's if you're talking non-kinetically, sure. I mean, that's it. You could twist it, but we can do it if we're not a failed state. But right now, don't make a fool out of yourself by going and making claims that nobody. I bet you in social media they've been laughing their heads off with that kind of commentary. And look, I won't put it against this governor, right? That you guys have in Lagos right now. He's I don't even think he went to college. People like that, right? He may pay to be ranked higher than Dubai. I mean, how stupid! You should try to rank higher than, I don't know, Conakry or something like that. Going to rank yourself against Dubai, you make a fool out of yourself.
Hey, Pansa, take it easy. Don't insult Lagos. Conakry, really?
Chris, can we clarify something here? The ranked city is not state. So when people are talking about Lagos, they're always talking about the state. No, the ranked city. So they're not comparing Lagos to Florida. They're comparing Lagos city, the inner part of Lagos, to other cities, not the state. So
that's even worse. That makes it
But yeah, when I did my earlier Babati, that's I was looking at.
You were insulting me a couple of days ago. You were in trouble with me.
Which city in Lagos are they ranking? Which city, Babati? Which city?
I'm saying that. Just to correct you quickly, someone who attended government demonstration school, Gbaja Surulere, before moving XYZ, he has a BSc in surveying.
It's like your boys. Yeah.
Yes, he has a BSc in surveying and an MBA from Unilag. Is an alumnus of J.F. Kennedy School of Government, the London School of Business, and the Lagos School of Business. So certainly better educated than your emir from Kano. But carry on.
Well, that's impressive. I guess you cannot judge a book by its cover. Well,
but it just looked like a wet,
especially sound like that. I didn't know how he sounded until 2 or 3 years after I've seen him around, right? So then when I listened to him, I was like, I can't believe it, right? But it's okay. I believe it. If Lagos denizens accept him as their governor, who am I? I'm not. I don't like Lagos. Never been to it. I don't claim it. It's none of my business if he's doing okay over there. But pulling stunts like this, it's not going to get him too far away. Now, you also had a news article where he went somewhere in the Bahamas or something like that with a lot of dough, and it says it's a side chick thing. We haven't heard from him. I normally don't give too much credence to some of these publications because they make a lot of allegations,
No, we did hear from him.
Well, what did he say?
He was in Grenada, but he said he went on an official visit to present a miniature of the Blue Line train to the Prime Minister of Grenada. And then he showed photographs of him doing that, which is to tell you then.
By the way, the Red Line is launching February ending. By the way,
yes, he said, and the Fourth Mainland Bridge is starting. I think is it first quarter 2024.
Yeah.
So,
Babati, lower your bass when you're talking. I'm here, right? You. It looks like when you want to chime in, you kind of make your bass a little. Try to be louder than me. I'm not gonna put up with that. I'm here. Lower your bass when you're talking.
My friend, you know, we do try to respect each other on this platform, and I was surprised you came after me yesterday, but I had to give you your dose of medicine. But let's maintain
I
our.
want to enjoy the fight. Go another round today.
no. Each time he comes up here,
he attacked me. I didn't attack him. I didn't say anything.
No. Because I was surprised. I'm like, why? Come on, we are friends on this platform. We came after.
Yeah.
That's not online. So. But let's
all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So one man, I believe there was one more topic, or is that it?
No. There was the Sanusi somewhat backing the CBN move to Lagos, so he endorses it as something that necessarily has to happen.
Right. Like I said, he's a hypocrite, right? You should not do anything based on Sanusi Lamido, Sanusi, right? When he was there, he didn't move it. He may give all kinds of excuses.
Sorry, Pansa, let me move you to this one because I think you've spoken extensively on Sanusi.
I did.
So let's move you to this erstwhile kidnapper, now turned armed robber, but in his confessional statement, still a kidnapper. So what are you then making then of this wayward youth from the East?
That's exactly what happens with, especially Nigerian criminals, right? They are so stupid, worse than the normal. Because you know, if Nigerian criminals were smart, they really don't have. There's nothing stopping them from being billionaires in that country. That place is for their taking, because naturally, the Nigerians themselves are cowardly. You understand? So that leaves carte blanche. If you really want to be a criminal, it won't be all this perversion with your regular people. You go anyway, even to you could get into Asarok and get whatever you want. But because whatever they have there is already looted, they're not even gonna talk to these governors. They have like 10 people guarding them. Then you form 20 gang. See, he's like a typical Nigerian criminal. They're dumb and stupid. They will stay there and they're gonna rig elections. You as a criminal, they're giving you, because there's no constitution really guiding the country. It's shambolic. Supposed to then rise to the occasion and do some things. You take over stuff. But he's right there talking nonsense. But you notice that every time
you called them down. What about the terrorists or the kidnappers? Getting paid billions of naira for kidnapping. You think they're dumb too?
Yeah, because they're kidnapping the wrong people, right? If you're gonna be a kidnapper, now I don't endorse criminality. I'm just trying to tell you how dumb they are. Somebody like Wike is running around. Maybe he has like four people guarding him, 4 soldiers, what we call police Elisa. Some of this army, I see sometimes during the campaign, he's talking nonsense, abusing everybody from Atiku. What the heck is he of Adamawa? Whatever his name is.
Waziri.
The Waziri of Adamawa, he's insulting everybody. Peter Obi is running his mouth against, even at some point, Buhari himself, right? And I look, I really strain my eyes to see his protection is one soldier with a big stomach right there. He doesn't even, his horse it's not even near him. Most of the time, he's distracted with the dancing and the music, right? Or a girl walk by with a nice nyash, He has no protection. He's right there talking nonsense. But Nigerians are cowardly. They don't do anything. If you grab Wike, you're going to make some money. I don't know who they're kidnapping and then making phone calls. There's somebody you're going to get. You don't have to call. They have to call you. Are you going to say, let your people talk to my people? right? But anyway, the question you asked me is that they front every time they're accused of one of these Fulani terrorism, they go and they grab an Igbo low life.
What of if they grab Obi? Can they make money?
Well, it's not a trouble thing. I'm just trying to tell you, Peter Obi.
Oh no, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's pause on that question for a moment. If they grab Obi, then there will have to be a GoFundMe because who will pay the ransom?
Okay. you could make that case,
for,
right?
For how much? 1 month? For how much?
But Obi doesn't pay shishi now. So what happened?
Okay, then. So that's the question. Then, who has a higher kidnap value, Obi or Wike?
Wike does, because
I think so too.
Wike does.
Yeah, you never know.
Sympathy, but Wike,
no, I think Obi does. Obi does actually.
It's Obi now. How can Wike be more value?
No,
Wike is independently wealthy. It's part of the governance.
But how is the, I mean, everybody go fund me for Bina, and I go for I will contribute.
Wike is
look at the whole of video.
Like I said,
is that man of prestige?
Yes. GoFundMe.
See, a Biden supporter, of course. What do you expect? Yeah,
Wike is in government. Okay, we kidnap a minister in power, in charge of Abuja. Come on, the value is high. Is the current? It's serving in the administration, so its value will be higher than that of.
So are you telling me if they kidnap Wike or Obi, which one they're going to ask for more money? Come on now, they know how popular Obi is. Everybody's going to contribute for his release.
I mean, that one there, I agree with man of prestige. Obi is 10 times more, even 100 times more valuable than Wike.
Imagine if that Prince,
who pays Obi's ransom though?
Everybody's gonna do it.
What are you doing, man?
Have you heard the appellation? We know they give shishi. Have you ever heard about
that? Forget about Obi. We don't want to give money. We go contribute billion.
But anyway, with the godlessness and the cowardice,
you will pay Pongkong. Greater than.
But on the more serious note, the country is going. We start saying that those high-profile kidnapping, if care is not taken.
But do we need that though for this issue to be addressed?
Unfortunately, yes, Nigeria. They only care when it happens at that level.
Yes.
So
in every country,
that's just the sad reality.
In every country.
Yeah.
So it's the Nigerians are godless, and there's cowardice. There is the hallmark of our beloved country. Let's admit it. So it's refreshing when you see people like Wike, people like Sanusi Lamido, even, right? And what's the other short one from Kaduna State, former Kaduna State? El-Rufai. So people like that, who if they can even muster some kind of courage, right? Then exposing in one thing or the other, confronting the power here and there, then they rise so highly. So, but the question about this punk, this little kid here, it's like a double-edged sword, because obviously they grab the common thief, right? You describe what he does, is a thief, while withholding the main people who are Muslims. That's what it is. Every time there's never been a prosecution of a real Islamic kidnapper, terrorist. They go and they want at some point they want to make the CBN governor the terrorist, or Showere is the terrorist, for example, right? Or Nnamdi Kanu is the terrorist, because they're going, oh, okay, these Southerners or these Christians, we're going to make them the terrorists. That's what they're doing. But they forget worldwide, you cannot be a terrorist unless you're a Muslim. It's the way it is. Everybody else does the violent stuff, or they steal cars, or they.
That is not true, Pansat.
It's true.
Sorry. Hold on, Pansat. Contradict him with facts.
Right.
Prince Daddy.
Yeah, go ahead. Contradict with facts.
In contemporary times, so not back in history.
You talk about terrorists like in the What about this Ukrainian terrorist, Zanayev brothers that bombed the Boston Marathon bombing? They're not Muslims.
Are you sure?
Are they?
But the thing is that even if you bring an
Prince
anecdote,
Daddy, they are not terrorists in that form. You know what transpired during that time, so you can't really. I mean, but they are Muslim.
Prince
They're
Daddy.
Muslim.
I didn't say Christians don't do violence. There's something somebody does. It may be as egregious as terrorism, but it's not terrorism. It's violence.
Yeah, but those guys,
it's
those
war
guys are
or
Muslim
whatever.
that Prince Daddy just mentioned. They are Muslim. They are not Christians.
Yeah, and this
Those
is one of
two
those
brothers.
things.
But they're not. But they're not Arabs. They're not like they're not like the kind of Muslim you're talking about. They still consider white people. They are white. They're not like from the Middle East or ever.
Yeah, that's right.
But remember, one of the brother got radicalized. Remember, he told you, during that time, if you know the whole story. Yeah, I mean.
So okay, man of prestige. So this guy Evans, the kidnapper, is not a terrorist.
No, no, it's not. It's a Igbo man. But let me yield back to you. What he does, he does kidnapping, and he does terror. I mean, he does kidnapping, violence, stealing. He's a kidnapper, but he's not a terrorist.
He's a terrorist
in order for you to be a terrorist, right? You have to be Islamic. That's just the way it is. So I yield back.
That is so. That's such an erroneous.
I agree with Pan.
That is not true.
Where's the logic in that statement? You must be Muslim to be a terrorist. What is that? Come on, man. All right.
One man, I yielded back. There's a lot of people who want to speak here. I want to hear them. If
Pansa too much, that's all I'm gonna say.
All right, you yield back. So let me yield to Thomas to carry on the rest of the session. So Thomas, the floor is yours. Thank you, everyone.
One man, before you go, with due respect, take Passat with you, please. I can't handle. No, one man, please. One man, please. No, please.
Okay, I'm
one man. If you go, I will kick him out. If
leaving.
you left, one man, please. One man, please. If you go, I will kick him out. I will kick him out.
Let me say this. You know when Pansat was saying, "Oh, but let me explain it for the benefit of Thomas." He wasn't actually poking at you. It was joshing around with you. He was poking.
No. One man.
He was expecting you to bat it back with humor, but you took it.
No. Forget about humor.
He wants to.
But I live with you. One man will live together.
He's
No problem.
begging to be your friend now. He's begging to be your friend. Thomas, please be Francis' friend now, please.
That's all right. That's all right.
Bye, everybody. All right, bye.
Let's see how long this lasts. Once one man.
All right. See you tomorrow. It started to rain heavily here. I don't know what quite was going on. So see you tomorrow. Over to you, Thomas.
Yeah. Thank you, man. Yeah. Do you have new people in the house? I think Babati. I just heard your vote from. You just came in, or you've been here before?
And I just came in, but
I just came in. Yes, I was looking at the screen.
Let me listen for a minute.
Thomas, I think it's not Adewale time now.
Adewale,
yeah.
Is Adewale there?
No, let them continue. I have family engagement. I've been here all day, but it's okay.
I'll come now, everyone.
It's once Pastor take over the show, it's like a legion. You just spread it like an octopus, grabbing one topic to another.
Hey, Thomas, if you don't mind, let me roughen up Man of Prestige real quickly.
Yes. Go on. Yeah.
Okay, Prince Daddy, come at me. Let's hear from Prince Daddy, because there's about 2 mega here, so I'm ready to face them. Go ahead, Prince Daddy. I'm listening, brother.
No, I was going to say I was disappointed with your remarks the other day about Biden. That's, I mean, I still can't believe at this point in time you're still supporting a man that's like, can't even walk up the stairs. I mean,
Okay.
it's so embarrassing. And it's quite clear right now who the Republican nominee is going to be, and you're
Okay.
still in denial. What is wrong with
I
you?
wait now. You don't switch
No,
on
no,
to America
no.
again.
Someone just give us a minute, okay? I mean, we're not gonna last on
It's
this
not
topic
the
because
America again. I beg I dey
no,
go.
Thomas, please, just a minute. So, what's your point, Prince Daddy? So, it's going to be Biden and Trump. There's no doubt about it because Haley has no chance at all. You know, it's not going to have any. It's not even going to do anything in South Carolina. So let's put it that way. So by the 5th of November, you and I are going to be here. Hopefully, we're going to be alive. I know we're going to be alive, and I'm going to tell you, we're going to redefine Trump what he is. I mean, we're going to redefine Trump. He's an insurrection. A man, I mean, I can't even start naming him. Babati is listening. He's another mega here. So we're going to win. Okay, let me just summarize it. It doesn't matter. We're going to redefine
Well,
Trump. And by that
that's
time, you're going to know
if
where
you
things
don't
start.
kick him out. You know, I think Gavin
We
Newsom
are not going
actually
to kick him out. He's an
really.
indicted, and he's going to be a felon before that time. So let's just wait. You see, we're going to see what happens, okay? Yeah, we'll talk
Okay,
about it
we'll
next time.
see.
Yeah. Babati, hi.
So you are very confident you guys gonna win. Are you
Oh yeah,
planning
Ajaliko, I'm very
you guys
confident.
planning to rig the election again?
I'm very confident, Ajaliko.
Do you know what is
You're
banking?
planning to rig again this time
No, it's
around?
not gonna be rigged.
Those mailing ballot votes that they've been rigging for decades.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
no more mailing ballot. No more
those
mailing
mailing
ballot
ballot,
vote.
have you?
No
Forget
mailing
about what
ballot
the
vote.
forget about what the polls say right now. We are in combat. We have all the whole apparatus to to retain power.
So why is Barack worried about Biden then? If that is true.
Well, it has to warn
Everybody in
people.
your
I
party
mean,
is worried that this
we
guy,
have
even
to
they are
act
losing.
like we are down.
Listen to me.
We have
They
to
are
act we are down.
losing.
Look at the
They are
economy.
losing.
Look at the unemployment. Look at the confidence. Look at inflation. Look at everything.
Let's break it down. Hold on, let's break it down. They are worried about the black vote. They are losing black male. Just look at the numbers. It's not looking
Baba
good.
D,
Man.
I think you are looking something very frivolous that's not going to materialize.
Look at the poll. Look at the numbers. I'm not.
Forget
not
about
me.
the poll. You and I there here. We're gonna day here, Baba T. Hey,
Okay.
Baba T, are you still in Boston?
Yeah, I'm in Boston. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I'm coming to Boston next week, so that's why I asked you that.
What part?
Yeah.
What part of Boston are you coming to?
The main, near the. I don't know the whole Boston, but it's around the park. You know where the park is.
Are you coming to Massachusetts?
Huh?
You coming to Massachusetts?
No, Boston City itself.
Boston City. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Near that new ugly statue.
We are the park.
Okay.
Actually, our hotel is going to be in downtown, so I need to go to the whole artillery.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. But anyway, go ahead.
I'm saying this is my point. On a more serious note, look at. I think forget the fringe for a minute of both sides. Look at the independent. One thing that galvanizing the independents is the border issue. So even the Democrats, even the Democrats are like, with what's going on in Chicago and New York, where you have this invasion. That's the word I would use, invasion of people through the borders coming up north. I have never seen people in Chicago be anti-democrat like this before. So you have completely turned them, your so-called liberal Democrats and even independents, against Biden. So that one issue, I think, will even galvanize Democrats to either vote for Trump or stay at home. Democrats oftentimes lose when their people stay at home. Maybe they're angry at the government, at their party. So the Chicago, just look at what is going on in Chicago and New York. And just look at the numbers, look at the articles, look at people's
Forget
reaction.
about what is going on right now, Baba.
It is not that,
because when it comes to two people, Biden and Trump, right? You're gonna remind people the kind of person Trump is, and that's where everything is gonna come out. People know what Trump.
You cannot
people
keep
know Trump antecedent.
You cannot keep saying that Trump is racist and stuff. At some point, tell me about yourself. Tell
We
me
have
about
done
it.
a lot. Biden has done more than a lot. What is the unemployment rate right now?
What,
3
what is
point
the,
something.
what is inflation rate right now? What is the inflation rate right now?
Inflation is going down. What are you
But,
talking about?
but
The consumer confidence is rising up. Look at the
consumer
index.
confidence. Have you
I
gone
don't
to the
really have to
grocery
tell you.
lately? Have you been to the store lately to shop for anything?
Yes.
Yeah,
People are making more money. And there's plenty of job. If you want job, you can, unless you don't want to work.
It's
You
not,
know
it's
that,
not the
Babati.
job, but how much is the job paying to keep up with the
You
cost of
can't control it. You can't inflation happen. You can't control inflation. It does
not this
happen
time,
every
not this
10
time.
years or so.
Under his administration, it's been terrible. It's been god awful. You
Well,
cannot
Manifest is
do.
not going to admit. But Manifest, did you hear what Jimmy Dimon said? The CEO of the J.P. Morgan.
what did he say? I didn't hear that.
Okay, well,
I'm
essentially, he's not a
gonna play
supporter
later.
of
I'm gonna
Trump.
go ahead.
He's not a supporter of Trump, but he said, you know, Trump's policies were great for America. He said it, and he's a critic of Trump. He just said like couple of weeks
When
ago.
did he say that? Recently?
Recently, Google it. Jimmy Dimon just
I'm going to Google it, but it
He
doesn't.
said
It doesn't.
he said it last
he
week.
said it on a liberal network, not
Yeah,
conservative, on a
he
liberal
said it.
network.
He said it last week. Is it this week? I think it was on Monday or so. Monday or Tuesday. He said
This
it.
week? Okay.
I think it was this week.
Yeah, just recently.
Even Democrats are worried about Biden. Forget Republicans or the Independents. Even Democrats are they're very jittery. Like this guy, they're not sure about him.
Well, I mean, I can be honest. I mean that's the only choice we have.
Even
What do we
their
have?
youth
I mean, because
doesn't want to
not
vote
that
for
Democrat
him
want to
over
run, but that
the
being run. But when it
issue.
comes to those two people, Biden and Trump, he's only older than is it not about 3 years or whatever? I mean, Trump is not a chicken. He's himself.
But man of prestige, in who in the world will still vote for that dementia president you have?
Okay, how about Trump? How old is Trump?
Trump is much better. Come on now. Why can't you be
America is not
comparing?
like Nigeria. America has structure. Because
No,
you are president doesn't mean
even
you
Thomas
make
the
the whole
Australian,
policy. It
he
depends on
can
who you
tell it
appoint.
different. See,
Come on now.
matter of prestige.
Everybody
You
can
don't
see
understand
it now.
reality.
Everybody can see what we are seeing. Prestige. Everybody knows. Everybody can see it.
all of us
Even
gonna be
an
here.
Australian can see it.
November 5 is gonna be here soon. This is January. January is almost over. November 5 is gonna be here. We are gonna
Yeah,
congregate here.
that even Biden remains on the ticket, if it even runs, quite frankly.
Wow, praise that.
And Prince, God help us if something happens to Biden and we have President Kamala Harris. Then we are effed up, man.
God forbid.
It's over, man.
What?
Everyone one chance.
America. What's gonna happen to America, Babati? If Kamala Harris is the president, what's gonna happen to America?
Really? Can she make up her mind for once on one issue?
Come on now.
That's who you want? Nah, God help us.
So when Trump
as
come in and put Carrie Lake, the Arizona
Kamala Harris,
as the vice president, what does she know?
When she went into the Senate, she was an Indian lady. When she came out, she was black. So what is she? We don't even know. So, we don't even know.
Wow.
She's not the kind of person you want to. Oh God, no. Give me Gary Newsom from California. In fact, I'll take a governor. Prestige. Give me a governor from California. I will take him.
We just feel like Biden is doing a good work, and you need 8 more years, and that's gonna happen. So you can play any game or any trash you want to talk, but
Prestige.
Thomas,
Me that is not even
to Nigerian
America.
policies, please, Thomas. Let's go to Nigerian policies.
Come on.
Thomas.
Man of prestige.
Yes, sir.
You know that even the youth in Democrat doesn't want to vote for him over the issue in Gaza. The Gaza.
Yeah,
the progressive are mad. No, the progressive are upset.
Yeah,
they're upset.
Yeah, the youth are saying they are not voting for Biden.
Wait a minute. Come on, Ajali. You are very good in politics. A month is a long day. It's a long way. Let alone about 8 months or so, or 9 months. Come on now, you know that anything can change before then.
And you're right about that. Except that every day that goes by for Biden is bad. It can never be good.
But what is bad?
If it's better for the election to be held like tomorrow, it would be better for Biden. He has a better chance than going all the way to November. He has no chance, and I think he knows that.
Do you know why?
Daddy,
let me explain to you why.
Prince Daddy, we have to be I think we have to Trump to me and all of us that are immigrant, I don't think it's good for any one of us to even support Trump, because Trump policy on immigrant is not good. On immigration, rather, is not good.
But not true. Not true at all.
Hold on.
What is not true, Prince Daddy? Educate us.
Ajalico, do you know how many people enter America during Trump's regime, or what do you call it?
How many people, Thomas?
Immigrants.
A lot.
No, hold on.
Not immigrants.
No, there are
a lot of legal immigrants. Yes, that is
immigrants.
No, hold on.
Do you have the data to support what you just claimed?
You know that America, the way they handle their visa issue, they can. I mean, for the next 1 year now, those that are booking appointment for visa is already booked for the next 1 year. So many times these visa cases, on the ground, they have to calculate, before another regime, comes in. So those cases on the ground, before another regime comes in, they have to, take care of them and make sure that they treat them. So, but what I'm trying to say is that we have to take a second look at Trump immigration policy. He's not that good. I think he's trying to make it harder for immigrants. Either you want to come
let me jump.
Hold on. Let me learn. He's trying to make it harder for people like me and you that are immigrants to bring our family come here. It doesn't want it to be easy the way it is now, where we can bring our parents, our family.
But that will require the changing of the immigration policy.
He wanted to change everything back then. So Trump immigration policy, that is where I have problem with him.
Last time Coletta came on the show trying to prove otherwise, he actually showed the data whereby under Trump, more immigrants came to America than under Obama. Yes, it was Coletta that showed the data. Legal immigration. You got to keep in mind, the only thing Trump's against is illegal immigration. The open borders.
God bless you, Prince Daddy. Illegal.
Yeah.
Illegal. That is the right thing to do, isn't it? That's the right thing to do. That's the right thing to do.
No.
People have to come into the country illegally, not legally, not illegally.
He was trying to change the policy.
Are you trying to support illegally?
That's propaganda.
It's not propaganda. This is what I followed. Babati.
Come on now, it's not propaganda. Trump introduced a very draconian immigration policy that tried to make the policy of America. I mean, completely.
Prince Daddy, you know that. Can we clarify?
He was trying to.
No, it wasn't him.
He was trying to change the policy for the white European to come in easier to this country.
They have a law now.
No.
They have a law. They call it the 7% law. That means for each continent, everybody gets it must be something of everybody comes in at the same time. So you can never have more Europeans coming than Africans or Asians or whatever. They have a law for that.
He was proposing to change it.
No,
not
saying
now.
This one Ajali Koko say right
No,
now is
say
correct.
Ajala Koko.
And the
Trump was
Republicans were supporting him. I mean, we have to be very careful.
It was concerned about the high quality paying jobs actually going to the Indians. Actually, let me tell you the facts. He was concerned about all the tech jobs being taken by people from mostly India. We all know that. That's where most of those high tech smart people come from. And he was trying to curtail that and bring up a balancing in the country. It was never against Africans actually or Nigerians, not at all. No.
He said Africa is a shithole country. The man that can mention that Africa is a shithole country.
Are you not shithole? Are you not shithole?
No, I'm not
Are
a
you not
shithole.
How can you describe the whole as a shithole country?
Are you not shithole, Ajale Koko? Nigeria is a shithole.
You think that man like me and you?
That man doesn't. That man doesn't like
people
black,
like
let alone
I
Africa.
I can't believe you're talking like this.
Biden,
Don't go there.
No.
Don't go there.
Hold on. So when Biden was passing those laws in the 1990s,
Babati, read your screen. Read your screen.
Trump didn't allow man of press illegal. So let me.
Nobody's gonna make that kind of comment.
No. Hold on. Let's compare. When Biden passed those laws in 1994, that led to the incarceration of black people, that doubled it up in the 90s. Was that racist against black people?
I mean, that was
the black people Hillary called.
I mean, he already apologized to that. That was at that particular time.
Apologize, really? Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you want me to say something about Trump? What he did to black people?
No. Saying is one thing, but doing is another thing. Biden actually did it. That's the difference. He actually
did it and he said it.
Biden is worse, man. Go and look at his history. Even I remember him running against Obama. He said, Obama, yeah, that man is it was very condescending to him. Like, this black guy, well, he's black, he's articulate. The way he was very condescending to Obama. He has this history against black people when he was in the Senate. Go look at his history. So that's saying that, because somebody.
And if you're not careful, manifest, he's going to put you in shame.
But his policy on immigration and immigrant is a very good one.
So you are focused on that part.
It's not good. I was crossing the border good for you. Do your people cross the border or they fly into the country?
I'm not talking about the border. I'm talking about.
Okay, which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about the legal and flexible.
I mean, overall, the Democrats are pro-African compared to Republicans. Everybody knows that.
Favorable policy for immigrants. He doesn't even have one. The only immigration is concerned about is illegal immigration.
I think Ajale people like how illegal drugs, illegal people are entering the US. Maybe Ajale people like it.
No,
I guess so.
So wait a minute. So all these Republicans here, you tell me Trump want to build the wall, all that kind of thing that he proposed. Tell me what did he contend?
I want him to finish that wall. I want him to finish that wall. So he should come back. Trump should come back.
But let me tell you,
something wrong with these African people here. So the point I'm trying to make.
What is wrong with me because of the war to protect the country?
No, not just you. A lot
I
of
have a family. I have a siblings in US, so I want him to be protected.
Support person like Trump. I mean, this man is a corrupt person. This man is anything of wrong for any human being, and this is exactly what you're trying to, destroy in Nigeria.
Trump better Biden. Trump
is an epidemic. Trump is an epidemic of the kind of corruption and everything we have in Nigeria.
Calm down. Let me
come to this country and support this man.
Let me give an example.
Shame on you. Shame on you, President. Shame on you, Babati.
You don't need to shame on us.
Man of prestige. Are you listening to Thomas? Somebody in Australia?
No, I'm not. That's why I didn't respond to Thomas. That's why I didn't tell Thomas.
Guys, please.
But I'm attacking people that live here. Prince Daddy, I'm all these two mega.
Hold on, Petit. If Trump was in office, I can guarantee you two things. There will be no war in Ukraine and there will be no war in Gaza and Israel right now.
In Gaza, God bless you.
That I can assure you will not be happening right
He,
now.
he will liar.
There will
He
be
will
war.
liar
Hold
before
on.
people.
Hold on.
That will not
what
be
did he do
happening.
when he was in power with Israel?
Hold on,
Instead of
Babati.
trying
You
to
made a
promote a
mistake.
two-state solution, with the
Look,
what the UN want, I mean, give
look,
everybody their own land. What he did, he made Jerusalem the capital. He even made
man
it
of
worse.
prestige. The war in Gaza would have been worse off if to be Trump that is there today.
Yes, that's what people don't realize. He
That
made
of Ukraine,
Jerusalem the
I will
capital.
agree with Babati that there won't be war in Ukraine. But that of Gaza, he will wipe out, he will support them to wipe out
Okay,
the
okay.
Palestinians.
The Ukraine one, yes.
A man that doesn't
We
believe
agree on that one.
in a two-state solution. He doesn't
Right.
believe in two-state. Is of the same
Well,
stand with
the reason
Netanyahu.
why there may not have been a war or whatever, what is Trump going to do? Trump wasn't going to support Ukraine. Instead of he's going to support his master, in Russia. That's what he's going to do. He's
That
going
is
to
all
come to his
propaganda.
master.
That was Hillary's propaganda, Jerry. All these Russian files, all this.
See,
That was
What do you
man
mean
of prestige,
propaganda?
he
You see,
drinks
you see Trump.
the
You see
liberal
Trump
Kool-Aid
and
so
the.
much.
You see
He
Trump
drinks
and
the
the.
Kool-Aid so much.
Go ahead.
I say you drink the Democratic liberal Kool-Aid too much. You just spew all this whatever they say you think is true. No. And by the
Me?
way, Angelico, see, it's two-state solution is anti-Zionism. Okay, so it's perhaps not the best. In fact, it's not the best
okay.
solution. Actually.
Okay. See, but that even you and I, when you get that is the line I cannot cross with you. That's Zionism thing. That's why I draw the line with you. I'm not a Zionist, so I can't go that far into supporting the right. When you go too far into Zionism about you should control everything, I can't do that. That's why I draw the line. But go ahead.
Oh no, we don't want to control everything, but it's about the trying to have a lasting solution to the issue in the Middle East between Israel and its neighbors. But the problem is that look, we know that not the Palestinian people, especially the Christians, they're beautiful people. We have no problem with that. But is the terrorists amongst them? Of course, we're talking about Hamas. That's the big problem. They don't want no peace. They don't want any peace. They just want to continue to create chaos, and that's the problem. So
But
that's
by the way, there are some people I would like you to talk to that are very interesting individuals that they share the same belief system, the Zionism thing, but they believe that part of Nigeria actually the lost tribe of Israel, and it's a huge movement, surprisingly, and they will quote the Bible in order to explain their point. Fascinating people. Fascinating.
Interesting, really.
Yeah, but go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah. Let's not belabor the issue with the Israel that much, but it's a matter of prestige pointing that out. And again, and I agree with you, Baba. Say if Trump was in power, no, this Hamas thing attacking Israel would not have happened, and certainly, Putin would not have invaded Ukraine.
Wait a minute, Papa. Wait a minute, Prince Daddy. Before you go to Putin, just stay with Israel. So, are you saying the Hamas wouldn't have attacked Israel if Trump was in power?
Exactly
Is
what
that
I'm
what you
saying.
just
Yes,
said?
yes,
Tell me
exactly
how.
what I said.
Tell me how Trump would have prevented that. Just tell me. Go ahead.
Have you heard the phrase "peace through strength"? Have you heard it? I know you have.
Yes.
Okay. Now tell me. It's good to have antecedents, to have precedents to everything. You tell me. You know what is going on under Trump. How many wars started? How many wars happened under Trump? Tell me. Which country went to war? How many nations
But you are not answering the question now. That's not the issue.
You're not answering me what
You
I
are not
asked you.
answering the question.
Yes.
He's telling you
I
that.
did. I told
the
him
Hamas.
there would not have been any war with a mass attacking
You're
Israel
going
under
about
Trump.
war. I mean, we know what
No.
caused this war. The
Hamas
Hamas invading
attack is
Israel.
different.
But how is that not gonna wouldn't have happened? Hamas wouldn't have
I just told
invaded.
you,
I mean,
strength,
surprising. Is it not?
through peace through strength.
Strength.
How?
That's
You're
the
not making
model.
Strength by
sense.
who? Strength by who?
See, when you have someone not feeble, not weak like Biden, but if you have someone like Trump,
What is Biden got
Is
to do with
Biden the
Israel?
president? Is
the
Biden the prime minister of Israel?
Is Biden the prime minister of Israel?
What are you talking about?
That's what I'm trying. Okay, the point I'm trying to make is that if you don't have somebody as weak and docile as Biden, and you have
What
Trump,
is Biden got to do with the
So,
control of Israel?
Ajalico, so
Is he
what Prince Dad
is
is
he
trying
the
to
prime
say,
minister
if
of
Trump is
Israel,
in
or is
power,
he the commander
they
of
would have been
chief
afraid
of
of
Israel?
invading.
because
They would
it's
have
all
been
of that. It's
afraid
all
of
about
attacking
forming
Israel.
a building relationship. You know very well, Trump and Netanyahu. Relationship.
Guys, hold on.
Come on now, that's a fallacy argument.
It's a
I mean,
complete fallacy.
sometimes you make good
It's a
analysis,
complete
but this is
fallacy.
a fallacy argument.
President, hold on. You have to understand something. When
Have you heard about the Abraham Accord? I know you have.
No. Hold on. Because guys, listen. When I agreed with you when it came to Ukraine about Coco. But when you're discussing Israel, you must understand Prince Daddy's position. He's a Zionist. So when you're engaging him with anything that has to do with Israel, you must also have at the back of your mind that he's a Zionist. So he's going to have a very different.
How can a black man call himself a supporting Zionism?
Yeah, but that is him. That is
a black man.
A black man saying that is Abraham. So that is him. So you cannot just understand.
Okay, I'm just hearing this in the first time about Prince Daddy.
So if you keep pushing back at him, forget the Biden thing now. That's where he's coming from. So
is he a political Zionism or religious Zionism?
More spiritual, I think more religious opinion on that. So that's
Zionism is just an ideology. It's a concept.
Yeah, ideology.
A bad man saying that it's Abraham descendant. So I don't
Abraham Zionism.
But that is his own perspective.
I'm not talking genetically. You know that, but as a spiritual heritage, absolutely.
Heritage,
we are descendants of Abraham.
What is heritage? There's no heritage.
Abraham would relate to me. Heritage Abraham. Can you say Abraham? Where are you related to Abraham?
Abraham.
Abraham
it's true now. It's
true. Please, Daddy, don't deceive your heads. Don't deceive yourself. You have no relationship with Abraham. They're just deceiving you. All those colonial people that wrote lies.
No, it has nothing to do with colonialism. No.
So that they can control your mind, control your, psychologically forever.
So wait a minute. Let's go back to Prince Daddy. Let's go back to Russia.
Yourself.
Because you and Babati is making this comment that if Trump has been in power,
I agree with the Ukraine war.
There wouldn't be Russia and Ukraine war.
That never would.
Because hold on, let me land. Yeah. Because what Putin was trying to do was to announce Ukraine. Okay, if Trump has been in power, we know he's not going to supply Ukraine the power, any kind of ammunition to resist. So in other words, there's going to be war either way. Because Russia would have just marched there
answer the question right
and take over Ukraine. Is that not a war?
You just give an answer to the question right there. You just did.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is still a war because Russia is just going to march to Ukraine.
Because if nobody supplies Ukraine the weapon, there won't be any war. You just said
but Ukraine was going to fight with the little. Wait a minute. Ukraine was going to fight with the little they have. They're just not going to.
Yeah, right. Come on, stop it. The only reason why this war started and is going in the first place is because of the Allied support, especially American support for Ukraine. Ukraine has no money. They have no weapon, have nothing.
Who started the invasion of Ukraine? What was the mission of Ukraine? Is it not to announce Ukraine?
Yeah.
Is that not what it is?
No, it was just a simple military exercise. That's what it was.
No, don't lie, Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
My question is twofold. The first one is about Ukraine war. So if Trump is the leader now, do you think if Russia, the way they invade Ukraine, they want to take part of Ukraine and probably annex Ukraine first, you think that Trump will not allow Europe or any other country to supply arms and ammunition to Ukraine? Yes or no, please?
say that, well, Trump would not allow it. But apart from that, these European nations, they're weak anyway. They're weak need. Okay, you know that. They're not going to make any move if America does
So,
not.
in essence, Russia will just take over Ukraine, right? Yes or no?
No, they're only going to take the part of the Crimea. They took Crimea, but the part of Lugansk and the other side of it.
If that is the case, any country or any part of former USSR that is not listening to Putin, that means Putin can take over them easily.
That's not true. No way Putin go back to Poland. What are you talking about? It's not going to happen.
So what he's trying to say,
the guy is just giving you a scenario.
Yeah,
I'm giving you a scenario.
This is a terrible scenario. This is the point. These are terrible takes. These are terrible.
No. What Prince Daddy is telling us this evening here, this morning here, is that he can annex part of Ukraine, and if Kazakhstan or Tajikistan or Uzbekistan, all this can, if they are
what we
can go ahead and take. Listen first, and then you can come again. So if anybody is probably talking any war, whatever, against Putin, he can just annex part of their town and city under Trump, and Trump will just fold and will not say nothing, will not do nothing. So that is the scenario you are painting. If he can take that small Crimea and now he take part of Ukraine, then tomorrow he can go ahead and take part of Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan or wherever he wants to take.
Sorry, Remy, it doesn't work that way. If you listen to this guy, John Mersheimer, okay, is an American professor or historian. Now the guy broke it down, and the guy gave us a detailed analysis of what Putin's or Russia's policies are and were, and broke it down. Let me tell you, Russia or Putin does not have no interest in invading countries because it's unnecessary. They have the largest land mass in Europe. They don't need more land. They don't. Unless you're telling me that if they annex or invade a part of other country, of another country, that means because they're going for maybe their natural resources or something like that. But that has never been part of Russia's foreign policy. They don't do that. You gotta keep one thing in mind. You have to know the history. The reason why Crimea and Lugansk.
I see Trump as a profit-minded businessman. He likes the rich people and he hates the poor. So
Trump is corrupt criminal.
All his policies is how to governize.
Remy, you made it very no. You can't. Hold on. You can't. Hold on. No. You can't do that. Remy, hold on, please, hold on. You said he hates the poor. So who hates the poor more? The one that tells you that your poor get better, or the one that gives you butter and keeps you poor by feeding you crumbs? Who is worse?
At least the one that is giving you crumbs, you get something at the end of the day.
Really? So making you dependent on. Hold on.
I didn't mean to intervene. I'm kind of baffled about
this is sad, man.
Tell me what Trump has done to the poor. Has done for the poor. Trump.
What has he done for the poor?
Oh my God. I'm
no.
You're right about it. He done a lot for the poor. Trump.
Hold on, guys. Remember, this guy had a deal. He was supposed to that he was going to do for specifically black people. Small scale that people that went to prison. When you go to prison as a black man and you come out, because of your record, it was hard for you to get some certain things, credit tax and something. He was going to do something. Guess who didn't make that work? Who facilitated him? The Democrats.
Is that a deal?
Let me finish.
Because you just released that woman from Alabama.
No, that was
example.
Let me finish now. Let me finish.
Hold on. Gentlemen, let's have one voice at a time. One voice.
Okay. Thank you, Mama. Let me finish. You know where I'm coming from. This was before. This was the deal they made with. We had Ice Cube, people like that before. Not because the plan was not great, but they felt like that plan had to come from Democrats. So if Trump was the one making the plan, they didn't want it because they know what the consequence down the road 20 years from now. They would say it was the Republicans that made it happen. But what happened is when that plan was crossed in the House by anti-Nancy from your state, they didn't provide any alternative. It never came into fruition. So he's bringing that up again. So, but that was there the first time he was running for office.
So let me ask you something, Babati. Are you saying this is a policy proposed by Trump? Then when he went to the Congress, the Democrat control house thwarted that effort. Are you telling me that?
You know, when he first won, they controlled both house. If you remember, they controlled the house and they have the purse. So if what he was proposing means you must change the laws that it will relax the laws against people that were felons. Okay, that way they have access to these things, to loans, tax credit that ordinarily they would not get because of their record, and it was targeted towards black people. Go look it up. Even Ice Cube.
I know, but I don't believe that. I don't believe that because Trump was against felons, repentant felons that already sat their time to vote.
No, not the voting. Forget the vote.
But I'm just saying I don't believe what he's saying.
No, no. Even Democrat came after Ice Cube for how dare you go talk to Trump. Even Steve Harvey. You remember Steve Harvey if you remember?
He went to the White House.
No. When he was running, he went to see him in New York when he was running before he became president. He called black people in
at the Trump Tower.
Forget him winning. Before he won, he already had this plan before he won. Go look it up. He had all those
now photo doesn't mean anything for the poor.
I'm telling you who are the one that supported that deal. It was the Democrats that supported those deals. Because
let me chime in.
Go ahead.
See, in fact, Trump's second term, he had allotted
what second time? Trump didn't have a second time. What are you talking about?
Well, he had a deal whereby he was going to give the black community $500 billion. I mean, $500 billion. And apart from that, he gave the how you call it, the black colleges, right? The black colleges in America. HBCU. He gave them $100 billion. Did you know that? Just Google it right there. Don't argue about it. Just Google it. Okay. That's when Biden was calling you guys. He said it was going to put you guys in chains. Okay, that's what you people. That's no. And Remy, I mean, you're talking from far away, too far away to say that Trump hates poor people and likes rich people, because that is not true. Because under Trump's first term, right? Pretty much all the different what do you call them, race in America, from the African Americans to the Asians to the Hispanics, all had a higher income, and they were better off. We have the data to support it. They were better off under Trump, and this data were gathered not by Trump, of course, but the statistics bureau in America. It's not like a Democratic thing or a Republican thing. Not at all. Overall, everyone fared better. Everyone fared better under Trump. So this notion that and they had this program also, Babati. It's the urban area revitalization. I think it's called. I can't remember.
That is the reason why you brought Ben Carson in.
Exactly.
Remember?
Oh my God, that Uncle Tom.
That program was meant to target black neighborhoods, whereby they invest billions and billions of dollars in black neighborhoods, businesses to empower black people. So this corrupt notion, fake news that Trump hates black people or poor people is not true, because we tracked what he was doing and what he actually did. But for Biden, we can't say so. I think I heard it earlier, Babati, talking about how the from Chicago to Boston, how the black people now are turning against Trump. Why? Because now they are abandoning Americans and focusing on immigrants.
They are closing schools to house immigrants. They are closing schools, middle schools down to house illegal immigrants. So you tell me how that makes sense.
You all are painting this
Are you
They always
kidding
see
me?
all these
Go look it
ugly
up now.
fallacy pictures. Like America is like in a hell. Wow. Nobody
Man,
came America. You and I, all of us. You and all of us there. You're
how
painting all
can
this kind of
you
picture that
close?
don't even make sense.
How can you close down a school to house illegal immigrants?
Babati, what
Make
are
it
you
make
saying?
sense.
America is a country of illegal immigrants. You know that. So everybody
No, I
knows.
don't. No, I don't.
So what's the big deal about that?
I don't know that.
That has
That's
been
that's an erroneous statement,
You live in
Remy. That
Finland.
is not true.
Remy,
America is a land of immigrants, not illegal immigrants.
Remy's in Finland, for God's sake. So what is he talking about?
And so there are some issues I will not argue about because I'm not in America. But at least there are fritters of news all over the world. When this guy was your president for 4 years, your country was totally in chaos.
That is not true.
Wait a minute. Why are you talking about Remy? The world is so global. I mean, Remy can get any information from anywhere. So you don't have to live in America to know what's going on in
He said
America.
in chaos. When was the country in chaos with Trump in government? When was
He's talking about the Antifa riot that they showed them on television. It's all made up.
I was in Kenosha at the time, Remy. I was in Kenosha. Oh, you know what Kenosha is, right?
In Wisconsin, right?
I was in Wisconsin. Because I used to work Kenosha with Aurora Health, Kenosha, South Chicago, then Milwaukee. Okay, that was just an isolation, and also what happened in Portland prior to things coming in. What I'm saying is, in your Finland, there's no way you will say in a day. Imagine saying, in Finland, though, you have 20,000 people coming to your country every day illegally. Every day, 10 to 20 people coming to your country. Thousands every day. Come on, you'll be like, what is going on?
So can I interject a little bit?
Yeah.
When you look back at American history, and when you look at how the country came into existence, you will see that people moved from other parts of the world to that country. They did not get a pass or did not get a visa to go to that country and conquer
What were the laws back then?
The indigenous people.
Tell me the laws back then.
Hold on. And then when you look after that word, there's a lot of immigrants, whether legal or illegal, that a mass movement from all Central America. That's why you have Hispanics today. So, and then there's also a lot of people taken as slaves from Africa, and then they give them pardon or whatever they do. And then, so what I'm just trying to tell you is that when you look at that country history, a lot of people moving, whether legally or illegally, so that country is a country of immigrants. But if today, like for example, when this guy came in, he wanted to take away Obamacare totally. He doesn't want it. And most of these immigration law favored the rich people. When he banned a lot of countries, including Nigeria at that time, when it was new, including Nigeria, why did he not? He now left all those rich Arab Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and UAE, all those ones. And all those poor ones or developing countries that they classify as they are nothing, they are like a shit hole, sorry for my language, they left them to be. And then you can see from that angle, there's already a segregation. There's already a line between the rich and the poor. Everybody knows the truth. You can say today that UAE.
Let me answer this question quickly. Okay. When you go into a country, how do you enter that country? How do you enter into that country?
Of course, I'll enter this country legally. You're right, but that does not
mean.
Hold on. Let me answer.
My point here is that you go through a port of entry. So all those people that came in the beginning, they were documented and they came to the country legally.
Let me answer the question fully for you. I came here legally, but there are still some people that came here illegally, maybe through the open border or through maybe they came here and then they get asylum or whatever they want to do. So that is also illegal, and they have to listen to them. Why have you come here? And they will tell their story. And if they think their story is worth enough, they can let them in, and they support them, they protect them, they help them. But when you
I don't know about Finland, but
your man is a divider. He's a divider.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Unfortunately for you Americans, this year that you are going to do your election, you are such in a dilemma. You have a current president that is going to be 80 plus by that time, and then you have another one with Hofed, I don't know who are you going to speak. It's so
why are we even allowing a Finnish person to even talk to America?
Wait a minute, Babati, don't say
We
that.
even allowed him to
Remy has even I told he live in Finland. Hold on, Babati. Even I told he live in Finland. He has said it better than I could have. Everything he said is right on the point.
Democrat.
Remy watches
allowing
CNN in Finland. That's the problem. He watches CNN. That's the problem. Just like you.
And what do you watch? Don't you watch Fox? When O'Reilly used to be there,
I don't watch Fox News. Not at all.
And now you what do you have there? You know, look at the people you watch. Sean Hannity, you know, Laura Ingraham, and the one that come at 8 o'clock. What's his name?
I don't even know those people. I don't watch
all of them. Yeah, I watch all. Them. No, look, I take all kind of news. I watch CNN. I watch Fox. I watch MSNBC. I don't watch one channel.
Do you watch?
I like to listen to every angle.
Do you know Prestige? Newsmax is even more conservative than Fox.
I don't watch. I'm just telling you the three I like to watch. So because I don't really like for you to tell me what I'm gonna hear. I like to watch an opposition. So I won't be watching MSNBC.
Okay, Prestige? Can we for once forget the Republicans for a second, the Democratic Party? Because I know earlier on they had this lady that wanted to challenge Biden. What happened to her? She was going to run in the primaries.
Well, there's one that's running right now. I forgot
that girl,
from Minnesota or whatever, or Wisconsin. You know
that woman, right?
No, it was a man. The businessman that contested in New Hampshire. I think he came second or whatever because they did a write-in.
And what happened to your governor also? Newsom.
But it's just like what Republican did during Trump time, Bush or whatever. They just say this is who we want, and that's who. Do I want Biden? I like Biden for his agenda, but his age, I was concerned. Let me be very realistic, but that's what the Democrats decided, and I have to go with what they decided. And so
I like that.
The Democrats did not decide that. Barack Obama decided that.
Wow. Why is Prince Daddy? The way they come up with your own conspiracy theory.
Biden and Trump more important than what is happening in Abuja? I don't understand.
Come on, guys. Listen. We talk about
I can manage. Hold on. I can manage somebody from Finland discussing America, but a Canadian is a no-no. We know that is a no-no. We cannot even allow a Canadian.
Babati, just only a Canadian. You understand? You know we have history together, so you can't just bully law. So we've settled that one like 100 years.
Enjoy your snow, your -10 or -40 or whatever you have going on. Only God knows where you are.
It's global. It's global freezing now. Global freezing will soon reach America. Don't worry. Global freezing will soon reach you. So the thing is, guys,
Trudeau. If Trudeau is still dealing with you guys, if you guys can handle Trudeau, then we can talk about.
How is that guy even in office? Who put that guy in there?
No, tell me, what could the guy have done better? Because see, no matter how good you are here, you understand. Whatever is happening in America, we find a way to escalate to Canada. We are the only neighbor now. So the other neighbor are Russian. So how far we have from each other. So to me, America and Canada, they are just they are siblings. So that's just the way I see it.
You know what's happening? Prince Daddy and Babati, they dislike any progressive governance. This is their problem.
Ooh.
That's why they're talking about Canada, because the guy is progressive. So they dislike anything like that.
What is so progressive about seizing people's bank accounts and throwing them in jail? Tell me, what's so progressive about that? Do you know the Canadian court just ruled like a couple of days ago that what Trudeau did was illegal?
What did Trudeau do?
What did he do?
Okay, during the truckers protest. Now they doxed a lot of people. And they seized their bank accounts and prevented them from sending money, and even got many of them to lose their jobs.
But this is a lot of people were arrested.
Prince Daddy, how is it illegal?
They paralyzed the whole city. I watched it.
No, wait.
What are you talking about?
Let me ask the Prince Daddy a question. How was it illegal? I want to know.
In a democratic society country, You're telling me how it's illegal to seize people's personal bank accounts? What are you talking about, Ola?
No,
What do
because
you
you
mean how
have
is
to
that legal?
understand our law. You have to understand our law because before you can say something is illegal.
No. It was. I
Something
just
is
told you.
illegal.
No. Google it. Don't argue about this. Just Google it. Your court, not American court, your Canadian court, just ruled that its actions were illegal. I'm not
But
making
the
it up.
Ola was telling you they have
Are you
a law.
aware? Are you aware of we have something we call notwithstanding clause? That even a court will rule, but when you invoke that clause, they will say because of national interest. They call it notwithstanding clause. Now, these guys, they were going to paralyze the economy of Canada. So if court rules sometimes, if the parliament see that, okay, this court ruling is going to cause some kind of social menace, you understand, they will invoke what they call notwithstanding clause. So it depends on how, you know, Canada is not like America whereby you have rigid written constitution. Here, we have both convention and written constitution. So we are totally different from America. It's just a combination. You know, we learned something from you, from the Civil War that happened. Because of that, we tend to make our central to be stronger than it used to be. It used to be because I know that America has changed over time. So now in Canada, there are some residual powers. That residual power is exercised by the federal cabinet. So what you see sometimes that court may pronounce something, but if the parliament see that, yeah, truly is the law of the land, but because of the event, maybe events have overtaken this, and they see that that thing may be dangerous to the existence of the country, they will now invoke that notwithstanding clause, and the parliament will now make rules, make policy based on what is obtainable with the current situation. So
Yeah, a lot. You just explained to me. You just explained to us your legal process, how things work. But what happened actually to those extra power that it displayed did not go to the courts. Okay, it don't. It didn't. It voluntarily invoked those actions. It didn't go to the courts, and I don't think was within your law. In order to paralyze, rather, if he himself was trying to
I'm not a
paralyze.
lawyer. You don't know my law more than me. You don't know our laws more than myself, do you? I'm
But
telling you how things
I just
work.
told you like a couple of days ago, your courts just ruled against his actions. I'm not talking about my law, your courts. Canadian court just ruled against those actions during the truckers protest, that it was illegal what he
But
did.
you said days ago, not as if Trudeau has disobeyed the law, right? You said days ago, right?
Yeah, a
So
couple of
government
days
can
ago.
take action. The government can take action against you, and you sue the government, and you win the legal case. But if Trudeau has disobeyed the law now, he has disobeyed the court now. That's why I explain what they call notwithstanding clause in our constitution to you. It's a constitutional
No,
clause,
I think
notwithstanding.
the cop out for the anarchy you have in your country. I think Canada is
We
a lawless
anarchy.
state.
America
Yeah,
has displayed greater number of anarchy more than Canada. Because anarchy is when you go against your law. But our law, we have both written and convention. So Canada does so many things by convention that people will just agree with, okay, this is how we do things. But that convention, when people now revolt, they can take it to the court, and the court will say, okay, though we know that we have the precedent for doing things this way, but it has no foundation in the law. But if you are doing it until someone challenge that clause in the court, people will see it as convention, as the precedent, and how we do our things. So you see, when you are talking of a legal system, Canada has one of the most complicated. You understand? It was complicated. We are using both French, French civil law. We are using the UK criminal code, and then we are using what do we call it? We are using that of we are using America, part of America, presidential federal system. They join with the British parliamentary system. So it's a complex. It's a very complex. So Canadian law is not what you just sit and read on newspaper and say, oh, we've got no. That's just it. See, you will see something in Canada that people think, oh, Canada is the most decent, Canada is the most considerate people. They consider people, they don't see. Canada can sometimes be more terrible than America. In terms of that immigration now, they say, okay, come. For example, if Prince Dad is your name now, maybe by mistake you just write Prince Dad, and you've lived in Canada for 100 years. As long as you are, if you are first generation immigrants, they can say, okay, come and go back to your country. You understand? So it's a complex country with complex legal system. So yeah, you read it online, all those things, but you'll be surprised when they challenge that, or maybe if the parliament decide to take another position, if they think that that ruling is dangerous to the extent of the country, they can immediately bring another law so that they can set aside whatever they got as rule. So judicial precedents here, they can easily make another law to just set it aside. That's Canada for you. So so when we want to talk of how the thing is this, we are just happy we don't carry rifle around just like you guys, right? So, but other than that, Canadian law is very complex. That's what I can tell you.
Yeah, okay, I hear you. Well, if you ask me, I think just an attempt to abuse the people. That's what it is. It's an easy way, a crafty way.
You see the province I live. The province I live, I don't like what the government in power, what the guys there do, because everything they do, I see like, okay, these guys, they just want to be like a dictator. Before, when you get a ticket, you can go to the court and you can fight your case there. But all of a sudden, they start reducing those processes. They don't want you to go to the court. They are streamlining. Instead, they will say, okay, except you have a serious case, that's when you can go to court. All those cases you take to court before, they just set that aside so that you'll be doing everything online. And the COVID period did not help either. So they now
Canada has always been known as a country that they welcome to immigrants, but they look for those high skilled. I remember even since the 90s or 80s, they've always been that way. Like their priorities are high skilled tech or medicine. That's always been their preference in terms of like immigration. So, and they will like the law for a while, but I heard that they're also making it difficult once again, even for the high skilled workers now. How true is that? Even in tech, it's becoming more difficult to migrate to Canada now compared to like 5-10 years ago.
It's not really true. It's not really true. It depends on where the tech are coming from. Okay, now you can finish from University of Toronto. I'm just trying to exaggerate it now because University of Toronto is obviously the top most university here. You can graduate from a university here now. Maybe you finish computer science. I'll be shocked that you may be looking for a job for the next 6 months, 1 year, and you may not get a job. And someone that just finished last year from India will come and take that same job in Canada.
And why is that? Is because they can lowball them or immigrate? Why is that?
A 90% you are going to bring from Canada, it depends on the company. It's not going to get less than 6,000 net after you remove tax every month. It's not as if you bring them from Canada from India and you pay them to. No, you are not, because there's a cap.
What is the benefit? What is the benefit of an Indian worker over an Indian skilled worker over a Canadian skilled worker?
Graduate, like
the thing is that the company that bring them belongs to India, so they have an investment here, and they have a
okay. Let's make a clear decision here. A white Canadian born in Canada, not a Nigerian that came to Canada. So let's say it's a white Canadian that finished from the University of Toronto with honors. They still have the same problems compared to a Nigerian that got the same degree from the same university. Is that what you're saying?
But that's what I'm trying to say. It depends on the employers, right?
Okay.
It depends on the employers. That's why some organization they are scared of Indians and the Chinese. See, if a white guy, the white guys, they like going for holiday, enjoy themselves. But Indians and the Chinese, they can work, So sometimes, because when you are in the capitalist environment,
okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Now you get into the cusp of the issue. Yes, because those foreign workers, one way or another, they can take advantage of them. Okay, to maybe work more hours, and they're less likely to complain than indigenous citizens of that country. That's one of the reasons, because they don't complain much. Like here in America, of course, people talk about their rights and the Constitution to back up whatever, but the foreign workers, um, they take anything, and they don't complain much, and they're very submissive. So I think that's a big plus. The reason why do we hire an Indian over a Canadian worker?
you see here too, sister. Okay, now I support a client now. You understand? They call it CN Rail. Now, one thing is this. Do you know those people that are doing the IT support? They are in India. I supposed to be Canadian. It's got to be the national rail. I start wondering, okay, if a person like me, if I would get contract from that place, I would go through level 3 security. You understand? Now, if a person like now going through level 3 security, what does it tell you? It simply means that I have to be a citizen, right, for me to work there. But now the mystery tomorrow that I'm still trying to solve, the riddle is this: how come that you easily give this thing to an Indian company, stay in India, and anytime these people were the one that created my profile right from India for Canada National Rail? So it's some kind of, it's a kind of a funny arrangement. You understand? Like I was saying the other time now, like all those guys, they are here, they've created the impression that they dominate the
But
world
the
of
example you
IT.
give, those people or such companies, they already have pre-clearance. They already have pre-clearance, and they have, just like manufacturing an OEM phone in India or China. Okay, it's gone through certain rigor process or qualification to get it to standard. So yeah, it may be, you may have workers doing level 3 work from India, but it's because they've gone through certain process to attain that certification, if you want to put it that way, to be able to do it.
Okay, maybe you are correct, because I've been, maybe you are trying to clear my confusion. I've been confused about that, to be honest with you. You understand? I've been confused about that. So, on several occasions, I've worked for these Indian companies, and you will see, where did you graduate? Oh, I graduated 2 years ago. Where did you graduate? And you will see the general manager. They don't use they don't use all those American system of vice president, director. No, they use general manager, deputy general manager. That's what they still use. Say. Now, do you know there's a particular company, it's a popular company, and it's an American, they are in America too, they're in Canada. They brought the general manager from India to America too. They find the loophole within the American system too. So it's not mean that in the entire America, so that means that they could not find a GM equivalent of the president or whatever they want to call vice president there. They just have to.
In addition, I think that's what they always do everywhere in the world. But recently here in Finland, they promulgate a new law that as an investor or as a business person, that you bring some of your capital from your country. Then they now make a law that if you're bringing...
Remy, can you please give me 1 minute? Ola, can you please conduct this section? I'm caught up in a meeting here.
Oh boy, not only 30 minutes I can't spend there. Or if
30 minutes. Yeah, when it's 30 minutes. Yes, when it's 6:30 at the 6 hour 30 minutes, I will come and shut it down.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I will bring people in, no problem. You can bring people in as well, isn't it?
Me I dey fear. It depends. If I know the person, I go bring the person in. If I don't know, I no go bring.
No problem. No problem. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
So they promulgate a new law that if you are bringing people in, you must pay a certain kind of minimum wage, and they jack it up from 1,000 euro to 3,000 euro. So that stopped them.
No, Remy, they are paying it. That's what I'm saying. See,
no,
they are paying
can pay in some high-tech setup.
No, Remy, wait. If you are coming, let's assume you are coming from equivalent of polytechnic care, but they are not really polytechnic, like say when you look at, because they offer degree here too. In fact, now look at it this way: if people graduate from, let's say, South Abata Institute of Technology, for example, now maybe you apply for work or entry level, maybe they are paying you like 50,000 a year. The guy they are bringing from India, they may be paying the person like 80,000, 90,000. It's not as if they're not paying these guys. It's not as if they're paying them low wage, a minimum wage.
But I think they have the internal way of
the problem is this: they don't want too much of infiltration. Now, get this thing right now. When it comes to the techie things, they will put their people there. They cannot look at you, maybe Remy from Nigeria. Okay, business analyst be there. You understand? You know, go do more than paper now. What do you want to do?
Yes,
you understand? But there are some things that they will not allow you. It's not that thing is that serious. Okay. Now, last year when they there was an issue here when the boys enter one of the major company here, they were now recruiting people. I got to meet them along the line. I have them, the reason they got people like me and some others guys involved, that they were looking for experienced people to help them speed the process up. Funny enough, I even trained some of them to do that, in fact, because we had to make provision for about 40,000 systems. You understand? Now, the thing that I now find out there is this: it's not as if all the technicians, they are not really better. As a matter of fact, they were not better than those of us from Nigeria. I can tell you, even a guy that never did IT before, I recruited a guy into my team. I trained that, okay, this is all you'll be doing. After all, was in provisioning of a system. But the truth was that we were faster than the guys there. Not that those guys wanted to slow, no. Because if they did job faster, they would get bonus. Because it's their job. They were bringing us to support. So they were not under any threat. So now the thing is this: when we interacted with these people, it's not as if this kind of impression that these guys are the best in the IT. But Balairo Buruku is a lie.
I agree with you totally.
But they use the law of the land. They use the law of the land because they have investment. They will do the impact assessment. They will simply tell you that, okay, they interview people, they can't find someone that can have that. What will you talk about?
No. Okay, I don't. Better on this topic here, but they may not be the best at IT, but their country invested a lot in IT.
Yeah,
that's the thing. That's why I said that they have companies here. You understand? They put their money down here. They put their structure down here. So the thing is this: when you see the Chinese people, if Chinese people are in logistics, go and look at their structure. They will be 97 to 98% Chinese. When you go to all these Indian people, you find the same thing. And you know what?
People, I don't know what
we are talking of diversity here, and that diversity, oh my goodness. Yeah, they will pretend they have it, but in reality, government need to enforce that thing for the thing to have some serious bite. It's not biting at all.
Let me ask something, Ola, please. So all these companies talking about, is it an Indian subsidiary or Canadian-based company? Because we have this same problem about a few years ago. Let me just say, maybe about 10 years ago. But right now, the things have subsided. It's not like it used to be. From what you are talking, we had this problem, quite a long time, in America. But they have subsided. We still invite some of the, experts from China, from India, but not like it was before, because people here are complaining that, the Indians, they are taking their job. So the situation is pretty much subsided.
Thanks to Trump.
Oh my God. Ola, answer my question. Forget about
man of prestige. Do you know the anointing there is this? The anointing there is this. All those Indian companies, when you see one, there's the way they made their proposal. They understood it. Okay, let's assume say normal Igbo now. Oil and gas used to be a very fashionable business there before, right? You work in oil and gas, you can be sure of maybe in regularity, you can clock 200,000. When this guy came to this place, they find a way to drag that in that. You won't even know the difference between someone that is even working in a regular company now, you are working at oil and gas. let's say a network administrator that would take like, let's say 200,000 from all and that before now, maybe stand barely taking 85, 90,000 now. Now, what will these people do is this: they will look at your cost. They will go and present a lower cost to the company. Now, that lower cost they are presenting, it doesn't mean the stakeholder will get lower cost, but they are using that to penetrate you because they know that investors too, they are greedy. So once they get there, there are some kind of processes they will streamline. They will put their people in a key place in positions. But when there are issues for them to solve, they will start going to some online platform like Fiverr, like Feed Nation, all those things. They will now be looking for resources. Their people will still get standard regular wages. But the job you are supposed to do, let's say before now, if you ask me to build website for you, if you tell me 1,500, I will take it from you. Probably I will take any website less than $2,000. I may not even look at your site. But today, some guy will say, we do this thing for you for $200. You understand? So these guys, they not necessarily, they will go and charge the company maybe 5,000. I may be looking for someone that will do this thing for them for, let's say, 300. Meanwhile, how did they get to that place? Maybe company that was supporting them before was charging like 7,000, 8,000, but they will tell you, 5,000 is what we are going to charge. Just imagine a job. This one, fortunately, I have my costmate that is doing the same job, a contract with an organization. This guy, they were paying the guy $75 per hour. He worked, whether he works or not. So every day, $75 per hour for 10 hours a day. They were paying that guy like that, whether the guy works or not. Any day the guy works, he's going to charge additional this thing. You know, when this cook here will come and talk to me, they were even lying. I say, this guy thought they were thinking like a fool. Sorry, the organization doesn't give us more than $50. So if you can just say $45, we are going to give you $5 so that you can leave $5 for us so that we can use that one to do tax. I was just looking at them like they say, organization telling lies. You that I have the details of what we are doing already. You understand? That I even have the details of what we're making in that organization. You understand? So that's how they are. That's who they are. The job I told you that I did. Okay, now if these people want to do job now, they will create about 5 Indian companies. Now look at the job. I did the job for one of them last year. Look at the way they did. They have a company in Mexico. That company, they gave the job to that company in Mexico. Now they have a subsidiary in America. That job can move from that Mexico to America. Now they have subsidiary again in Canada. It moved to that of Canada. And they now say they have a payroll partner. They moved that into payroll partner. That is when they now came to my own company. Meanwhile, when I say my own company, I'm not the only one going to work with. I have guys too that I will recruit along with me that I work with them. Now, you look at something there. Maybe so it will tell you maybe the value of that job they are doing. Maybe they were already charging like $250. But this guy, they put some kind of bottleneck along the line, hops. Where hops that did not cut that thing. Maybe for taxation purposes or whatever, till we not come to you. You understand? Look at how they do. Look at how they. You know, when Oyibo were running that thing, you can work for 3 months in a year in some organization, and you don't have to work for the rest of the year. But this guy, they find a way, they get that thing, but they will not get multiple workers that will do the same job, but maybe like 1/5 of what they used to do that job before. So that is how they've been doing a lot of all this. So they will now have enough.
Well, quickly, but that model you're talking about, even though they have customized it somewhat, was the model that was created by the Americans. The whole idea of offshoring and outsourcing came from America, and the whole purpose of that was to get lower cost for services and manufacturing. Huh?
Globalization. I know.
Yeah, I'm talking about the late 90s and early 2000s. Offshore and
early
outsourcing.
80s when early 80s when China opened the door and investors started going to.
I'm talking more of India. Actually, more of India, because this concept of this IT outsourcing was all about American Wall Street. This big company is trying to, lower their cost and boost profit. And India was there at the right time because again they invested in IT. Their country did, their prime minister did back then. So they had the workforce or the manpower to get the job done.
Prince Daddy, it's not as if India were there at the right time. They intentionally went to India to create it. Not see. They wanted to do it in Nigeria.
Hold on.
No, I think what
The
Prince Daddy was saying, this is manifested from USA, the ups,
I know.
I think that's what Prince Daddy is trying to say.
I know.
Yeah, but
no,
don't get it wrong. No, the India government, you see, it didn't happen overnight. They happen to have the workforce, just like China had the manpower for manufacturing. The Indians also, they were trained. Let's not get it wrong. They were trained. So it was just like time and chance. So when the opportunity come, or when they did their business, whatever strategy or whatever, and like, hey, it would be better to, well, they're going to pay an American here, I don't know, back then, maybe $50 an hour. In India, they're paying them $5 or less. So it's just a simple, math, arithmetics to like, hey, let's go to India and set it up. But when they looked around at all the different countries, obviously Europe is more expensive or equally as expensive as America. So India was the right place that had the workforce. If Nigeria did, or any other African country did back then, perhaps they would have gone there. But back then, the Indians, they invested a lot in computer science and IT. And that's what was the right place.
I was trying to explain. Yeah, you are correct, Prince Daddy, but I was trying to explain what happened too. You understand? See, they suggested structural adjustment program for us to implement. Unfortunately, what did we do? We embezzled the fund. We didn't. You know the little thing that Shagari did, that Buhari did in 1983, and people did not really understand the implication. And those are the things that I've shouted there, that even Nigeria, they even promoted a criminal, someone that destroyed democratic government. They promoted him in power, and people were supporting him for different things. Look, like I said, both China and India, it's not as if they invested in all the infrastructure. Most of those infrastructure you see, they were done indirectly by Americans. And I will tell you how. When after the World War, when the Chinese economy crashed, the Indian combined to the Chinese economy, there was a time they used to dominate close to 50% of the world economy. So people think China is just no. China were there before. They are just reimagined. So they closed the economy down after the World War, and they were doing some closed system, but they were not growing. But in the early 80s, towards late 70s to early 80s, they opened it up. And American investors now, most corporations in China, they were majorly owned by the government, by the level of government there. So they now allow investors to come. Now, from the money coming from America, they were able to develop their electricity situation. The same thing happened in India too. They were able to develop, the money going to India, they were able to develop the electricity. Now, because they have policy that favor them. For Nigeria, the military was the one ruling. No policy, everything you just close seats. Like in the name of this federalism or whatever you are doing, you don't want to release anything. Look at when you release your telecommunication. Look at what is happening there. Look at all area that you release to people to invest. You see what is happening there. So that was the situation in those areas. So not that those people had that money, but the foreign investors, like Americans generally, and the Europeans, they took their money to take care of both the power situation and everything there. Even you will see that the local company will be the one that, we are the owner. But go and look at those people that financed them. They were the Western world. So when they did that, now they now took advantage of the cheap labor. You understand? Of the cheap labor now to.
No, but yeah, that's where the whole concept or the model of offshoring came about. Offshoring.
No, Prince Daddy, it was like in a time in the past when we were not born, but they quickly closed it down after the World War. I think I'm getting the issue right. You understand? So everybody now went on protectionism. Everybody now went on protectionism. It is of a recent again that because they call this one globalization too, if I get it right. if you Google very well, you say they call it the second globalization. That is where we are now. We used to have one globalization before. So when they say first globalization, that means that the thing was existing before. So let's just say it's the way it is. America built India, not that I'm sorry to say, I'm not trying to demean or degrade entire country. Not that they were that smart. Not they were that smart just to position themselves for America. It was America that induced the growth there. It was America that accelerated the growth in China when they were reimagined. But a country like Nigeria, just because people are blaming South today to tomorrow, but they don't understand.
Like question, you have to make a distinction though. Yes, American investments build infrastructure like the offshoring, structures, for example. But the point here is that unless you're telling me that the human capital was Americans that trained them or educated them like the Africans, like the Nigerians, are you making that case also?
Indirectly, of course. How will you be able to handle IBM, Dell when you don't have the technology? So when you have strategic partnerships, so you exchange technology, you train them for them to be competent. So how would they know that? How would they know how to write program if nobody is teaching them? So
no, but they were locally trained. The technology, the language, whatever may have come from America or the West, but they in their country trained these workers. They have a trained workforce, and just like one of the top, if not the top university in the world is IIT, Indian Institute of Technology. That's a top school right there. It's in India, obviously. Okay, so they were there. They were not as big or maybe creative to that level. Of course, we know that most technologies in the 80s, 70s, or whatever, 90s came from America. Everything came from the West. But they took advantage of that, and they were training their own people in this field. They did. They invested in it because, I don't know, their leaders saw the future. You got to give them credit for that. They were positioned. They were well positioned.
No. You see one thing, like I said, this is, if not because of our structure. What do I mean by our structure is this. Now, if federal government is not controlling our electricity, if federal government, when federal government stop controlling our telecommunication, you know what happened there. I will talk again about that. If federal government hands off and they are not doing this yet they are doing, today Nigeria will have been at par with, maybe would have been at par with, at least with some of these people. Do you know that up to early 80s we had better test type technology than China? Someone said it on a Channels TV, or maybe which of the TV one day. I was just like, seriously? And I now remember that time that even for those of us that attended school, when they brought some Chinese testers to us, no, we say, oh no, we want Nigerian tester. So that is where we missed it. When these guys said, okay, they introduced a structural adjustment program. Okay, that's because of our currency. If you have weaker currency, if you develop your infrastructure, especially the production infrastructure, then we will raise more money. What did we do? We just collected the money. We didn't do that thing. And those people that did something similar, something similar, not exactly the same, something similar, see where they are today. Even a Dubai that decided to say, okay, I'm not even going that way. I want to take another direction entirely. Look at what happened between that mid-80s till now. You see the difference. But we were just battling with different in our own country. Look at China in the early 80s when they allowed these people to. They got it. So it's not as if it's not like I said again. Okay, let me say this one. There was a time when I used to support some infrastructure, ATM, payment system, and all those stuff. Now we had two options. Either we will go to either Dundee or Germany or London for training, or they will bring more trainers. But South Africa was another option there. or they will bring more trainers to Nigeria to train us. Right? What would you say? What would you say about that? They will see the people. That means the owner of those technology where they want training us, and we will now transfer that technology and transfer that knowledge. That is exactly what happened to Indians, the Americans, the Europeans. They trained them on their own technology that they were selling to Indians, and that was how those people learned the skill and they stepped up. You understand? And don't forget that they used to have some kind of policy that, okay, ask yourself a question. How come we have so many Indians and so many Chinese people attending the Ivy League colleges in America? That even some Americans will not even have access. Even when you finally, some Americans are now going there, they will now going for sociology, political something, and economics. But you will see these people, they will be going for your computer science, they'll be going for your advanced technology things. You see what I'm saying? And these are the people that will still take that part of the technology and they still go back and retrain their people. So when you see how they were transferring that knowledge, you will see that Nigeria only missed it just because we failed to strategize like those people. It's not as if, I don't know how to say this thing. If Nigeria today, if we are open our country just the way it is now, if you open that to Americans instead of opening to the Chinese, you understand? If you open to Americans and European people for them to invest, and when I say investment, not the one that the government will go and put this owner of Virgin Atlantic and you'll be holding it back. No, you allow these people to do what they're supposed to do. They are likely to train more Nigerians than the training their fellow European people, because they're capitalists. They pay you small money instead of bringing expatriates. They will train you so that they can make more money because of what they will pay you within your economy. So by the virtue of our currency now, maybe in the next 20, 30 years, we'll be giving the entire world headache like China was giving everyone headache before. So that's just it. So those people, they have that advantage, and their partner they were working for, they started bringing them to America to come and to take some strategic position. That's how they are there. It's not as if they do something spectacular that now, oh, okay, these guys, they are ahead of us, let them bring them. No, it's the Western country that developed them, and now they started bringing them back to their country. So let me say, what they trained them is not backfiring on them, but I don't know how to put it. What's happening?
Well, in Nigeria also, the healthcare industries, you can say, is booming in Nigeria, right? But the question is, who's dominating that industry?
Healthcare, I don't know, to be honest. I only know,
Well,
my
the
friends.
Indians are the one dominating healthcare in Nigeria.
In Nigeria or in America?
In Nigeria, they have, I think they have the most hospitals in terms of course, foreign hospitals. I watched not too long ago, maybe a month or two ago, how they have a partnership, a program whereby they take Nigerian doctors and send them to India for training and bring them back home to Nigeria for to be employed. And this is wholly owned Indian business enterprise. That's what they do. They see the market in Nigeria, obviously, and they know, actually. I think what they're actually trying to do is to localize their services in Nigeria, because a lot, apart from going to England, America, France, India is the perhaps a more popular destination for middle class Nigerians to go for medical care. A lot of them go to India for care. A lot. Not the Tinubu'S and the Atiku that can afford whatever doctor around the world, but there's a treatment or an operation that needs to be done. that they can't go to America or this more expensive destinations, they go to India. So the Indians, they found a niche that, hey, let's
So,
bring all those.
but Prince Daddy, with the, I think India is the new China, right? They're like the new kid on the block now. Like they are the new it globally. And I think you can see the money market, the money flow there. But how can we become the next like the next India, like because they're like the next China. So how can we as Nigeria become the next, because we have the population size, we have people smart enough.
Okay.
How do we become the next? Because even when it comes to medicine now, they are now taking, people are going there, medical tourism, they're dominating that space. Tech, obviously.
Okay, well, you can speak on that, Babati. Exactly. I mean, so my point about them dominating in Nigeria, it's accurate, right?
Yes, they are. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you are on it. Yeah, yeah, you are.
So yeah, to your point. So where does that leave us? I mean,
okay. Do you want to answer, or you want me to speak?
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Ola.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was taking I was reading one article of one of the American professors. You see, we still come back to this concept of globalization, right? How the Chinese and the Chinese, how they disrupt, how they managed to disrupt European economy, and how Germany responded through, all this big data they are talking about. It was actually Germany that started pushing, just because when some of the factory were moving to China, to China, so they had to find a way to respond. So what am I saying is this: that professor said in his lecture that, look, you may have the best of the technology in this world. What's it drive the globalization we have today is government policy, is politics. You know what Trump was going to do the other time was to close the shop, and just to make sure that, okay, even if you are going to bring anything to the country, you are not just going to have an advantage over the local manufacturers. You understand? That's a policy. Now, if Americans want to deal with Canada, with the Chinese, it was possible that time, what will you just do? Yeah, okay, because you are producing something, maybe America, they produce it for, let's say, $60 per component, and maybe you produce the same thing in China for, let's say, $20. What we will just do is just to raise the taxation, the import duties, to make the thing at par, or for the local one to gain an advantage. An example of that now, for example, is if we are bringing a Canadian manufactured car from America, the duty is almost zero. When you are bringing a car manufactured by an American manufacturer, for example, maybe you take a Canadian car to United States, and someone bought from you, now bringing it back, it's almost zero duty compared to the one manufactured in America itself. You understand? So it's a combination of policy. So why am I driving our policy is this: if you want Nigeria to grow, you have to do what China did. Government should stop holding on too much to so many things. As we are speaking today now, so okay, look at the fight on the mentality on CBN now. I know that CBN, you cannot privatize CBN. I'll just give you an example. So many things that we can privatize in that country. You understand? Even up to our what do we call it, the driving system, everything. Even you can even look at our road, just because we don't have money as it is now. You may even decide to, okay, do some kind of concession, build, operate, then transfer back to us after 100 years, for example. Maybe after that 100 years, the mentality of shop must have changed through the different generation there. Let them bring the money. The power situation that the government is still controlling, deregulate totally. Take so many things away from the federal government. Let every state now start looking for investors, because obviously, if you take so many of those things you give to the state, they will have no money to execute themselves. They will have to bring investors. An example is Dangote, that is doing refinery for us too now. So when you open your your system, when you have the policy that encourages policies that encourage foreign investors to put some kind of investment in your country, it's just a matter of time. Now, look at Nigerians now. Why do you think we are having problem with dollars? Look at how many billions. Okay, last year alone we pay the Chinese loan. We spent over 3 billion to service the Chinese debt. Dollars. Look at how many Nigerians that are running out of the country for foreign education, although it's in the name of JAPA. Those ones are putting pressure. Those are the services that normally, if you get everything right, they should be local to that country. If they are local to that country, you can even encourage foreign people to establish schools in Nigeria. All you just need to do is this. You can't bring more than 10% of your people. So it's going to be 90% local content. That is exactly what we are supposed to be doing. Look at our railway corporation. What Obasanjo did that time is at least 60% local content. Look at how Amishi and co bastardize everything. You understand? So when you encourage people to invest aggressively in your country, you will be able to produce, and even our currency that is being devalued now, we give an advantage for exportation.
That's what I've been saying. I said the same way China devalued their on purpose just to give them advantage is what we should be doing. But if you're an import dependent country, you won't benefit from that. But if we increase our exports, we will actually benefit from this current, because I believe I agree with the current CBN president that our money is undervalued. To be honest with you, I think it is. But you should benefit from the current price, the current market value right now, or whatever it is. But if you're not exporting enough, if you're actually importing, and also I love what Fubara said. Is it yesterday? He wants Rivers to be the next Lagos. I love that mindset. He's buying into that Godfather. It's what for Lagos, so I'm not saying it's the best way to go, but compared to other states, so if Rivers can also adopt the same thing that Lagos has done and also industrialize in some ways or expand their tax base, then you can have. Go ahead, Remy.
Okay, so I just want to say that Ola and Babati, are you aware that the BPE have already put Port Harcourt refinery, so many refineries already put them on sale. They want to sell them. Are you aware of this?
Is that good?
I'm not looking to those things. I think it's like
that, no. Olanisuru, Remy, is that a good or a bad thing? Is it a good or bad thing?
I think it's good because it's just like you guys are saying. It's not going to be in the hand of government anymore. So investors can come in and buy them off. I think the Port Harcourt one, they are putting the price about, is it 2 billion or 1.something billion, something like that.
Do they have anybody already?
Yeah, there are some people already showing interest, and some Nigerian investors are also showing interest.
No, we don't want Nigerian investors. No, we don't want, because it's going to be the NEPA thing again. You just buy without knowing. We need someone that has technical know-how.
And you know that Shell are divesting their
investment. Babati, that's exactly where I'm going to.
We don't want that NEPA while again. We just
they are selling them outright, everything.
Babati, Remy, let me tell you something. You see, okay, Adenuga is in Nigeria, for example. Dangote is a Nigerian. This person that is competing with Dangote is a Nigerian too.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem is not Nigeria, but what are the type of policy, underworld policy? Okay, Yoruba will say, Taba fun egun, fun tokun ni. But now, what I'm saying that is, you want to give someone a goat. You don't want to release the rope, but you want to give the goat. Oh, take this goat, but rope you still put on that on the neck of that. So even the person you are giving that goat cannot take that goat away, because you still be dragging the goat back.
By the way, last one to cut you short. I know Femi didn't Femi buy the Kano one and this Yaradua reverse the sale. So Femi should be in a bid for that. I think he's always wanted the refinery. You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, that's one of the problems we have in that country. Because if not because of that silly thing that Yaradua did that time, And you know what? Why he did those things? People that are benefiting from all those stuff, they will fight. That is why government should not be running anything. Because once government stop running,
I'm saying that I don't want the sale to be what happened to NEPA, where you just sell it to your banker friends and it becomes a disaster. They don't have the funds to run it. They don't know how to run anything. You buy
But the way they want to do it now is not like that kind of NEPA. They want to say government get their money. It's a private investor, go and do whatever you want with it.
But the thing is this: even though whosoever, because you sold out of NEPA, not because it's not working, just because of the policy around it. That's exactly what I'm saying. Okay, look at it this way: you sold NEPA to your friends and cronies, but you did not deregulate for others to come into the business. That's the problem. Now, you sold NEPA, right? And the federal government now hold on to the transmission line. So you've not done anything. You know that the transmission line is not transmitting more than 7,000 megawatts, right? 7,000 megawatts. And you hold on to it. Now, assuming that as they sold to NEPA and as they sold all those for now, it is regulated totally. You give someone the transmission line of Nigeria, maybe the person like the Adenuga used, Globalcom used to have second national operator now. Can you even hear of the first national operator today? You understand? NITEC, how many people hear something tangible about NITEC today? You know how many times they tried to privatize NITEC that time? So you do the privatization in such a way that some people will emerge alongside those people you sold to. Maybe if they've done that now, maybe those people are the one that maybe they will be the one providing us electricity today. But the government is holding on to it. So the government should take its hand off totally. That's where the problem is. Once people see that the government still has hands there, even if I happen to be the investor too, I will have to be very careful when the government is still an active participant there. I don't want to put my investment. So if I buy anything from the government of Nigeria today, let's say I put my $1 billion to buy it, and I see say government is still holding on to that thing. The first thing, because of the risk in Nigeria, because a crazy guy will get there tomorrow and they will run some kind of story and they will reverse everything. And I've already invested already. So I don't want to do that. But if the government takes their hand off entirely and it's now a very level playing ground for everyone, you will see people now coming. So the only reason NEPA, that Genco and Disco is not performing is just because the hand of government is still there. That's why they're not performing. But when hand of government is not in Nigerian cement production now, you see where production is. When Nigerian government is not in telecom, you see where the telecom is. When Nigerian government remove the hand totally from broadcasting, you see how broadcasting has elevated this thing. When Nigerian government where they don't put their hand, where they are not competing with the commercial banks, you can see what the commercial banks are doing in Nigeria. But go and look at every aspect where Nigerian government is a competitor against the private people tend to be very careful. That's exactly what is happening. So if you want our power situation to improve, the government need to take hand off, because anything Nigerian government has hand in does not prosper. It will prosper by miracle, because you just need to, it may work under Buhari, under Tinubu. If you just take that thing for another Buhari to get there, and some people will see this as a bad trait. Let me see how they even almost managed to destroy our central bank. That Emefiele started recruiting some people just for him to sustain himself, to bastardize everything. So that tells you that Dangote will not go and use secretary system now to recruit. Adenuga will not do the same thing. Femi Otedola will not do. They will recruit the best of the best. That's why we need to go private. So they can sell the NNPC, but the kind of arrangement they want to, I don't think that arrangement, they try such kind of arrangement with a Pentascope then, with a NITEC. It didn't work. They tried such kind of silly arrangement with Genco Disco, the one that Babati is talking now. It's not working again. So we've had that kind of silly arrangement. Even so many things Nigeria try. Ajakuta too. They try to do all those. It doesn't work. So the best thing is to deregulate all those sectors. and let investors. You don't even need to sell Polypepper. You don't need to even sell Port Harcourt refinery or those things. Investor on their own, once they know that government is not participating with them, they come and invest. Everybody don't go.
No, I'm listening to you.
Maybe am I dominating the discussion?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. No, go ahead. I was listening to you.
No, let another person talk now. So I not be only me go they talk now.
Is King Emeka there or what? Is it?
Emeka is already snoring.
And Remy from Finland. I don't even know what Remy is doing in Finland, to be honest with you. Who goes to Finland? I don't even know. I don't know what is out there.
I heard it's a beautiful country.
If there's no topic to talk openly, then can we move into the background then? Can we move for the background if there's no? Oh, even Remy has left us too. You don't share that gun.
Yes, Ola, thank God you're here. Because we had a session, a trading stock session. You were not here that night. It was hosted by Kondo. And I sent you the email invite, but I didn't, because we had to go to Google call to do to do like a video presentation. But you didn't show up. I kept sending the invite, because he was showing us some things. He is your guy at the top when it comes to this. So he came back tonight because I got his email. He came back tonight when we were talking about Trump. But whenever he's hosting he wants to host a session where he's going to show us some things. So I know
Baba, the last time I saw your this thing is what you sent to me. The last time I saw your this thing was January 11 when you showed me what you made. I didn't see your invite.
I sent you like an invitation now to the.
Maybe you were sending to wrong address.
I don't know. It was that night. Now you were not here. But no.
Yeah, I know I've been busy even this night now.
I sent you. No, there was a second email I sent you, the stock trading Bible, the zip file.
Stock trading Bible. Yeah, I have it now.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
The zip talking to me. Yeah. So, but that's the. Let me see. That's the Gmail account now. Right?
Yeah, I received that stock trading, stock market. Stock trading, I received it. I received that.
Your Gmail is the one that ends with the 71, right?
Yes, now.
Yeah. So, but I'm saying that the reason we just even set that up was when Kando is ready to do
you send me invite on January 22nd and it went to spam. What?
And yeah, I sent you now.
Oh my goodness, this is crazy. This is not spam. How come?
I don't know, but there's Kando and there's this one other guy from Florida too. He's really good. So I was hoping that maybe Kando and him and I will also join as well, can host the thing, maybe on one man tour in Google, because the Google one was very easy to navigate. So for the presenter, I mean, so and the thing is that what it was showing us applies to everything, to stock, to forex, to crypto, whatever it is. So whatever anybody wants to make of it or use, or you apply it to, it works. So, and they are very well detailed into in that. So,
I'm interested. Please let him come back again. Please.
Yeah, because we'll go back and forth with emails, just talking about trade ideas and stuff. So we do that a lot. So if he can benefit, so I'm gonna get him and contact him. So whenever, because Kando does not sleep, by the way. Kandos are now you see the up. You're probably trading something right now. I'm sure right now it's trading something because we still extending most like 10 seconds ago. He never sleeps. So
in fact, I prefer to do all those trading because see, all this work I do that you know that I do go shit now. Now only me go do hardware, now only me go do software, now only me go do data everything. I need to I need to specialize in that stuff. But you know, I'm still although the only reason I've not been so active in this talk, I explained to you in the background, right? That
right.
the investment man, investment that went wrong those days. But,
yeah, it's just that the what I'm seeing is that what they are presenting is that even if you don't make any money that day, you don't lose anything.
Yeah, even as I speak to you now, you know, post COVID, my wife invested aggressively. When she was investing, she was trying to carry me along. I didn't listen to her. You know, she lost half of money she put post COVID. You know, she be our own 6 months now. He don't even try. He don't put so much, but our school made her put like over 400K in that investment. It's not funny, you know. That guy's over 400K just shrank to arrive to less than 200K.
But that much, I mean, what they are, I think what most people are showing for what kind of, you're not doing more than 10 to 4 to 30,000 max. That's, I mean, like I'm not a swing trader. I don't swing trade.
I'm a funny guy. If I even start learning now, you trust me, I may not even use more than 2,000. To make sure I master it before I even try.
Right. So it's just to see, it's to test the market, see what everybody has. Prince, are you there? You wanted to say something? Your mic is unmuted.
Do you know one funny thing, Babati?
Yeah.
Me that I'm talking to you, do you know that when you are building all those time series things, we did a lot of model in all this forecasting, you know. But you know, it's just like what you were doing yourself is just for you to pass, right? Not for me even to try it, because naturally I'm supposed to be trading. I'm even supposed to be one of those people telling people to trade, but I'm one of the
you know what happens is simplicity and using
Babati, give me one second. Ola, you still have access to the StreamYard, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like I have access.
Yes, when you finish, just shut it down. I have to go now.
Yeah, no problem.
Are you going to Thomas?
You can put us in the background too, Thomas, if you want to.
I have a church. I have a church meeting. Yeah.
Are you the one? She will watch right?
Rara.
Oh,
I have a meeting here. Later, Ola, shut it down when you're ready. Yeah.
Okay, then.
Yeah, thank you.
So, okay, let's just thank you everybody for coming. For coming up, for coming to learn with us tonight, and it has been a very great session. Although I was unable to stay online, but I was enjoying everyone at the background. So, you know, it is what it is. We can only do whatever we can do, and let us just work very hard and do whatever we can do to bring our country to the right path. As for me, I believe that the current president there, whether you agree with him or you don't agree with him, we all should stand up and support the man. Pray for him, not only prayer alone, support physically, technically, tactically, strategically. So let us promote any political situation. So I will leave you now. We are going to leave you now until one man himself comes tomorrow. Bring another topic so that we can learn together. Thank you, everyone, and see you later. So, Babati, stay behind, please.